I haven't been to Chicago like in 25 years, but there was like a few restaurants. I don't know if you were like frequenting these places. Maybe you were eating other stuff, but Moroccan restaurant, Shalom. You know that one?
No.
Anyway, this is getting too specifically Chicago. Let's go back to something more controversial. Now for something more controversial.
See, people coexist everywhere. It's the lawbreakers that aren't the ones that are not coexisting. I mean, Chicago is a multi-ethnic city-state, and the only problem here is crime, and crime is agnostic. It happens. But the problem is you can't have coexistence if people won't obey the law.
Do they still have the Maxwell Street College?
Yeah.
Oh, missed that.
Yeah, some guy just got robbed and murdered the other day outside of that place.
Oh, yeah. It's not funny, but it's just, I'm just laughing because it's so ironic. It's not funny, really. It's the way you put it was kind of funny, though. But, I mean, is it still the same place or they moved it?
No, it's still the same place.
It's a pretty rough neighborhood. They used to be called Jewtown. They still call it Jewtown?
No. But there's a lot of vehement anti-Semitic Jew-hating pieces of shit that sit on the city aldermanic council, and they have no problem espousing, essentially propaganda and death threats against Jews.
I didn't know any of that.
Yeah, they wear the keffiyeh. I mean, there are literally jihadists in the city aldermanic council.
Yeah. Well, I left Chicago, so I'm not there anymore.
Yeah, this town sucks.
Spilling over for Michigan, John.
They're everywhere. I go to the park. There's women in burqas. It's unbelievable how many Muslims have infested America, the cities. I mean,
that's what happens when there's 2 billion of them in the world.
I'm taking a walk right now in Brooklyn, and so many niqabs, full face covers, everything. It's crazy.
Everybody's speaking Arabic. It's unbelievable.
What does Oak Street Beach look like?
All these jihadists playing Tiger.
I recently saw a woman in a niqab watching her husband and son play in the lake while she stood there in 90-degree heat, sweating underneath a black sheet. She couldn't go in the water, so she had to watch her son and father play from the distance. It was very sad. I felt so bad for her. And I could tell she didn't have enough water as she was essentially cooking underneath a black flannel in 90-degree heat. What a sacrifice for Allah. Truly, her faith is divine.
I mean, if that's what you consider a sacrifice, what's more of a sacrifice? A woman shaving her head and wearing a wig at 90 degrees? And
no, why can't a woman get into the lake with her husband and son in a bathing suit and enjoy the sun? I mean, why does she have to be so modest?
We have that in Judaism. We have that in Judaism too, John.
I'm just saying, if you're sweating underneath a wig and you're an Orthodox woman, I mean, it's a cultural thing. I reported you, cynic.
They're not wearing fucking niqabs in Judaism. I don't know what Judaism you're talking about.
Look at my profile, cynic. I reported you. You called me a faggot kike about 30 minutes ago. I've reported you. I expect your account to be terminated shortly. You'll get a party hat soon, I'm sure. You'll be back.
Why does Amos always leave the room? I don't understand this guy. Why does he make a room and then leave it?
He's tired. He's ready to go to sleep.
Exactly, his room sucks.
You know what makes a room suck? It's the people, really, that make it suck. Because after all, the app is basically nothing. It's the people who suck.
One person at a time here. Okay, let's hear Cynic.
I'm just saying, if you had a higher pitched voice, you would make glass break.
Okay.
If you had more of a nasal voice, you'd technically be like a leather skin drum or something. I don't know.
Whatever, man. I'm just glad I don't sound like you.
Yes, you do. You sound just like me all the time. Cynic, have you ever been accused of being Jewish with that nasally, raspy voice you have? I'm sure you have.
Not really. People don't associate Middle Eastern look with Jews.
You've got a Middle Eastern look? What makes you look Middle Eastern?
If it's on walk down the street, assuming he looks what he looks like in the picture, people are not going to assume he's Jewish. They're going to assume he's Middle Eastern.
Oh, well, Jews are Middle Eastern, so their assumption would be correct.
When they see sandals, they know right away it's not Jewish.
Well, this is California. Everybody.
That's because Jews have grooming standards with regards to clipping nails. Cynic probably has toe fungus. They're probably all yellow and dirty at this point, and he's got these cheap plastic sandals that he wears. He only repairs laptops, and he's here 80 hours a week, so he can't actually be pulling down a decent salary. Are we right, Cynic?
Damn, he just cooked you, bro. Woo! I'm gonna get a fire extinguisher. They lit him on fire.
Seriously.
I expose more ignorance. Are you kidding me? This loser's here 80 hours a week trying to free Palestine.
I really think this guy is. He's entertaining.
Johnny, if you can visit
But
any
that's the kind of person you are here. You're kind of fucking.
He's more entertaining than you'll ever be, bro. That's the funniest part about it.
You can't say shit, bro.
You're the most boring fucking person on this app.
Fucking loser.
I'm the loser. You're the fucking loser. Like John just said, you're on this app 80 hours a week. I'm gonna clear laptops. Damn, that sounds like a great life.
chill.
That's why.
Does he look like a retard? Well, I'm sorry that you look like a retard.
All right. Guys.
You don't know what I look like, so how would you know if I look like a retard? You can tell by my voice I look like a retard. You hear this, guys? This is ridiculous. This is the education motherfucker right here. The education he got in Gaza when he was there for the second Intifada.
Yeah, how old were you during that Intifada experience, Cynic? And did you get a quesadilla?
You lived in Gaza. How old were you when you lived in Gaza, Cynic? Please tell us all.
What memories of the Intifada do you have, Dr. Cynic?
I don't care about this clown.
Yeah, what memories do you have?
Everybody knows the fucking comedy guy is a clown, so I don't need to go.
Nah. Everyone knows that you're the clown.
Everybody, I just want to let you know. Also, everybody thinks you're a clown too.
Do you think I give a shit what people on Clubhouse think about me?
People know
For
something.
you to even make this comment shows that you really care what people think about you on a fucking app. That's fucking hilarious.
Comedy must have some sort of.
Oh my god, man. That's just so funny, bro.
It's experiential comedy, Cynic.
Crazy, dude.
You're the material. Don't you get
I
it?
think I give a shit what people on a app think about me. That's funny, bro. That's the funniest thing I might have heard all week, actually.
Listen, Harry, they're not judging you personally. They don't know you.
I don't care if they're judging me or thinking about me. I don't care. All I know is that I live in you guys' head rent free.
No one lives.
I live in all y'all's head rent free all the time. That's why you guys know me. And that's why you know John, because that's what we do. We live in your heads rent free.
No. You hop into stages where we are present, and then you guys disrupt because you are trying to cover up for your.
Disrupt what? There was nothing going on. No one was talking in here. What are we disrupting?
Well, you guys are not.
Is there an intellectual conversation going on? I don't think so.
Intimidated. You can't accept. That's the point. You're incapable of intellectual discussion.
Cynic, they cooked you earlier today for like 3 hours in that room. What are you talking about? Daniel cooked you in that room. You had a gay boy cook you all day long, bro. That was funny, bro. That was actually hilarious.
All right, make a point right now. What did he cook me?
What do I need? I don't need to make any points. I'm sitting here playing video games, listening to you, bro. It's fucking hilarious.
Point proven.
Well, I guess you just made a point then, right?
I did.
Do you feel better about yourself now?
That's all you.
Do you feel better about yourself now? Are you gonna fall asleep tonight, knowing that you proved the point?
I'm all about honesty.
Oh yeah. You're all about honesty. You don't even know history. How are you gonna be honest if you don't know history?
You're gonna cover it up, man. You're an idiot.
Cover what up? That's not my job to cover anything up.
Yeah, you're covering up your idiocy.
You called me a kike faggot today, and you said I should go kill myself and commit suicide. What kind of advice is that, Dr. Cynic?
You are. I just told you.
You hear that, gentlemen? I give you your coexistence. This is Cynic's coexistence. He called me a kike faggot and told me to kill myself. Is that coexistence to you?
Doesn't sound like. What about you, Amos? Do you think that's coexistence? No answer.
And he calls me the clown. It takes a clown to know a clown. It's all projection all the time with this piece of shit.
He's on this phone. His mommy's calling him.
If this is coexistence, yes, of course.
Oh, yeah? Do you know what the definition of coexistence is, almost?
What?
I'm asking you.
What's the definition?
I mean, you're the one that made your room name coexistence every day, so I want to know if you know what it actually means.
No, it can be in a lot of perspective. How to look about coexistence.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh no!
The rest of the people, we don't want them. So we will stay. Me and Lee and Harry and Chucky and Cookie and Tata and Coco. Stay alone.
Who's Coco?
Only Jewish people, because we don't want any Palestinian to interrupt us.
That's actually not true at all. We have more than just only Jewish people in our rooms all the time, actually. So it's not true. I don't know who told you that.
All supporting Israel.
What's wrong with supporting Israel? Shouldn't you be supporting Israel? You live there. You don't support your own country?
I think that in Clubhouse, we should try to make coexistence between everyone.
Why would you support Israel? It's 2020. Why would I not support Israel? Why would you? Because I'm from Israel. That's why I would support Israel. You're not from the West? I'm from both countries. I can be from both places. It's called dual citizenship.
You went taught in school that what they're doing is wrong.
Who's doing is wrong? Hamas?
Israel doing is wrong.
What is Israel doing that's wrong?
We were never taught in school that if you
What is Israel doing that's wrong? I'm asking you what is Israel doing?
I'm asking you.
Breaking every
We never taught you that the actions of Israel is wrong.
What are the actions of Israel that are wrong?
Breaking every commandment.
I'm not talking to you, Cynic. I'm talking to Auntie.
I can talk to who the fuck I want. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's
I'm not going to say whatever I have.
Harry,
So cute. The blood buddies attacking me. Oh, that's so cute.
They're breaking every law.
He has to answer for you. You're going to let him answer for you, Auntie, or you can answer the question yourself, like a big boy?
Bro, he just bitched you, bro. Like, I don't know.
Bitch me what?
No, Cynic just loves to cast dispersions, but he hates to deny. He denies October 7th. Every chance he gets, never discusses it.
Harry, I'll ask you
I'm gonna
again.
break his ass in half.
You break his ass in half. That sounds gay.
So Harry, you were never taught in school that, a nation like Israel is, not a good nation and it's evil and wrong.
It's not a good nation and it's evil. Brother, this is a coexistence room. Take your anti-Semitism to the hate speech room.
It's
How would you know if it's evil or not?
Its conduct
Have you ever left
in line with what we call sovereign nation.
What state are you from, Auntie?
Listen, ask you a question. All I asked you was, did you not learn it?
Cynic, you're eating your own tail. You're an Ouroboros. You're like a self-eating snake.
In my school, that's not what we're teaching. I went to school in America, so I don't know where you went to school.
So what were you taught in America? You were taught that if you want to take somebody's land, you're allowed to steal it? Is that what you taught?
Who's land? Let's
I want to know, were you taught that in America? Are you taught in America?
You sound like you think that you're smart, but actually, I'll
I'm
make
just
sure
asking you a question. I'm just
We'll talk
asking
about
you a
how
question.
dumb you really are. Go ahead.
All I did was ask you a question.
Let's talk about it.
All I did was ask you a question.
Okay, I'm answering the question. Who took whose land?
Were you taught in America that if you kill
I
somebody
already answered that question. How many times are you going to talk
What was
about
the answer?
the same question?
What was the answer?
Who's took whose land?
I told you, we learned about it in school here that Israel is not an aggressing country and is not evil, and you're in America. So I don't know where you heard that information.
Really? They teach you that?
That's not even what I asked you. All I asked you was, in America, are you taught that a nation is...
English? Are you learned?
Yes. Are you?
I'm not gonna
yeah.
talk to somebody.
Did you learn in school in America? Did you learn in school in America that you are allowed to just go around and kill people for their home and land?
Oh, so now that's a different question. That was not what
It's
you
the
asked
same
me.
question, but you
No,
told me
it's not
to
the
take
same
it
question.
differently.
Every time you change
You
the
wanted to
question,
try to like attack
are
me.
you gonna keep up with the same question, or are you gonna change the question every time?
Buddy, are you gonna answer the same question I asked, or is it problematic?
Oh my god, this guy's literally a retard on Clubhouse. Another retard in Clubhouse, dumbass.
Okay, so what school taught you to kill people for their home?
Do I kill people? Where have I kill anybody?
Bro, buddy, you're
Where did you go to school to come on Clown House and ask these difficult questions over and over and over and over and over and over and over again?
That's all.
Why you act nice and friendly with me, bitch?
All I asked you was, did you learn that Israel is a good nation in school? Why you cashing out?
I told you, yes, you learned. Israel is a good nation that doesn't do what you're saying that they do. That's what I've learned.
So they don't
Now,
do
okay,
anything
for you, you
wrong?
want me to say it another
Why?
5 times?
No, let's hear you lie again. So you're saying they don't do anything wrong?
Oh, let's hear you lie again. Is that what you're trying to do? That you think that I'm
Let's
lying?
say it again.
That
I want you to say that you believe Israel does nothing wrong. I want you to say that you believe.
Actual information, all that you presented the whole time, right?
Oh, now you don't know how to speak English? I'm asking you one thing. Say that Israel does nothing wrong.
Okay, you're a retard. I'm not gonna talk to you.
Are you talking to me?
No, no.
I don't know what you're trying to prove. What do you want me to say something that I'm not gonna say? What are you gonna prove? Yeah, I'm talking to 2 retards. My God, it's just fucking hilarious.
That's you, bro. You just said you support Israel.
The guy that's never seen what I look like knows what my color of my skin is by my voice. That's funny. Another guy
we
trying to
can hear
get me
it
to
now.
say something that I don't agree with. That's the funny part.
We have
There's no point at all. My God, what a retard, dumbass.
Welcome back to another episode of Super Stupid Hypnosis.
What's up with you on the phone? Oh, God. Okay, yo, so I want to ask you, Harry, why are you just taking the knee for Amos, begging for recognition? Can you tell us that? You can't even. Yo, Amos, does Israel do anything wrong?
Did Israel what?
Does Israel do anything wrong?
If Israel do anything wrong, Israel do a lot of
Yo, this
wrong.
guy's a retard, not gonna lie.
Look, it's called a conflict, so everyone is gonna do something wrong.
I mean, this guy's questions are so open-ended. It's like you're talking to.
You can talk to that guy without me.
wrong?
Hey,
Did Israel do anything wrong? Like little 5-year-olds ask this question, bro. Ask them more
didn't you just say that?
Fucking
Didn't you just say you just learned this in school, Michael? What's wrong with this guy?
First of all, learned is not a
Are
word.
you even old enough to be in this app?
Holy shit, dude! Learn how to speak English.
Show us your ID. Look. Got 18-year-olds think they're sick.
Has Hamas done anything wrong? Can you answer that question?
What are they
Oh,
doing?
no, they haven't done anything wrong.
I'm not like you. I stand over. So what?
Again, Harry, this is a total waste of time. You'd be much better off preparing for Shabbos.
This guy thinks the terrorist organization doesn't do anything wrong. It's funny.
Okay, so what is a terrorist
Do you
organization?
live in America? First of all, do you live in America or not?
No, what is a terrorist
Do
organization?
you live in America or not?
Asking the question.
Do you live in America or not?
This guy's fucking a retard.
Yeah, this is
Was
a-
Israel established by terrorist organizations? Self-declared.
The country where there's like brutality and like.
All right, now you're making mess over here. That's messy.
We are not making a mess over here.
So mind your business.
No, we're not making a mess over here.
This is none of your business, bro.
It is our
Like,
business. American culture is my
So you
business.
adopt other people's problems. That's what you do.
No,
You go
American.
Retirees all over the place. These Republicans are they're out in left field. They don't realize how many Americans aren't going to be able to recover from this. And with 50% of all bankruptcies in America tied to medical expenditures and bills, that's only going to go up. So, yeah, and the fact that Elon he went around and like I said, he's going to put all these programs in the wood chipper. He went after the IRS. The IRS is tasked with going after the money that is owed this country. And they're talking about massive amount of revenue now not being able to be collected. sophisticated brain power, subject matter experts being let go to go to war with these corporations and these tax dodgers and these overseas account holders. I mean, there's billions and billions of dollars that these Republicans are protecting at the expense of the little guy. So, we need to wake up. The 2026 midterms cannot come soon enough. And Trump doesn't have to be reelected. He can slash, double speak, do what he wants, and he can go grandstand with the steel companies and we gotta ask ourselves, why does the Japanese company have to own us? Why aren't we owning the Japanese company? So what's going on there? How do we fix that? So, people don't understand how the sausage gets made in Washington, and most Americans don't have their representatives here. The wealthy do, the lobbyists, they're all over the place. Don't get me started with the court, with the judge, with the evisceration of judgments by our court systems not having to be followed. Trump has taken us back to the original divine right of kings. This is what our founding fathers, as imperfect as that was, they still had the judiciary there to check the oversight and the laws coming down the pike and the minorities that are going to be impacted and whatnot. Otherwise, Washington should just say, get rid of them. Let's not have courts. We'll just have Washington will set the stage as the new king in chief. And, we'll just have courts to settle, whatever, small town matters and whatnot. And so that, to me, is obviously who was sitting around at the table while that was getting added into the bill, and why did that not obviously jump off the page or get sniffed out? And where are the watchdog groups that are protecting our democracy that should be like buzzards over the White House now watching this guy? So I hope the Senate wakes up to a lot of these things. I don't know if they will. The filibuster I heard is there's talk that they're not going to honor that procedural mechanism that both sides have enjoyed. So that's another fear factor that I think is ultimately to the Democrats' disadvantage. Let's face it, Gary, clock's ticking for them in this Project 2025 to get all this enacted before they're not in power anymore. So there's a zealousness there that I think is catching a lot of people off guard, and we're all gonna suffer the consequences. And I'll land there. Thank you.
Here's the problem with governing in the manner in which we are, and both parties have done it, and the proof is in the pudding. There were decrees that were issued by Joe Biden. For example, protecting certain waterways that were considered national monuments against commercial fishery. Not arguing whether it was a good decree or a bad decree. I'm using it as an example. And then by decree, you get the next president who says, well, we're opening it up to commercial fishing. We're hampering the ability of that enterprise in our country to flourish. The previous president was anti-business, I'm pro-business, so we're opening it up. Conservationists are appalled, but people who voted for Donald Trump and who believe that the Democrats are anti-business love it. So the pendulum swings, and we love our president until we don't, whoever that president may be. Then we tire of our president, and then we often vote for someone from the other party. Eventually, maybe not in the next 4 years, maybe not in the next 8 years, but eventually there will be a Democrat in the White House, and then that Democrat, by that president by decree, will then likely say, we're going to save those fish. Those commercial fishermen have to leave. We have no concrete policy. same goes for, of course, our foreign policy. What is our foreign policy right now? It's not the foreign policy of the previous administrations. It's a marked change to that foreign policy. You can agree, theoretically, with every decision that this president has made and still be concerned about the precedent that is being set by him and his predecessors. Because, as Marshall pointed out earlier this week, Congress has abrogated its responsibilities. And, by the way, in some cases, Congress has not abrogated its responsibilities. They just disagree collectively with the policies of this president, but it matters not. Tariffs are a prime example. That's the purview of the Congress, but perhaps heretofore not. Anson, Howard, and Ben, although we will give Marshall one last opportunity, and then we'll wrap it up for the weekend.
While the room was going on, I went back to Treasury data on deficits, and I noted that over Bush's 4 years, he accumulated about a $2.3 trillion overall deficit. Remember, he started off with a surplus of $200 billion. The Obama administration accumulated about $7.6 trillion in overall deficit. That was 8 years. Trump accumulated a deficit in 4 years of about $5.5 trillion, and Biden over 4 years accumulated a deficit of a little over $8 trillion. If nothing is done, if the big beautiful bill is not passed, then the trajectory of deficit spending will continue on the upward, and we will be looking at $10 to $12 trillion at least over the next 4 years, not 8 years. $10 to $12 trillion unless something is done. And the first attempt to do something is to reduce that rate of increase such that total accumulation is only about 3 point whatever trillion. So 3 from 12, we are, with using this bill, you can be argued that we are reducing the growth in the deficit by some $9 trillion if this bill is passed. And if the bill is not passed, then we're looking at double-digit deficits over the next 4 years. Neither party knows how to fix this. The country does not know how to fix this, and the country will go down just like the Roman Empire, just like the British Empire, just like the Dutch Empire, and just like several dynasties in China went down, because it is human nature to spend more than you make until you run out of money to spend, including in wheelbarrow sizes for a loaf of bread. We've seen other nations going through this. We're going through it now, and we do not have the political will or the political understanding of how to get our economic house in order. In order to do that, we'd have to do things like increase the retirement age to 85 instead of currently at 65. Increase the Medicare eligibility age to somewhere 70, 75. I mean, those are the kinds of things that are going to have to be done if we're going to regain our economic stamina. And if we don't regain our economic stamina, then we become much less than we've ever been in the lifetimes of any of us. Thank you.
Anson, I'm trying to understand, because you threw some numbers at us. So at the beginning, I read the synopses of 3 estimates of the Big Beautiful Bill,
right,
which basically say that they would, if you take the 3 together, and it comes to an estimated $3 trillion increase over 10 years,
right,
to the federal deficit.
Right.
You're suggesting that if they just continue with continuing resolutions, change nothing, maintain the status quo, the increase will be greater than that? Is that your?
Oh, absolutely. The increase, if you just look at the Treasury data, it shows take out the COVID hikes for those 2 years, 20 and 21. There is a steady and an inexorable increase in deficits that were bottomed out around 2015, where the deficit for that year was like 0.9 trillion. And it's gone up at a significant rate ever since then, but, including the Trump tax cuts and all that. And I'm saying that if this bill does not pass, if we just stay with the status quo, the current laws, the current taxes, and everything else, we would be looking at 10 to 12 trillion dollar a year deficits per year if we're not careful. So a $3 trillion over a 10-year period versus doing nothing, which could be double-digit trillions over those 10 years, makes at least it's a step forward in reducing the deficit spending as a measure of spending more than we make in revenues every year. But be that as we have got to raise taxes. We've got to raise taxes back to World War II levels. We've got to bring social programs back to where they were when I was living in the 1940s and 1950s. I mean, that's the kind of drastic measures that have to be taken by an empire in decline to regain the toughness to reestablish itself as a leader in the world. And we're incapable of doing that.
So I'm not challenging your numbers, but I want to suggest that taking your numbers at face value, and they may be spot on, they may be off a little bit, doesn't really matter. The overall point is, this bill reduces the increase of the deficit from your analysis, which
Exactly.
significantly.
Yes.
So I want to point to a massive character deficit on the part of the president. Or maybe it's just because this is the way he fights coming into New York and just the way he thinks. Because it's always a battle. It's always somebody trying to get Donald Trump. It's always the enemy of the people. It's always the Democrats. It's always the judges. Instead of responding to the CBO analysis and saying that analysis is accurate, America, and it shows that we are doing the right thing. And here's why it's doing the right thing. It's going to save us $10 trillion. I'm just using that figure based on what I remember you're saying. Let's just use that figure for the moment, just for the argument. He could have said it saves us $10 trillion over 10 years. This is a good first step in the right direction. And so the CBO analysis justifies the desire to pass the big, beautiful bill. But that's not what he did. He said, oh, the CBO, it was created by Democrats and it's controlled by Democrats. Come on. American people, the people of the United States, by and large, are willing to listen, as we're listening to you, to fair arguments in support of the bill. That's an argument that you just presented. Never hear this from the administration, not just from him, but even his surrogates. I haven't seen any of his surrogates pop on television today and run to the three major networks with the message that you just gave. That's a really huge failing of this administration, in my opinion.
Well, if you ask me for a character reference of Donald Trump, I will never give you one.
I'm sure. Thank you, Anson. Howard?
Yeah, hello, everyone. Hey, Gary. No, excellent point, Gary. And, even just coming back real quickly, because it was brought up a couple times, the whole photo op today with U.S. Steel, it is really insignificant at this point in time in our history. Back in the 1950s, U.S. Steel carried like 50% worldwide market share. It has like less than 5% market share. It's not even the largest steel producer currently in the U.S. That's Nucor. Essentially, U.S. Steel, you can basically do a parallel with Sears Roebuck, how Sears was such a dominant retailer. Now, if we look at that Sears, that Sears is being sold to a foreign entity, at this point, who cares? It's already been destroyed. Question that I have, and I'm just interested in what the sentiment is. Do we believe that Bill's going to get, the Senate's going to pass it?
Who the hell knows? The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to prevent it, and the conservative, it's an odd coalition. The Democrats are going to oppose it, probably because the president is so much in favor of it. There may be other reasons as well. And the fiscal conservatives in the Senate might oppose it. And, you know,
what do you mean chopping up into smaller bills too?
Right. Chopping up into smaller bills. Listen, Marshall and Howard, if they chop it up into smaller bills, and I'm in the U.S. Senate, I might vote for all of those bills, with the exception of the one that takes the power away from the judiciary. They can go to hell for doing that.
Right. And where I'm going, Gary, just connecting to a comment I made yesterday, I believe this administration is going to get to its tipping point, meaning the honeymoon period's over sooner than it realizes. And if it gets to that, I got to believe it's just going to add to the frustration that it's not only, yes, we want to be more fiscal responsible as a country, but there's also just the other emotional side of power in the executive branch, specifically power in the office of the president. And if that continues to get neutered, I can only imagine that there's going to be an inverse correlation with frustration, and I'll land it there.
And couple that to my argument, if you don't mind me attaching my horse to your wagon, or my wagon to your horse, that it's too myopic and to suggest that this is all about Donald Trump. It's about future presidents. So even if you are a huge supporter of Donald Trump, you have to think about what happens when the next president is diametrically opposite in ideology from the one you support right now. Something that Americans need to think about, but I don't think that they do, because they see everything as an attack personally on Donald Trump. And maybe that answers my question of why he didn't come before the public and parrot what Anson just said, because he needs to show it's us against them, or worse, them against us. They are the enemy of the people. And it works. It works with his base anyway. Thank you, Howard. Marshall, do you want to try now? This is your last opportunity.
Can you hear me? Okay, I just have one question. The piece of the bill is supposed to get rid of the judiciary. Does it just end the judiciary? The reason I'm asking is because I don't think congressional law can end what's explicitly written in the Constitution.
Oh my God, you were the one who brought it to our attention. And you're asking me.
I've never brought it to anybody's attention.
Did you not post a video of a guy articulating just what you just said?
Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I'm giving you credit for something that you don't deserve credit for, Marshall. You should just accept it.
Thank you very much.
Coming from me, I don't give credit to anybody for anything.
Well,
the provision.
Let's go back to this.
Okay, look, let me read this.
So I think that optimists.
Okay, no. I want to read you what it says verbatim. This provision in the bill, and you decide for yourself.
Thank you.
No court of the United States may use appropriated funds to enforce a contempt citation for failure to comply with an injunction or temporary restraining order if no security was given when the injunction or order was issued. So according to the Dean of the University of California, Berkeley School of Law, the provision would, quote, make most existing injunctions in antitrust cases, police reform cases, school desegregation cases, and others unenforceable. It serves no purpose but to weaken the power of the federal courts. So that would include injunctions against
so
the executive branch.
It would get rid of injunctions and TROs. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea at all, like, in any way, shape, or form. I also, just as a general practice, don't like omnibus bills. It's just like kind of my thing. I think the Senate and the House should work in regular order, and they're not. So that's, I guess, that's kind of my thing. Apparently, the president, I read something earlier today, so the president, through means not going to Congress, has had the largest tax hike since World War II or something like that. I have to find the exact article and send it to you. Anyway, yeah, I'm not a fan of omnibus bills. It's too easy to say there's awesome stuff in it, and it's too easy to like tuck in stuff that's not very good for you. I don't know. I will say in response to Scott, it is on the natural level Republicans not caring about programs in that way, or food programs in that way. But I will tell you, in Texas, and I can only speak for my state, but school lunches are supported by the state party, and they're supported by just about every Republican I know, Head Start included. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. We got 3.5 more years of this, so we'll make it to the other.
Playing with us don't agree to release. It means that not so under pressure as we think that the Hamas, and they still keep our 58 hostages after 1718, 1 year and 7-8 months. So we are not so strong as we think. It's not so clever to keep on killing Palestinians. And of course, the biggest fun. They will kill our soldiers. It's not if somebody knows and you have really friends, it's become more and more that Sota says enough. We can't do it. We see enough death. We see enough water. We don't want to go anymore to Gaza. We go to the military, but we don't want to be in the front line. At least in the last months or week, it's famous that at least 2 have been in prison because of they didn't want to go to the first line. It says that they're broken inside, and it's broken. We don't hear about Palestinians because nobody. As much awful the situation in Israel, 10 times it's awful than Gaza. Everybody knows it. What's going on? The picture coming out. The starving. That's good. They all need to die. Shuki, I changed the room especially for you. Remember, I remind you.
Almost. Do you like Amir Chetzloni? Are you a fan of him?
Harry, I changed the room only for people who was bothering me, and I didn't finish. When I will finish, you want to ask.
Change what room? I don't understand. What do you mean by change the room?
They change it so you can bring it down.
Everybody can go in, then he must raise his hand. So I don't like to throw out or just move you.
No, almost doesn't throw out. He just pushes you down. That's it.
Yeah, I put down people who interfere. Like this thing now, Eliyahu want to go out there. I invite to speak. Let's see who is Eliyahu.
But you didn't answer my question.
What's your question?
Are you a fan of Amir Chetzloni?
If I'm what with Amir? I like his room.
No. The Israeli professor Amir Chetzloni. Do you know who he is?
You're talking about Chetzloni is the satellite.
Yeah, the lefty, like you. I thought you'd be a big fan of him.
Yeah,
Yes, of course.
Are you?
Amos is the one that got the chair to his head. Like
Yeah. He was the one that they threw the chair on the video. You don't remember with the long hair?
Oh, I remember that guy. He's a big troll.
Yeah, I know. He does videos with Palestinians, and they say how Tel Aviv used to be 80% Palestinian. All this crazy shit.
He was on the Salukis channel. Who will decide? No, wait.
I thought it was 80% Jewish.
I want to finish and mute everybody. In the end, there will be the agreement. It depends how many will get killed. And in the end, why I call this room coexistence? Because in the end, we'll sit together and we will talk and we will have to live together and Palestinians will come.
It's never going to happen. They're all going to be starved to death.
Shuki, I want to finish.
We'll see about that.
They're all going to be starved to death.
Shuki, enough. All starved to death.
Luke, you're the one that's 70 years old and still working.
Donald Trump decided to put
Everything you're doing, you're sealing your
Donald
own fate.
Trump put inside for one soldier, they get everything, and they promised that we didn't bring anything, but all the humanitarian go inside for one American soldier. And this is Donald Trump decide. If Donald Trump decide we will not attack Iran, we don't attack Iran. If Donald Trump decide to make agreement behind Israel back with the Houthis, he do agreement with the Houthis behind the.
He do the agreement and Israel wants to get out of that.
Shuki didn't finish.
He do the agreement and Israel wants to get out of that.
Shuki, wait down there. You don't give me my choices. Bye. So what I
Oh no, bring him back up, Amos. What are you doing? Come on.
I'll bring him back up when I finish talking. Harry, if you want to join him, no problem. You can do it by yourself. I don't need
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty comfortable down there. What do you think?
I think that I want to speak and nobody interfere me now.
I mean, you've been speaking for a long time already.
I want to finish my words and
Bring him down.
not you, not Sainik, and not Chuki.
Okay, all right, we'll let you finish.
In the kindest room, you don't let me speak, but here I'm speaking. This is my room, that's why I opened this room. That nobody will tell Amos when to speak, how to speak to Shuki, to Shlomi, to Harry, to
You don't have to refer to yourself as Amos every time. You can just say, you know that, right?
I become so celeb that there is where is
Yeah, you have like this aura of you, like you're the higher power.
This Kaka, I don't know how much money and how much time he knows, make a work on my family, everything. So
he's just psychic. He's a medium. He told me everything about my family.
Harry, please. I feel like a celeb in the room. So it's okay, I become a celeb. I'm a very important person. Everybody wants to go and check in my kibbutz who I am. And in a different way, kind of warning me, like they know everything about me. Don't put random shit.
But Kaka's not as honest. What do you mean?
So what I tell you, that in the end, you will have to sit and talk together. So it's better if we do it before and not after people get killed and all the coincidence that come from the word WAR, war. Enough of war, enough of bloodshed. I didn't say it, Menachem Begin said it. Okay, now if Harry, you want to ask me, Sonic, you want to ask me something? It's the time now. Here Amos is speaking. Shuki, you can come up if you want. If you don't want, it's okay also. But with me, it doesn't. You can come here and sing Amos Ben Zona and to be a singer.
My thing is almost like, didn't you realize from history already that they tried to coexist many times and it hasn't worked? So I don't know if you think it's going to be different now. And I've told you this many times already, and I still don't understand how you don't understand. No, Zinnik, your name's not Amos. Your name's Zinnik. Your name is Zinnik. Let Amos talk.
Zinnik, you speak to me, please.
Amos, I'm asking him for a detail. Give us
Zinnik, after I finish,
He gets so mad.
Zinnik,
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Zinnik, he speaks to me, and I want to answer him.
Why are you triggered, Zinnik?
I'm not triggered. I'm asking details, you retard.
Details, sir.
You must understand that there is another. Okay, put yourself down, or I will put you down.
Yeah, you like taking perks.
You just put him down. I don't know who is it, but more just come to interfere. I'll answer you, Harry. In front of us, there is the same blaming, they blame us. Everything what you blame them, they blame you. We try, but you control us, you genocide us, you set it up. And I don't know for sure that I don't agree with accusations they do on the settlers and about Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, that they settle. Even, you see today, in East Jerusalem, what Oadei Beitar did to the two Basra Arab drivers. Somebody get arrested? No one. So there are always two sides to the coin. Always there is two.
Yeah, but you're talking about on a
Be happen to any Arab. That should happen to any Arab. If you're any Palestinian Arab, it doesn't matter. Any Arab should be treated like that. That's the only way that they understand. You can answer Shuki.
The problem is these people are. All I got for you, Shuki, is a concept that you still have.
I don't put attention sometimes. Everybody is there. I let everybody.
All I got for you, Shuki, just like a simple concept, look up what Galut Ishmael. That's all I got to look up.
Every Arab book has the same treatment like this bus driver. They need to beat the shit out of you. That's the only way that you guys know how to behave.
It's in the Zohar. It's in the fucking Talmud. It is in your books. Galut Ishmael is coming, and when it comes, all the exiles.
The Talmud is not one of our books, by the way.
They're gonna look like child's play. The Galut Ishmael is the worst one you will ever suffer. You will see what is going to happen to you. You will see.
I can't wait. But
in your books.
While I'm waiting, I still gonna kill you. While I'm waiting, I still gonna kill you. I have no problem to pay the consequences.
They get wiped out.
I have no problem to be wiped off.
Don't worry.
As long as I'm gonna kill as much as possible for you. No problem. In the meantime, you guys get killed.
What is going on?
In the meantime, you guys get killed.
In your religion, Shuki. Over 200 years, the Israelites were sacrificing their children. Over 200 years, God waited and let them do this. Condemned them till the blood, they started drowning up till the.
Oh, it's not Palestinian. It's not Palestinian children. Hold on, it's not Palestinian children that we sacrifice. It's not Palestinian children that we sacrifice.
Then you got what you did. Then you got what they did.
Hold on, shut the fuck up and listen. It's not Palestinian children that we sacrifice.
Same thing.
Oh, it's the same thing?
Don't worry, it's coming.
We don't have children from brothers and sisters like you are. We don't have sex with our sisters like you.
This is the last time. There is no more. There's no more.
Okay.
After this one,
I cannot wait. But in the meantime, I'm gonna kill as much as possible for
you can do whatever you want.
Of course.
Just like the Israelites when they sacrificed their children. It's okay. You can do whatever you want. Don't worry.
No problem.
It's coming. It's coming. Don't worry.
No problem. As long as we're killing from you,
God is he's straight to the point. Don't worry.
The Israelites weren't Jews. You know that, right?
No, you retard. They're not Jews.
So why are you talking? You bring them up like it's like a disgrace to us or something. I don't understand.
Yeah, you claim to be a tribe from the Israelites.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're all Israelites.
Which you're not, motherfucker. You're fucking black. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I'm black. Yeah, you can some black stuff.
You think you're a fucking descendant?
My wife is even laughing about that shit.
Hey, you did put that makeup tonight?
Do you know what the chance is, even in Israel? The chance of someone being a descendant of the tribe of Judah, of Abraham, is less than 20%.
Even my dog is laughing.
Literally less than 20%. Out of all these motherfuckers in Israel, the males, less than 20%, you have the chance of being an actual descendant of Abraham. Well, like most of you are not even fucking Semites. What the fuck? Go look up the haplogroup of
I'm
Semites.
not pedophile like you.
J1. Less than 20% J1. What the fuck? Like, you can't make this shit up.
We cannot, but you can.
Well, like over 30% of you are.
Well, shut the fuck up.
Your motherfucker, almost 30% are Hamites. Well, like you're not. You're practically Egyptian.
Well, shut the fuck up. Go on.
You comparing yourself to us? Well, like now we're over 40% J1.
Oh yeah.
So, and whatever's left of the Israelites and their descendants,
It's not even
majority of them are.
It's not even
majority of them. Like you're fucking talking to the real deal. You're a fucking pretender. You're a fucking pretender. That's all.
If we pretended, how come we fucking you up?
Fucking wearing black suits and black hats and that little small hat you fucking put on your head, fucking all 18th century nonsense you made up. Your fucking whole thing is a cult. You don't even know it. Well, like if an Israelite saw you, they would think you're a Martian. They would think you're a fucking alien. Little hat. What the fuck where do you make this shit from? Where do you get this nonsense?
I put a
little hat on my head. What the fuck?
Cynic, what kind of Mohammedan are you?
Like no one wore a little hat on their head. No one was wearing.
Cynic, what kind of Islamist are you?
Cynic,
you lived back then to know that no one wore a hat on their head, really? Can you think something else that happened in the past?
The origin.
So I want to know what else you saw.
See, you learn a lot when you listen to me.
No, I actually didn't learn anything. I feel like I lost my brain cells listening to
you. You learned.
Actually,
obviously
you don't know where the kippah comes from, but yeah, you're just like I said, you're a retard. We don't.
You're a retard. Just look up the history of the kippah. That's all.
It's all over the Talmud, bro. Every rabbi would sit, and before they ate, they would cover their head.
Yeah, in a little hat.
What is the difference between a kerchief and a hat? They cover your head. Have you ever seen a yarmulke? Have you ever touched a yarmulke? Of course, he's planning his next person, his next Jewish person he's going to kill. You notice that yarmulkes have 2 layers? The black velvet ones do, at least.
Who cares?
Do you know why that is?
I'll look at the origin of this shit.
And somehow you say that you didn't forge your, weird book from our holy book.
There you go with the nonsense. And first of all, who told
Explain
you
to me how it's nonsense.
Who told you it's your book? Just because you hold to this book today, you don't know that you trace back to people from ancient times. You don't know this. How do you know?
because we have a generation to generation tradition,
we
we have
have
DNA
evidence,
evidence, we have
yeah, okay,
geographical
look
and
at the DNA,
archaeological
thank
and
you.
anthropological evidence.
Okay,
What
the
more
DNA
do you need?
evidence.
Accuracy.
You sound like you did some.
It was 3 million witnesses. For the Quran, there is only one motherfucking piece of shit witness.
Well, like I said,
600,000
every
Jews.
academic on the face of this planet, biblical scholar, knows your book is fucking made up. It's not even written by one author. Everybody knows this.
So if you want to take on the
Anyways,
documentary
before we go into
hypothesis,
that one, just really quick on the genetics, you seem like a reasonable person. Do you know the paternal breakdown, the haplogroup breakdown of
I
current
know that your
Israelis?
claim is that no more than 20% of people that purport to be Jewish are actually Jewish. Imagine if
So
I
what
said
is the
to you,
majority? I'm asking you a question. The majority.
I asked
the
you a question. I asked you what kind of
said
Mohammedan
the
you are,
You said
and
you
you
looked
didn't
into
answer
the
me.
DNA. The Cohens. You know the Cohens?
Yes.
Okay, who are the Cohens? Just real quick, I'm not testing you. I'm just like, because I want everybody to be on the same page.
They are specifically the children of Aaron. They are not the entire tribe of Levi.
Okay, but the
And
children
because of that, any genetic marker that the priestly class has will not be found in their uncles, in their brothers. Moses is not going to have it. Aaron will.
Okay, I got it. So your brother, does he share the same? I'm asking you a question.
I asked you first.
Let me go down my line with the DNA because that's what we started with, and then I.
No, that's not what we started with. I started asking you what kind of Muslim you are.
I'm a Sunni Muslim.
Okay.
All right, my turn. Or is there a
Go for it.
Okay, so the Cohens, you said Aaron. Aaron is the brother of Moses, and they're from Isaac. Isaac from Abraham, right?
Yes.
No
now, whatever special genetic marker you find in Aaron, you're not going to find in Moses. You're not going to find in.
So here now the second question. So
because I know where you're going
no, the
with this.
second question here, right here, real quick, no problem. Your brother, does he share your paternal haplogroup? Yes or no?
Yes, he does. However,
and this is by necessity, right?
You ignored the caveat I laid for you.
Okay, so your brother can't have a different maternal haplogroup.
That's right. And according to you, Moses and Aaron should not have different haplogroups, right? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Sorry, go for it.
According to you, Moses and Aaron should not have distinct haplogroups because they share a father, correct?
Yes.
However, being that the kahuna, the priesthood, didn't start until Aaron came along, there is magically enough differences. Well, we're talking about religion, right? At some point, we could be as rational as we want about the development of religion, but at some point, there was a new priestly class.
Go ahead.
At some point, if there was a new priestly class, they're going to have DNA that doesn't exist in their father, uncle, brother, sister, etc.
So you're saying the priestly class are not actually from the lineage of Aaron?
They are from the lineage of Aaron.
Okay, so if they're from the lineage of Aaron, if they're from the lineage of Shem, they should share the haplogroup of Aaron.
Amnon.
Okay.
Listen. Yeah, Moses was not a priest. He's not going to have that.
I'm talking about Aaron.
Right, but Moses isn't going to have.
He's going to have the same paternal haplogroup as Aaron.
He's not. If we buy into religion, if we buy into the religious idea that Aaron was the first priest, he was like Gersh and Itzgai Katsunchinol Dami. Convert that becomes Jewish is like a newborn baby with its own distinct genetic characteristics and markers. So
so God just transfigured him into a different lineage.
If we buy into the idea of the priesthood being innovated with Aaron, we must say that.
You must say this. Why must you say this?
Because if they're
going
to have a unique characteristic that...
I explained to me. So you're telling me he has the blood of Abraham, and then God decided to make him something else. He transfigured him into a Hamite. That's what you're telling me.
Transfigured him into Hamite. Why are you going to claim that Hamites have this?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, maybe he transfigured him into a Turk. I don't know.
Well, we
I
know
mean, what you're talking about is fucking ridiculous, man. What you're talking about is fucking ridiculous. And magically, God, for some reason, decided to change the lineage of Aaron arbitrarily for no fucking reason. It's fucking ridiculous. And I think like I think the Orthodox. I think that this is the part. Now let me finish, man, because you're a clown. Clearly, magically transformed him. Anyways, so if you look at the Kohens,
religion, they say scratch rationalists and find mystical.
If you look at the
You don't think there's anything mystical about
if
religion?
you look at the percentages of paternal haplogroup, if you right now Google like the paternal haplogroup breakdown of the Kohens among the three main populations, Mizrahi and Ashkenazi and Sephardic, what you are going to see is that among the Ashkenazi, over 40%, around 40% of the Kohens, the majority paternal haplogroup is J1. And you're going to see among the Sephardic, and you're going to see among the Mizrahi, 50%. That is what you're going to find. So clearly, yeah, there's a lot of Kohens that are fake. But the majority of them,
my own brother-in-law's last name is Cohen.
No, you can't be a brother-in-law. Well, you can't have a different house.
You don't know what I was saying. My own
You don't
brother-in-law's
know.
last name.
That's not how DNA works.
My own brother-in-law's last name is Cohen, and he does not take the position of a Cohen. He has a tradition that he's actually not a Cohen.
We understand this. So the DNA poll is on a sample size that includes everybody in the last name Cohen. So that's what it is. And
I'm telling you that not all people with that last name identify as Kohanim.
They don't need to identify.
But you're talking about a sample size. Then
they do have the chance of actually being Kohens, as in from the Levites.
But when you say that it's only 40% or 50%, you're not accounting for the amount of people with that last name that say we are not Kohanim.
No, they are taking that into account. So everybody it doesn't matter. You're taking a whole sample size. So this is going to reflect the whole population of those who actually have Kohen. All of them. So, I mean, this is statistics. I don't know. A bell curve, I don't know if you know about this.
Yes, normal distributions, central tendency rules.
All right, perfect. So you understand. So we're looking at all this evidence. Mizrahi, of course he's going to bounce. So you find the correlation. There's a paternal haplogroup, a predominant paternal haplogroup among the Kohens, which is going to be J1. It's J1. So if Abraham had a paternal haplogroup,
it's J1 and J2. It's J1 and J2. Yes.
You can't. It doesn't work.
Go look it up. When you look it up, it says J1 and J2.
Yes, the J2s can't be the haplogroup of Abraham.
It falls within a broader haplogroup, most commonly J1 or J2, both heavily found in the Middle East.
Yes. But Abraham can only have one paternal haplogroup. And paternal haplogroups go to the extent of like over 20,000 years. So definitely even before Abraham. So whatever Abraham is, it is going to be a specific paternal haplogroup. And this has to be J1. It's going to be J1. The Kohens, the majority of them are J1. That's what it is. So if you are actually a descendant from the line of Abraham, you have to be J1. If you are not J1, you are a convert. That is what you are. I don't know exactly what time period. We know because if you are E1, B1B, yeah, you're a Hamite, but you're probably a convert earlier than someone who is R1A, which is a European. So that one probably converted in the medieval times or in even maybe modern times. So that's how we know. So we know that the majority of Jews today are not the descendants of Abraham. It's impossible. You can't be the descendant of Abraham if you are not J1. And out of all the populations in the Middle East, in Israel, the males are the lowest. They have less than 20%.
Jewish people are actually you're right. It's Jewish people.
Less than 20%.
Less than 20. Where do you get that number from? Where do you even see that?
I'll look up the paternal haplogroup breakdown of Israelis.
I did. I never saw anything that says 20%.
Okay, show me the paternal.
J1 P58. J1 P58. That's the one you're specifically talking about, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a strong genetic candidate for paternal lineage of Abraham based on tradition, religion, DNA patterns. No one can say with 100% certainty, but if you carry J1, especially J1P58, you can share ancestry within the broader group traditionally descended from Abraham.
Yes.
Okay, and it says common in Jewish Kohanim, Arabs, Middle Easterns.
Okay. That's what I was saying. All right.
Well, you said Jewish people can't have that, so I don't.
No, I didn't say they can't have that. I said only a minority, a small minority of Jews actually have that. In Israel, less than 20%. The Palestinian population, 40%, over 40%, average 40%. So less than 20%, or over 40%, 40% on average. The majority of Arabs pretty much in the Middle East, forget Egypt, because Egypt are actually Hamites. The majority of the Egyptians are Hamites. They're E1B1B. 40%. However, for the the Arab world, the real Arab world, which is, the Arabs and the Semites pretty much, we're J1. The majority of us are J1. So we definitely, for the majority of us, we are descendants of Abraham. Or we have the chance of being descendants of Abraham, or even the descendants of the Israelites themselves. And we have that specific clade that you talked about. We have.
Yeah, it's also J2 as well, but I mean,
J2 cannot be the lineage of Abraham.
It definitely can be. Yes, it can.
Okay,
like you
can
said,
see J2.
Like I said earlier, there's no definite proof, like you said, because they don't have the body of Abraham.
Okay, go look up the predominant population.
You still haven't proved anything.
You are gonna see the Greeks have J2. They have it's that and I forgot.
It says about 20 to 25% Jewish people have J2. So
okay, sure, whatever.
It's not just Greeks.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just reading you what I'm searching out.
Okay, if the Greeks have this haplogroup and it's one of their main dominant haplogroups, are you telling me the Greeks are Semites?
I guess I don't know. I don't really give a shit, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, they're not. So J2 is a foreign haplogroup. Yes, we're related. If you want to go based on, maybe you can describe them as descendants of Sam, but they're not the same. They're not Jews or Arabs. They're not J1, or they can't be from the descendants of Abraham. So we have J2 because this comes from Southern Europe, this comes from the Caucasus, this probably also comes from the Persians themselves. So that's what J2 is. And out of proximity, yes, we mix in. Yeah, you had the Persians come over and you had the Greeks come over. And they took over this region for quite a while. So of course they're going to leave their paternal haplogroup. But nevertheless, they are not us. So we, as descendants of Abraham,
because you guys are through the son of Ishmael,
as Israelites, we would have to be J1. Anybody else would be a convert. That's pretty much it. Or pretty much slip through the ranks for some reason. They either got
Jews are viewed as traditionally descendants of Abraham through Isaac and Jacob. That's why. So, and you guys are through Ishmael, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know what.
That's a nuanced argument.
I mean, it's not at all.
I'm confused. What is your point?
The point is that's why we share the same DNA markers. That's the point. And it doesn't matter. Just because the majority of Jews are not from J1 doesn't mean they're not descendants of Abraham.
Absolutely, it means they're not descendants of Abraham. Absolutely.
No.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. There's no denying this. Abraham, whatever it is, must have been J1.
Hold on a minute.
No doubt.
So you want to tell me that you are the real Jew?
Abraham existed.
You want to tell me that you are the real Jew, that you are the descendants of Abraham?
I have a much higher stance of
so why you don't keep the Torah?
Israelites.
Then why you don't keep the Torah?
Or Abraham.
Then why you don't keep the Torah?
I don't keep the Torah because God sent the final religion. It's called Islam.
No. God does not
read the Torah.
Yes, God does not change his mind. God does not change his mind. No.
A new covenant. God will send a pedophile to be his prophet. Fuck up, you and the pedophile. A pedophile is going to send to be his prophet. Every Torah. A pedophile. Every Torah comes with, what's his name? Ibn Ezra's exegesis. What's his name? Who's the guy, the main guy? Oh, fuck, I forgot his name. I think it's not Ibn Ezra, it's the other one. Anyways, every Torah that you have in your hands comes with a specific exegesis. A specific exegete. I forgot. I don't know. I'll just find his name right now.
The craziest story is that Muhammad was went on a flying donkey, and he flew from Mecca to Jerusalem overnight, and that's their connection that they have actually to the only connection that they have to Jerusalem. That's the funniest part about that whole thing is I didn't know that flying donkeys existed.
In La La Land, they all existed.
First, I'm not even gonna respond to that because it's so stupid. I'm here one second.
I mean, is that not true?
No.
Maybe it wasn't a flying donkey, flying horse, whatever you guys want to call it, but I've never seen that in my life before. So.
You've also never seen the sea split, but that's the point.
It's a dumb argument. It's not even worth responding to.
Of course, the sea split. How do you think the Jews got to Israel?
Rashi is your exegete when it comes down.
How do you think they left Egypt?
It's called miracle. They defy natural law.
It's a miracle for a horse to have wings and fly? I didn't know that.
Actually, he's just trying to change the point because they're getting.
No, that's not trying to change the point. I'm just wondering, do you really believe this story?
Every Torah, if you read the Torah, do you know the exegesis in the Torah? Or the Tanakh? Who's giving you the exegesis? Anybody who reads the Torah regularly, the Tanakh, should know this. Who's your exegete? Yeah, I know you clowns don't actually care about religion, nor do you read the Tanakh. But it comes
Actually, not the real Jewish. They are just like.
I know. We're just fake Jewish, right?
It's just,
We're just Jewish.
Because
exactly. Actually, that's
the
actually a
thing
very
about
good
Judaism, you don't know it. Like,
yeah, you guys know it better than us, so go ahead, tell us about Judaism.
we actually do in some aspects.
All right, go ahead, give us the lesson.
I definitely do.
Let Golden give us a lesson. He knows about it.
So Shuki can learn something. Rashi is your main exegete. Every Torah pretty much comes a copy. The explanation is by Rashi. That is the one.
That's not necessarily true, but it doesn't.
That is pretty much the overall. Not you literally. Okay, go open right now. Go find your local Tanakh. If you have one, go see if.
A local Tanakh. I'm just gonna go to the local library and find one.
I don't think you actually own one. That's why.
Oh, yeah? I think I'm black.
You own one.
And you also think that I'm black, so you don't know anything, Cindy.
If you own one, then it should come with an explanation, a commentary. What is the commentary? It's gonna say commentary by whom? Who is it? If you have a Tanakh at home, go ahead. Look at it. Check it out. Oh, I see it. The overwhelming amount of Tanakhs are going to have this. Thanks God. Commentary by Rashi. That's what it's going to say. And if you go to the point where it talks about Isaac and Rebecca, you are going to see Rashi.
It actually does say commentary by
Isaac married Rebecca at 3 years old. Shuki, shut the fuck up on that point. God make you guys so. Which we don't believe that. We don't believe Isaac married Rebecca at 3 years old, but you believe that, so that's enough. And Rashi believes that. And who the fuck is going to come and tell Rashi that he's wrong? I want to see the man among
the profanity.
I don't care. So now that we established that, just that quick comment from Shuki, so I could put him in his place. But like I said, for you to be, if Abraham truly existed, and the Arabs and the Jews come from Abraham, and if the Kohen lineage is not just a miracle, that just it's a coincidence. All this indicates, without a doubt, that if there was a progenitor of the Arabs and Jews, it would be J1, no doubt about it. So Abraham must have been J1. And if you are not J1, you are not a descendant of Abraham. And this is why they don't really allow or encourage you to take DNA tests. Why? Because once you realize your true paternal haplogroup, you are going to see that you are either a fucking European to realize maybe, you know, to your which you might dislike, you're a Hamite. You know, you might actually be a Hamite. So this is why they don't want you to take these DNA tests. You're going to realize that is a very low chance of you being a descendant of Abraham, and then your whole narrative falls apart. You're just a fucking convert. The overwhelming majority of you are just converts.
Convert or not, we're still killing you, right?
Thank God. Don't thank God.
As long as we're killing you, we're good.
Cool, man. And I'm sure the Romans or the Babylonians or the Assyrians felt the same way. Don't worry. Don't worry.
We don't look back. We look forward.
Okay. And you should go and look into your eschatology. That's all. You don't know your religion. I know your religion. You don't know your religion.
No, there's no certainty that it can trace back to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Ishmael, any of that, because none of their bodies exist or ever existed. No one can find their bodies. So how can you trace that back to something that doesn't exist?
Do you not know?
It's a bunch of fucking baloney bullshit.
Do you not know how induction works?
It's bullshit, isn't it?
Okay, let me get this straight. You're saying right now your Torah's bullshit. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that your DNA bullshit, all that bullshit that can trace back is bullshit.
So let me get this straight. The majority of Arabs are J1. And so if you were going to claim your Torah...
Do you understand what that means, though? It doesn't mean a straight lineage back to Abraham. It does not mean that.
Okay, so now you're saying, okay, at that point, you are saying that the majority of Arabs are not the descendants of Abraham. But then when you look at the other demographics, the other paternal haplogroups, you're going to see the Hamite paternal haplogroup, which is the E1B1B. Are you saying Abraham was a Hamite?
They have traces to that E1B1E. Yes, they do. It's E1B1B1. E1B1 1B. Yes, correct. So it's common in Y DNA paternal line like J1, J2, and E1B1B.
Okay, that E1B1B is associated with the Hamites, the Egyptians, the North Africans.
Okay, well, I mean, do you understand that we all share? We're all from the same area, so of course we share the same DNA.
You're telling me Abraham is a North African?
No, I'm not telling you that.
Okay,
I'm not saying that.
So
Abraham was originally from Mesopotamia area.
By the way, you know, you're again, this is not even me telling you this. If you go on the Orthodox, the ones who claim to have the Davidic line, you are going to see that they are J1. Look at anyone who's claiming the Davidic line. There's a family that someone mentioned to me. You can look this up, find like certain families that claim the Davidic line. They're all J1, by the way.
That's cool. I mean, they can claim that, and if that's what it traces back to, that's fine. But I mean, it doesn't mean that you're not.
It doesn't matter. It does. It's an overwhelming amount of evidence. The majority of Arabs, the Kohens, those who claim to be of the Davidic line, this is all. And we know the concentration of DNA as well. We know that E1B1B is North Africa. I think like certain. Sub-Saharan Africa or East Africa.
I'm just saying, genetically, we can speak religiously, yeah, okay, that's fine, but genetically, we don't have Abraham DNA, so we can't prove any haplogroup is definitely his. You understand?
Okay. For you to be a Semite, you need to have either J1 or J2.
Listen.
There's no denying that. So,
that's fine. That's fine.
That can't be denied, no problem. Now, Abraham is either J1 or J2, just based on that simple fact. Now, we can look at J2. We can look at the populations that have J2. You are going to start seeing the Caucasus. You're going to start seeing Greece. You telling me Abraham is a Greek? Or he's a Persian? No, he's not. And the narrative goes that he is associated.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
But the thing is, there's still. Do you understand genetically? There's no definite. I understand that gets
all of our paradigms.
That goes into religion. I know. I understand that. No, but if you want to talk genetics, then that's what we're talking. Genetics.
There's no plausibility for this. It's just not plausible.
For what?
Because we are associated. I'm
not denying that. But
this correlation this
If
correlation.
you want to talk to a scientist will tell you that because they leave religion out of it, bro. But that's what I'm trying to make you understand.
However, the Jews being in this specific region and closely associated with the Arabs, they would have to be J1 as well. And that's what we see. It is not a coincidence that you see these Kohens, which is the main line that maintains the paternal lineage. Everybody else is going after.
It doesn't prove anything, honestly. It really doesn't. It's honestly it's a bunch of bullshit.
You're going to explain how is there a coincidence among these three separate groups, Ashkenazi and Kohen?
Because they all come from the same fucking area on the planet. That's why.
No, but you see,
go look at Asian people's DNA. They all have similar DNA too. It doesn't prove
okay,
they come from the same part of the world.
No problem. You just said it. They come from the same place in the world. So these guys.
But the same place isn't just a one little defined area. It's a broad area.
You are freaking out.
No one's freaking out. You just keep ranting on about the same shit for the last hour, bro.
Because it destroys you guys. That's why.
You haven't done anything. You haven't proved anything.
They are the ones who can actually trace back, and they actually have the most solid paternal.
Trace back to what? What are we tracing back to? Abraham?
To ancient Judeans. And Abraham, yes. To ancient
Judeans. How can you trace back to Abraham? How?
Because it's induction, you dumbass.
Okay, all right. Like I said, there's still no proof of that ever happening.
We don't need a body of Abraham. What we're saying.
Of course you do. Or you want to talk genetics? If you go talk to a scientist, a geneticist, they will tell you this.
Abraham existed, and he is the progenitor of Arabs and Jews. If he existed, by necessity, he would need to be J1 because the majority of Arabs are J1. The majority of the Kohens are J1. The Davidic families are J1. There is no denying this. And the population disbursement of other paternal haplogroups.
Because they've gotten DNA from archaeological evidence. They took the DNA. I understand how it works. It's not fucking complicated. But there's still no proof that it goes directly back to fucking Abraham. Okay? If you want to talk genetically, that's what I'm talking. Now, religiously, yes, there's proof. Religiously, through the Torah, through the Bible, yes, there's proof. But other than that, no.
I want to try to hear Harper. I don't think.
What's up, Suki? What's up, Suki? Long time no talk.
Harper, can you tell us what's your name, where are you from, what are you doing?
I'm from Nueva York. Yo soy un puertorriqueño de Nueva York. And I've been living here my whole life. I live a boring life. I have 4 kids. That's it. What do you want?
You have your social security number also?
Yeah, I'll give you the last 4 and my mom's maiden name.
That works for me.
Suki, you ready? Got a pen and pad?
I didn't ask for information.
What I'm telling you can't be.
You got something to ask me about Jesus Christ, Suki?
Y'all can kick rocks. It's the facts. And your Orthodox guys literally say the same. Y'all don't like the truth. Y'all don't like it.
We're gonna come and pick up some rocks from you guys.
Y'all don't like the truth.
What's truth in it? What's the truth that you try to prove? I still don't understand.
The truth here is that Mary had a virgin birth, and she gave birth to a son who is the Messiah, the Son of the living God, the Son of Man coming.
I don't know if that's a more ridiculous story or the flying donkey. That's right.
Well, I talks about a talking donkey, you dumbass. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man?
I said flying donkey, not a talking donkey.
A flying donkey. You keep fucking making that shit up.
So Muhammad never made his night journey to Jerusalem then?
Oh, that's chapter 53.
Yeah, there you go. See, he knows the story.
No, he doesn't actually. He doesn't know the fucking son.
I mean, we can read it.
Please read it for us, Harper, if you have a bio.
No, I don't. No problem.
I'm sorry.
Well, we don't believe it was a doctrine. It's something called the Bulak. If you're interested, you can go.
And what is that? Can you explain to us what that is?
You see those, you see how the Sphinx is. You see how like the Samaritan animal that with the wings and kind of like
from Harry Potter. You're talking about?
No, you see that.
What, the ones that are on the side of the Ark of the
You see what's in yes, you see in the Babylon and all that. You see that creature. Yeah, that's what a Bulak is. So,
exists in
you ever don't think
is there any evidence of that ever existing?
Don't think of these civilizations as in they didn't have a message from God, or they didn't have God dealt with every nation, and so everything they left behind, there is clues to God in all of this. But again, you're not a person of religion, you're not a person of faith. Anything beside the point. I think it's been clear. Oh yeah, so I was gonna show Suki that point about the covenant. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, here, listen. This is in what is it called? Tanakh, Jeremiah 31:31 to 34. Behold, days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not like the covenant that I made with their fathers. So it's going to be a different covenant than the covenant of Moses. On the day when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, my covenant that they broke, though I was their husband, declares the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days. I will put my law within them, and I will write it in their hearts. And I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And no longer shall each one teach his neighbor and each his brother, saying, Know the Lord. For they shall know me from the least of them to the greatest, declares the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. This is talking about a new covenant, a different covenant from the law of Moses. So it is very much plausible, and it aligns with the scripture, the Tanakh, then where a new covenant is going to come. And it is going to the Israel and the tribe of Judah specifically, which are the Jews for the most part, are going to join in this covenant. And that is what already happened. The majority descendants of Israel and the majority descendants of the ancient Jews, the tribe of Judah and the kingdom of Judea, are today Arab Muslims, the majority of them. And if they're not Arab Muslim, they are Arab Christian. And it is the second group. Oh my God. This can't be denied.
Where did you read this shit from?
This is in the Tanakh.
Oh my God.
I just read it for you. Jeremiah 31:31.
Can I read
34. Go read it. Go read it. And I already told you the DNA evidence, the Cohens, the Davidic families.
Tell me,
all lines up.
You live in the right city.
Yes, Shuka.
Are you getting Social Security for your stupidity?
I'm not as old as you.
No, for retardation, they pay Social Security from 80.
Oh, you got no argument, man. I just schooled you from the Tanakh, and I schooled you using DNA evidence.
You did not school me with
schooled you. I schooled you
did not.
You guys getting clapped.
No, you did not. You're just an idiot.
You can't refute anything I'm saying.
I'm not even trying because
you can't. Don't talk. Don't exaggerate. Don't exaggerate. You can't. Period.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
Okay. All right. So this is chapter 5, 116. And you beware the day when Allah will say, "Oh Jesus, son of Mary, did you
say don't care about Jesus? Why are you talking about
your
Jesus?
Mother, you and take me and my mother as deities besides Allah?" He would say, "Exalted is you," or would you say, "Swallalay walayhi wasallam"? It was not for me to say that to which I have no right. If I had said it, you would have known. Wait a second. Is this multi-personal? I don't know. You would have known. You know what is within me and myself, and I do not know what is within yourself.
This is not
Indeed,
true.
it is you, all knower and all seeing. I don't know. This shows like two powers in heaven here, man.
Why are you so offended, Cynic, by him talking about his religion? I don't understand. Is that something like in your Quran? You can't listen to other people's religion?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? Go ahead, bro. Keep preaching, bro. No problem, dude.
Keep preaching.
We don't care. You celebrate your religion. We celebrate our religion. All the Muslims do. All the Muslims, only they care about other people and other people do.
You don't know shit about.
Yeah, you know everything, right? You know more than everybody. Yeah.
I know definitely way more than you do.
Just because you read some English translation, you think that you know it. Yeah, that's funny.
What the fuck? What do you read? Are you telling me you read Hebrew?
Yes, I do.
You understand Hebrew?
Yes, I do. Okay. Just like...
בוא נדבר בעברית בשבילו.
כן, אז אני רוצה לדבר, זה לא מטומטם, זה חכם.
זה האימא של המטומטם. מטומטם שלא בלה השטן.
כן, אני יודע. סינק, אתה רוצה למצוץ לי?
הוא אוהב למצוץ.
אני לא מדבר עברית, סינק, אה?
הוא רוצה למצוץ רק.
You sound like a fucking American.
I don't give a shit. I can speak the language and you can't, bitch.
It's called New Orleans, bro. It's New Orleans.
There's Spanish people that live in America too, and they can't speak English very well, and they sound fine to me. What about all the Muslims that live here that can barely speak English? What about that?
We got some fucking
speaking to Allah.
Yitzhak doesn't know how to speak Hebrew at all, actually.
And Muhammad never really spoke to Allah directly. So I just like the fact that Jesus did. But
it doesn't matter, bro. I still know more about the religion than you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I know more about the religion. I know more about the history. I've done I've given you all the evidence.
Yes.
You can speak Hebrew. You can LARP all you want. The chances of you being a descendant of Abraham are dismal, bro.
And you know what? You can cry all you want, but nothing's gonna change what you're doing, like what you're saying. It's not gonna change anything.
The end of the day,
all you have to do is look at the eschatology. You don't know the eschatology.
Remember that the end of the day, we're still killing you.
Buddy, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Romans. You think Israel is the worst?
They love saying
Israel is the worst thing. You think Zionists are the worst thing we faced? Well, like we defeated Crusaders, cannibal Crusaders.
Oh my God!
People who ate human flesh. We defeated them. No, we dropped two of the strongest empires at the time. Like the Persians, the Romans. Like we ended Rome.
you ended the Byzantines.
You ended Rome, and now look what you guys are at.
The Byzantine Empire is Rome, you fucking dumbass.
Bro, do you realize the Vatican is its own
The seat of power, the empire, the lineage, all that this was in the what you call the Byzantine Empire, which they didn't call themselves the Byzantine Empire. They called themselves the Roman Empire. We use this term to distinguish between the ancient Roman Empire and the medieval one and the Christian one. So that's all. We describe Byzantine as an Eastern Roman. They are the Roman Empire. This is the empire. We ended this empire. We ended 1,000 years.
I mean, look at look how much the Christians.
We defeated Crusaders.
I mean, all of South
We
America.
took Constantinople, for God's sake.
And you did all that, and you still can't defeat little Israel. That's the funniest part.
Israel
Israel's still standing.
Israel, it's only because of the United States. It's the only reason.
Only because of the United States. Yeah.
Only reason.
What enemies did help Israel back in the 60s and 70s?
And the Syrians were about to clean clocks.
The Americans didn't help Israel in 1948.
Israelis in 1960.
Go look it up, bro.
Yes, they did.
It's all there. It's public information.
Yes, they did. Yes.
America didn't help Israel until after the 1960s.
Weapons and funds. Weapons.
Yeah. Go look it up, bro. It's all there.
You don't know.
It's all there.
You don't know shit.
Yeah.
No.
I guess all the history books in America are wrong then, right?
You don't know.
Cynic is right. All the history books are wrong, right?
What you can't even give me. You can't even be specific.
Specific with what? I told you before 1960s, America didn't help Israel with shit.
They did.
Go look it up, bro. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You keep saying they did. Do you want me to look it up for you and read it to you? Because I guess you don't believe me.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, exactly.
Cynic, if we're gonna take your brain and we're gonna put it in a girl, she's gonna fly backward to the cat's mouth.
Well,
And down to our.
No. You can't even make an argument, Shuki. All you keep talking is about pedophile this, pedophile that. You haven't even read your own Tanakh. Or you would know Isaac married Rebecca at 3 years old, you dumbass.
Well, I know that.
You don't even read the Mishnah. If you would have read some Mishnah Kutubat right in the beginning, Mishnah Kutubat, you would see the age. You would see the ages. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I'm coming to study, but
You're an idiot.
All right, let's prove this idiot wrong right here. So, this is the U.S. did not provide direct military aid to Israel during the 1948 war. In fact, the U.S. had an arms embargo on the entire Middle East during the conflict. This was meant to prevent escalation, but in practice hurt Israel more because Arab countries were receiving weapons from Britain and other sources. Where did Israel get weapons in 1948? Czechoslovakia, Soviet-backed. Rifles, machine guns, ammunition, Messerschmitt fighter planes rebuilt from German World War II designs. This was Israel's lifeline and ironically became through Soviet bloc support. But no, this guy 2 seconds ago was saying America. You were adamant on it. Yeah, you were adamant on it.
Support.
No, they didn't support Israel at all. But like I said, you just need to learn something because wherever you learn shit taught you wrong.
The Zionist lobby in America pressured. Yes.
I don't know where you found that, but if you can provide your source, please, that'll be great.
There's a bunch of neo-Nazis in America, like white supremacists. I'm shocked they helped Israel, bro.
They didn't. They didn't help the
You had the British help. You had
no. The Arabs had the British help, like I just read to you.
No, they didn't.
So they didn't. Man, you don't know nothing about war. Like go learn war history and go look at the weapons and type of planes they had.
The Balfour Declaration. That's one. 2, they helped train and set up a lot of these paramilitaries, by the way. Which ended up just becoming terrorist gangs and ended up later on attacking.
The British gave no weapons to Israel, by the way.
They did help train them and facilitate them, and they incorporated them in the police in Palestine, yes, and they gave them preferential treatment, absolutely. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, only you know.
And the British pulled out, and they pretty much take over. It was all coordinated, it was all prepared.
So now
obviously he doesn't know history because the British government actively opposed the creation of Israel during that time and did not want to help Israel at all during the 1948 war. So I don't know where the fuck you're getting your information from. But like I said, you're just a fucking retard on this app. You don't know shit. Just make up history in your head.
Balfour Declaration is who?
That doesn't mean that they helped Israel with the Balfour Declaration.
Yes, they did. They
helped. That was in 1917. We're not talking about 1917.
Who helped immigrate Jews into Palestine? The British.
All the Balfour Declaration was threats of British support for a national home for the Jewish people. That's all the Balfour Declaration was. It wasn't to give Israel weapons or anything like that. And it was in 1917. That was 31 years before 1948.
After 1921, it was impossible to emigrate legally.
Yeah, They still even illegal migration.
What did you say? What?
Illegal migration to where? How would it be illegal?
There was quote unquote illegal migration because there's no alternative, and it wasn't exactly coming in waves. If it's illegal.
It wasn't a real country at the time, anyways. It wasn't a state. It wasn't a foreign country. So it would technically, there's no laws of the land, is there?
Do you even know what a mandate is?
Oh my God, you don't even know what the Balfour Declaration is, bro.
Yes, you just read it, you dumbass.
Yeah, because you didn't know what it was. That's why I read it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fucking retard. You didn't even know what year it was.
Literally.
You think the British helped Israel in 1948, bro? You're fucking retarded.
You're so desperate.
Desperate for what? I read you information online. I can provide you the sources. You haven't provided any sources. You haven't provided shit.
British supporting Zionism and helping establish Zionism in Palestine. And you're like all the British.
I want to go back to the documentary on that.
British didn't support. You're a dumbass.
Okay. Like I said, the Balfour Declaration, the Balfour Declaration didn't give any type of physical support to the people. You know that, right?
Yes, it did. Literally.
Okay, what did they give?
How the fuck did you get to Palestine?
Not by the British.
Oh, really? So if the British didn't agree, how the fuck are you gonna go?
First of all, there's Jews there before other Jews started to arrive from parts of Europe. You know that, right?
Yeah, we know that.
Okay. So, I mean, I still don't understand the point that you're trying to make.
It's a fucking hard concept.
Who blocked the Jewish people to come to Israel?
Who is this drunk guy? Come on. Are you still speaking all these hours? Come on, take a break. Like go sleep or something.
Bro, you haven't said anything informational at all. You just come on here to criticize. If you have something to add in, Golden, please do, because you seem like a retard also. You seem like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So if you have something to say it and let's go ahead and debate.
I don't know much praise to it.
Already got destroyed all day long.
You on everything. There's nothing left.
Then it got destroyed all day by multiple people. He loves getting destroyed.
Ass cheek slap.
So that's it. You know.
You're getting your ass cheek slapped.
No, actually I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Why do you like asses so much? Are you okay?
No,
right there?
you like asses.
What do you want? Go fuck you, Harry.
You're literally the capital of homosexuality in the fucking Middle East. Y'all love
You don't even know what the Balfour Declaration is. It's funny. Just shut the fuck up already.
You fucking ass, you retard. I literally brought it up.
Yeah, and you don't know what it is. That's the funniest part about it.
You asked me what it was.
You think that they give money and physical support to Jews through the Balfour Declaration?
You fucking basic.
He was a Jew.
Everybody knows it.
Muhammad Rasul Saga.
ولك انت ابوك رسول الله. You're fucking trash.
All it was is an endorsement. He thinks the Balfour Declaration gave weapons to Israel. Jumping all around the prophets, the 1948. I can't stay in one place. What's wrong with this phone? He crap so loud.
There's a reason why half the Americans are atheists. There's a reason why half the Jews are atheists. Your wives don't even.
There's a reason it's called that. We're not forced to being religious in our religion like you guys. That's why.
You're divorced God knows how many times. And you're not. You all just got schooled. A majority of you are not even descendants of Abraham.
Yeah, we're not descendants of Abraham, but you guys are, right?
Don't even try to somebody else. The majority of us.
Fucking retard. You guys so retarded. You're just mad that you got fucking proven wrong. That's what people do. They don't shut the fuck up and they go on rants like you.
Where is your dogma from?
When people get proven wrong, they go on rants like this guy. He won't shut up. Take a breath. Take a deep breath.
You take a breath.
Take a breath. Relax. Musa. Come on, rub the earlobes. Relax. Relax. It's okay. You can be proven wrong. It's okay, Sydney. It's alright. It's alright. It's okay.
You didn't prove me wrong.
Where are your origin from?
It's alright. It's okay. It's alright. You're crashing out so hard.
You're crashing out.
I'm laughing, bro. I'm not crashing.
The chances of you being a Semite is less than and then this clown is like وحماسي خرا ومايمونيديز خرا all of them khara, all your rabbis are khara.
Oh, I'm so offended. I think I'm gonna cry.
Hakadosh Bru, we got the Holy Spirit. Our rabbis are inspired by the Holy Spirit. You guys sound like fucking
Can you borrow me $50?
came from. This fucking tradition brought us Christianity. This is what this tradition brought us. Where are you originally from? You don't know.
It's Ukraine, Russia, or Poland.
Golden, are you from Russia? You sound like you're from Russia.
You don't know who you are.
Maybe.
Yeah, it sounds like
a lot of maternal line because you don't know.
Yeah, a lot of them, man. No, they actually left shit Russia.
You don't know why you go by maternal line because you don't know who your fathers are.
Yeah, it's okay. You done? Did you take a deep breath there? Relax. Yeah, calm down.
That's it. I'm cool. Can you borrow me $50, please? Harry, can you borrow me $50?
Yeah, you come wipe my ass, I'll give you $50.
Who in the civilized world goes by maternal line? Who in the fucking civilized?
You're talking to yourself, I think. No one's talking to you.
No, I'm talking to you.
This guy's talking to himself.
No. I am listening to you.
So yeah, you're listening to your boyfriend?
No, all the ones.
Yeah, listening to your boyfriend?
Yeah, let's give me $50.
You guys are a cute couple, Cynic and Golden. A new couple in Clement. Where did Cynic and Golden meet? They met in a coexist room. Aww, so cute.
No one in the civilized
They were fighting a Zionist together.
Because
like
they're
great people.
babies. Because they're babies.
I know what father is actually. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't actually. You know, when people say that type of stuff, they project their own problems onto other people. That's usually what happens. When people say stuff like that, usually it means that they don't actually have that. That's what it means. Yeah, okay. And we're going to listen to a weird guy named Sig. Sig knows. I think he knows. Just
speak. Obviously, Billy is an OG. And I wanted to welcome Sunshine.
Hey, I have a voice.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Hey, Marco. It's been a long time. I know. COVID ended and we all went back to reality. I don't know how it happened, but it did. I know. It's like I kind of missed the conversations and then people have changed so much that it was like, it's too old to keep up with this shit. Don't ever admit that, Blaine. You're always young and hard.
No, they did, Billy. They poisoned our well here. We became too successful at this whole networking, helping, logging on each and some poisoned our well.
Yeah, yeah. But what worries me out to be back up? Here's something I'm so proud of. My grandson joined the Marine Corps. Oh, he did?
Fine. Yeah.
Yeah, officers training. What's he gonna be doing?
He's in Quantico? Yeah.
Yeah, he's going for 10 weeks in Quantico.
Yeah. If you have any questions, Billy, I graduated from OCS in Quantico. I went through it twice, long story short, but if you have any questions about how OCS is run or what he's facing, feel free to send me a DM.
I think he's on Clubhouse. I'll tell him he can contact you. Are you still in the Marine Corps, Jarbot?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Pilot.
What kind?
H1. Helicopters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, CH-53s.
Oh,
and F-18. F-18s too.
Yeah, heavy lift. Cool. The heavy lift helicopter, CH-53 is the most expensive monstrosity we have in the fleet that needs to get replaced.
Are you in Virginia?
I will not tell you where I'm at, but the last place I was with was HMX, so I was in.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, I'm sure you know people I know. Yeah, my grandson's in Quantico. He left last Sunday. You know people I know that are generals. Not you, Billy, but Jarbot does. Oh, cool. If he was at HMX, I know he does. Cool. So, yeah, he's talking about making it his career. Good for him. So, well, are you excited for him? I am. I mean, he's a real level-headed, conservative kid. Where did he go to college? He went to Cal State San Bernardino. He was majoring in kinesiology. Cool. And then he just he's been talking about the military for 2 years. And I kept discouraging him because of all the shit that was going on with all the aircraft and stuff. And when Trump started changing things, he went down and signed up.
Is he air ground or law, Billy? And then I won't ask any more questions, but do you know?
Is he what? What's he gonna do?
Yeah, he's guaranteed one of three. Air ground or law.
You know what? I don't know because he's got another semester of college to finish, but he's going. I don't quite understand. I guess it's some kind of a boot camp thing for the 10 weeks.
Yeah, he's doing this called PLC.
Okay, then he comes home, finishes his degree, and then once he gets through the basic whatever he's doing right now, then he goes. He comes back, finishes his degree, and then goes to officers.
The basic school for 6 months, yeah.
Yeah. So when I talked to him last, he hadn't actually decided on what's it called, an MOS.
Well, air ground or law. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if.
Yeah, officers don't get MOSs, but yeah, he'll get one of 3 fields, and they'll make the selection after he graduates. But it's either air, so he's going to do aviation related. He's still got time if he wants to be a pilot to take the ASTB, but ground or law, there's a
Rabbi.
Because I'm cool like that, you guys are not.
Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi is the one who compiled the Talmud. He's the one. He's the reason you.
So you can sit here and talk about rabbis. I'm gonna get head while I'm on Clubhouse. No problem.
You don't know. You don't know exactly. Go get. Yeah.
Yeah, I will go. No problem.
She said to him, "My teacher." This is for Shuki. She said to him, "My teacher, at what age is a woman fit to marry? What age is it appropriate for a woman to engage in intercourse? Which would therefore be the appropriate."
I don't know. Ask Muhammad that. Ask Muhammad that. Ask Muhammad what age it is. Because barely 9 years old is okay for you guys. No, we're gonna ask Muhammad. How about that?
He must be at least 3 years and 1 day old. That's what he said. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi. Yitzini further inquired, and at what age is she?
I don't give a shit what a rabbi said. Your prophet fucked a 9-year-old. That's all I know.
Of course you don't give a shit.
Rabbis are not our prophets, so it doesn't matter. A rabbi can do whatever the fuck he wants. I don't care.
This is what proves to me you don't know your religion.
It doesn't mean you don't know our religion. It just means that you don't know the religion, actually.
Yeah. You don't even know what Hakadosh Baruch is and what does it do and what is its relation to the rabbis. You don't know.
You don't know how to say it correctly.
I don't care.
Correctly. We don't give a shit. I'm making fun of it.
Well, I mean, if you want to make fun of something, you should be able to say it correctly.
You literally believe in the whole.
Yeah, that's why you say Muhammad.
You believe in the whole thing.
Muhammad, this shouldn't be fucking 9-year-olds.
Well, you can't even pronounce it. Well, you say you can pronounce it like
you have a fucking, you have some phlegm in your throat. You gotta pronounce it like that.
Well, I can tell you sound like a cracker speaking Hebrew, man. Well, you go hear a Yemeni. Go hear a Yemeni.
Give him a couple of bullets. It was like this guy.
I doubt you ever heard a Yemeni. I am in Jew speaking Hebrew. I doubt it.
Yeah, they'll sound very Arabic, by the way.
Yeah, they sound very. You don't know shit. You never heard them speak in your life before.
To say, I mean, you can't say any of these letters because you're not a fucking Semite.
Yeah, I'm Ethiopian, like you said, right?
Yeah.
I'm black. Yeah.
Yep, you would. And at what age did she become pregnant? He said 12 years and 1 day old. She said to him, I married when I was 6 and gave birth.
And Muhammad said, I'm going to marry a 6-year-old, and then when she's 3 more years older, 9 years old, I'm going to fuck the shit out of her.
For those 3 years between the
I'm going to fuck a 9-year-old because I'm Muhammad. I can do whatever I want.
At the age of 6, when
I'm Muhammad, from the Prophet Muhammad. As a child,
talk over this.
Is a piece of shit.
I know. It's triggering. I know. It's triggering. There you go. And here you go. I'll just put this in the chat.
White and green. It's really good toilet paper. It really does nice on the ass, you know. So you guys should actually just.
Yeah, to get a new fucking burner. Yes.
Is there some special thing you need to do? You're like lives with like no views, right?
I don't know. I thought it used to be that you needed like certain subscribers or someone anonymous is in.
That's true.
So I've been not allowing normal on my stages recently, and it's been really good for my mental health.
That's good. He's fucking annoying.
What do you mean he's annoying? What do you mean? What exactly do you mean that he's annoying?
Right. So Sam, you wanna try streaming it for me or no?
Well, then wouldn't I have to like be present tomorrow at whatever time the debate is and be involved?
Yeah, you would.
Well, I gotta look at my calendar and see what like. Am I doing anything tomorrow?
Send you the debate card. I'll just send you the time.
Starting a Minesweeper. And
here you go.
I'm live streaming mumbling on YouTube. It's Louis Q.
So when it says May 31st, 7 p.m., is that like Eastern Standard Time? Is that what time it is?
It's relativized to your time zone.
Wait a minute, did it change?
It moved up by half an hour.
Okay.
Essentially,
Sam's in the same time zone.
Yeah. So, what does it say for you, Sam? Right.
Jared was a race car driver.
Any other volunteers to try to stream this?
Sully, can you do it, my man?
I would have to figure out how to, well, to be honest, I probably can't do it at the same time whilst I'm judging for a number of reasons.
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's correct.
I'm not going to be sort of.
You want someone to
have
stream to
access to a
YouTube?
computer.
What?
You want someone to stream to YouTube?
Yeah. Like I send them the document and then they stream it.
Trying to see.
Or I mean, but like I would have to like go over it with that person, so like they roughly get like my tempo, like when to like go through things.
Yeah, you have to tell them to click.
Well, no, that there's too much clicking for me to tell them every time. I might like it's just the slides like contain animations, right? So it's like very cool animations, mind you. It's like there's like a guy throwing stuff.
Oops, right.
Alright, I can do it.
I'll hit you up. I'll look over other stuff, but yeah, if it's needed, then yeah, I'll hit you up tomorrow before it, and we can like do like a few test runs or something.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
How reliable is philosophy stack that's changed?
What do you mean? Not very, I don't think. You guys know Nathan Ormond / Digital Gnosis?
Yeah, no. Yeah, Deepak's my best friends with him.
Not best friends, but yeah.
That's good. Seems kind of annoying.
Who, me? You could be TikTok famous like Danny.
Digital Gnosis. Seems kind of annoying.
He's
like
just
this
like
video with Lance Bush, like a live stream he did with Lance Bush where he's reviewing Annika Harris. I'm guessing that's Harris's wife. Some like video interview she did on consciousness, and it's like it's such a ridiculous video where people are like the video like it's just like hey, like saying oh hello, like oh hi Annika, blah blah blah, how how are you? This is, her. And she's like, yes, consciousness, I thought it was interesting. I did this, but then I thought, oh yeah, it'd be interesting to look into it more. And, like this idea that consciousness is fundamental, I thought that was interesting. And I paused the video, like after she speaks for like a minute, after the video goes for like a minute, they paused it. Yeah, what does she even mean? Consciousness is fundamental. I feel like it's really unclear. Is she gonna clarify it? And they do it like 20 minutes. The live stream goes for 20 minutes.
Well, on the one hand, a lot of his he has different kinds of videos, Nathan, and that is one kind. And yes, I agree. I don't really like those videos exactly for that reason. But the best thing you can do with an annoying video is to not watch it.
You become best friends.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm just saying I find him annoying. I wanted to check out the video, but giving my thoughts.
Yeah, you become best friends with Lance. He does a lot of the same kind of stuff that Lance does. Dude, I watched a Lance a few weeks ago where he was reviewing, the video he was reviewing was, I shit you not, 2 minutes long. The whole thing, and he managed to, inflate his response to that to, 45 minutes to an hour. He's pausing it, every 5 seconds to stop and then saying the same shit.
On the way to the boat.
Japanese.
Oh, I meant Target on the way to the boat.
I tend to agree with Lance on a lot, but I do think he needs to be more concise. He posted this he posted his responses that he's always commenting, he's always replying to comments everywhere and posting his replies so that everybody could read them. And it was he said, maybe I'm getting a little too harsh with people or whatever. It's this paragraph that he wrote to this guy, and I was like, yeah, this could have just been shortened to that's a straw man plan, basically. And that would have been the same.
I also feel like he's just I talked to him recently. It's when I had the talk with Danny after somebody snitched. That was shit talking down.
I know, that was bad timing in retrospect, right? Right before Danny becomes ultra famous, you were shit talking him.
I don't mind. Because I had this conversation scheduled with him, right? The problem of evil. He's made.
Oh, is that still gonna happen? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just I gotta get this fucking Crim's Night thing over with. I have a few things at the beginning of June.
You definitely want to try to hop on that Danny wave quickly.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll do it I don't know. I guess he's gonna probably be busy soonish as well as Adam. But yeah, I mean, June might be good. Supposed to have some fucking debate with Nightclub as well during the summer. Might have a time yet though. And it's the big sum I'm supposed to have at some point, right? What else? So another summer, and I'll probably be helping Venus with his paper.
April summer.
Are you gonna be deflecting his defeaters of his defeater deflectors?
Yeah, we might be bouncing the defeaters between us, deflecting.
I just imagine you're in Star Trek ships. Deflectors to 4.
Send defeaters to 9.
Fire proton defeater.
This fully operational defeater cannon.
Something, defeater, deflector, something comes in.
Deflected, Anakin.
Actually, I have a pretty good top.
No, I am the defeater.
You say I have a good Palpatine.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I naturally embody the character.
He's a very campy character, like intentionally.
What does campy mean?
Campy is like over the top and like performative, kind of like acting.
The theater. That was Chewbacca.
That's very good.
Oh, Mr. Solo, Mr. Davita no Solo.
That's funny.
And Hiwa has a pretty good Jawa impression.
Hey, what does the Jawa sound like again?
I mean, I can. Hiwa asked Hiwa to. Zucchini.
Sully, you love victories the
I wish I could do like anything from Star Wars well, but I could spin a lightsaber kind of. I can do the Obi-Wan spin. There's this one move that Hayden Christensen did like over and over again in those movies. So like if you saw it, you'd be like, oh yeah, okay, it's that move that they keep it. Dude, those lightsaber duels are fucking fantastic in the prequels. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It was actually the only good thing about the Acolyte show. Like, it was a fucking horrible story, but the lightsaber fight scenes were actually. You could just watch like a compilation.
I do think that the Jedi should have been doing more creative stuff with like turning off and on their lightsaber and like turning off their opponent's lightsabers with their mind and like doing shit like that fuckery. You know what I mean? I guess it turns out things like the spirit of the lightsaber duel.
I guess it's like I don't know. I always imagined it that they're having basically like a lightsaber fight alongside like a mental like force battle, you know. So it's like they're both like launching their defeater deflectors against trying to shut off each other's lightsabers, and so it's like they're like more evenly matched.
It'd be kind of funny if the way that Jedi lightsaber battles worked is they just like looked at each other for like 20 minutes, really focusing really hard, and then like eventually one of them just like slices the throat of the other. Like it's just like he loses the like whatever game of mental like prediction of your prediction of your prediction of your
Yeah, I think they did that in have you seen Star Wars Visions?
No.
I'm pretty sure that so it was a anime series, but like each episode was like a sort of people were allowed to like do whatever they wanted sort of creatively with the IP, and it was a different anime studio for each episode or whatever. And I think it's like the first episode. Might be one of the other ones, but I think that there is one where like basically the fight is playing out like in their heads, and then like when it happens, it's like over immediately.
Yeah, that's good. Can you invite up Buster? Apparently, it's like not letting me invite a Buster.
You ever see that movie Hero? I think they did that in that movie too for one of the.
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie. The Jet Li.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like lightsaber lore in the canon of like there's type 1 style, type 2 style.
Yeah, the forms, the lightsaber forms.
There's like a dueling style. There's like a flips form. There's like a fucking super defensive form.
Yeah, that shit's like all like super silly to me. It is in the lore. Dude, they fucked up that Kenobi show. That had some serious potential, and it was like.
The one scene. Okay, there's been two really, really amazing scenes in all the recent Star Wars shit. One was Vader on that ship, like destroying like 30 like guys shooting at him, like tearing through the rebels. That was like an epic scene. And then when Luke Skywalker was like rescuing.
Are you talking about in Rogue One or?
Yeah, that's Rogue One. And then in the whatever the show with the Mandalorian, when Luke saves Baby Yoda, that shit's fucking epic.
Yeah, the Luke scene at the end of season 2. They kind of shit the bed after that, unfortunately, because they had the Boba Fett show, which was like complete trash, and they did like season 2.5 of The Mandalorian during the Boba Fett show. Like, he gets Baby Yoda back from Luke, and it's just like, what?
Deflector, you see. Me don't want to defeat the deflector.
No, George. America's just full of prostitution anyway, so.
No, I'm just saying, he's the biggest pimp. So, I mean, him killing...
I don't care. Prostitution is not the same as sex trafficking children.
Yeah, that doesn't happen at all in the Muslim world, right?
Can you what?
I just posted 2 articles about it, and no one posted one about it.
You posted on Shabazi.
That's
Rabbanu Shalom, everybody. Good Shabbos. Is Cynic still here on the app talking? He's been here all day long. It's unbelievable how much energy this guy has and how long he can defend nothing. He's such a waste of time and a waste of space. I hate to be so personal, but wow, Cynic, at least I got a workout in today. You haven't done shit all day long, just running your mouth like a spam machine. Spam, 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 spam.
Anyway. So we showed how all these Jews, the overwhelming majority of them, we proved we talked about Israel harboring hundreds of pedophiles. Helping them escape the American justice system. We talked about how 60%
You talked about that. Nobody else talked about that.
Yeah, it's important.
Nobody talked about that.
Everybody understands
Who's everybody? There's only 5 people on the stage, and 6 including Amos. Who's everybody?
Yeah, everybody down there.
I don't think they blew the plans into that. I mean, that was a whole pile of dumb fuck. How do you know that they are listening?
We're talking about how Jews pretty much started transgenderism. Champions of homosexuality.
We talked about that? I don't remember talking about that.
Yeah. We all know Hirschfield, or whatever his name is, in Germany. The first transgender center in Europe.
Okay.
In the West. In the world, really.
We talked about Muhammad being a pedophile. That's what we talked about. We forgot about that. We talked about child sex slaves in Taliban. We talked about how Palestine never existed. We talked about the Balfour Declaration that you didn't know about. We also talked about the 1948 war, how America didn't supply any weapons at all. You guys are shit, bro.
Girls are built in.
You didn't know about.
We talked about how you don't pray to Muhammad every day at 5 a.m. We talked about that.
You didn't know even about Amram Stern. You don't know Stern gang. You don't know that.
We talked about how you don't wake up at 5 in the morning to pray to Allah.
You tried to reach out to Hitler.
We talked about how you're not even a real Muslim or a good Muslim.
You didn't know about paternal haplogroup. And then we had a Jew.
We talked about how you drink alcohol and claim to be a Muslim.
We had what's his name, Redye, who talked about that God transfigured magically Aaron into having a different.
We talked about how Muhammad flew on a donkey to Jerusalem. On a flying donkey. We talked about that too.
You believe in a talking donkey, belong.
You believe in Muhammad talking to a donkey, and that's actually what you guys
No, we
believe.
don't believe in a
That's funny.
talking donkey. No, you believe in talking donkeys. But, not that near, like it's stupid. But clearly, as you're not someone who's religious to begin with, or else you wouldn't be making these arguments. But
You're so religious yourself, right?
You're a godless motherfucker who worships the new.
Yeah. Do you wake up at 5 a.m. and pray to Allah every day? Do you pray 5 times a day?
You don't pray. Do you pray 3 times a day?
No, I don't. I'm not religious. I'll tell you right now, I'm not religious.
I know you're.
So what does that mean? Does that mean I'm not Jewish? No, I'm still Jewish.
What makes you Jewish?
That's the difference between what makes you Jewish? My mom, my culture, my lineage, my blood.
Your whore mother.
Oh, I'm so offended. Ooh.
Your whore mother makes you Jewish.
Right. Yeah, my whore mother.
Yeah. Your mother.
At least I know my mom.
Does she practice Judaism?
At least I know my mom.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Amazing.
Do you know your mom? I don't know. Maybe because I know that you Muslims have like 6 different wives. So do you know actually which mom you come from? So which one is it? Which woman do you come from your dad? Do they lie to you and tell you came from one mom and not the other?
Oh, but you're not religious.
Or were you a child sex slave from the Taliban? Which one is it? Were you bought in sex slavery?
Outlawed in Judaism?
Were you bought in the child sex slave market? Is that why you're so hateful, cynic? You're mad at your own religion?
Judaism was outlawed. Well, by the way, the majority of slave trafficking is 16th, 17th century was done by Jews.
Comes from the Jewish people. Yeah, okay, yeah, we know. Everything is the Jews. We know.
I'm glad you know that.
We know. Everything comes from the Jews. Yeah,
Well, again, it's not like you guys are actually one group or one people. Come on.
Yeah, you're right. We're not just one group, one people. You're right.
You're just a cult. That's a.
Yeah, oh yeah. Islam is perfect, right?
Alhamdulillah. Much better than much better than That's one.
Alhamdulillah, child sex slavery is perfect.
The majority of
Alhamdulillah, our prophet fucking a 9-year-old is perfect. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, dying for 72 virgins is perfect. Alhamdulillah. Let me fly a plane into the World Trade Center. That's perfect. For Islam, for Allah. I mean, it's the craziest shit in the world.
You don't believe in religion. You don't believe in religion.
How do you know what I believe in? Just because I'm a religious doesn't mean I don't believe in religion. Of course I do. I believe in God. Of course I do.
What are you talking about? What's there to be?
I know it's confusing to you, right? You weren't expecting that answer, right?
Proud of? What is there?
You weren't expecting that answer. There's a lot to be proud of. Oh, I'm very proud.
Not that you're actually a descendant of those people, but
I'm actually the most proudest Jew I've met. I believe.
Child sacrifice? What exactly? Exiles? What?
Child sacrifice. We proved that wrong earlier too.
What is there to be?
There was no child sacrifice. I don't know where you got that from.
Genociding, claims of pseudo.
Genociding what? Whoa, you were gonna say it. What were you gonna say?
Yeah.
Genociding what?
7 nations. Oh, you don't know.
What's 7 nations? What? Genocide. 7 nations.
7
This guy's retarded.
Land of Canaan. You don't know.
This guy's retarded.
You don't know shit. You're a retard.
Yeah. Like all those people they're straight descendants of us. Yeah. Canaanite. We're talking about Canaanites, people that don't even exist anymore.
Okay. Hebrews don't exist anymore.
Yeah, they don't. You're right.
I know.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Is that supposed to be an insult or something?
No, of course it's on fire over here.
Oh, yeah, of course. Just like the Balfour Declaration earlier, right?
Yeah. Everybody knows I don't know anything about the Balfour Declaration.
You don't? You think that was physical support to a country that wasn't even a country?
Yes. There is no British support for Zionism. That didn't ever happen.
Well, yeah, it was like an emotional support. It wasn't like a physical. It wasn't guns. It wasn't money. It wasn't anything like that. It was a declaration. That's what a declaration is. If you know what a declaration is.
Yeah, and what comes attached to this declaration?
It's pretty much just a message. That's all it is.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that is it.
Yeah, just the British allowing in, Jewish Zionists and allowing
them. Why would they not allow them?
What a waste of time this fucking conversation is. How many times do you think Cynic has had this conversation? 1,000 times here, 2,000 times. It's the same shit in, same shit out. Nothing new here. Dime a dozen. It's the same shit every single day with this laptop repair guy. Don't quit your day job, Cynic.
under with that under the disguise of police.
I think he already quit his day job. That's why he's on here all day long.
Either he quit, either he got fired.
Or fired, yeah, or laid off.
No, I'm in a dispute right now. I just submitted an EEO complaint against my manager today for calling me a whore at lunch a year ago. I've been suffering emotional distress ever since she called me a whore.
You're killing it at the gym and reading Kabbalah every day, apparently.
Thank you, Cynic. Oh, I'm so happy you're watching my YouTube and paying attention to all my videos and books that I am reading. Oh, wow. I never knew you were such a fan.
I'm a millionaire. I'm a black millionaire Jew. And we got,
I'm a black millionaire Jew. Fuck
who's
yeah.
always looking, I don't know, an American flag. I don't know what the fuck is going on in this.
I'm in my big house. You hear the echo? Echo!
I'm wondering which account is he going to have on the stage with.
My millionaire house.
You never know when comedy is in the room. He's got like 20 fucking accounts. Posting on YouTube to get like 10 views. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Hey, at least he's doing something like you.
Everybody, didn't he? I'm sure I don't know.
And you guys, Cynic is a perfect person. Everything he says is right. He's never wrong. That's what Cynic is, guys.
Proven me when.
I mean, all day long. Not only that, I disproved you, but in the other room that they were cooking you in the other room earlier.
All day long,
Cooking you. Daniel, all those guys in there cooked you. Mayor, all those guys cooked you.
Just collapsed earlier, just with some
Comedian cooked you earlier. Comedian cooks you every time he comes off the mic, actually. It's fucking hilarious.
Cynic is so deep fried right now. He's so cooked medium well that he's barely even alive right now. Cynic, what are you going to do tonight? You're just going to go sleep at like 8 o'clock? I mean, you must be exhausted from the roast this morning. We cooked you so good. Oh, my goodness. Wow, you're like charred remains. There's nothing left of the filet mignon. What happened to you? You've been here all day long cooking. There's no meat left on the bone. Oh, wait, hold on. I got one person watching us on YouTube. They're asking, is this guy Cynic still on Clownhouse talking?
Pinnacle of intellect. Everybody knows this.
The pinnacle of intellect. You're communicating with the pinnacle of intellect, obviously, because you are a pinnacle of intellect. Wow, what an awesome projection. Dr. Cynic, how many laptops did you repair today while you were addressing the world on Clownhouse on how to free Palestine?
You fucking are useless. Every time you talk about reading the book, I'm reading the book.
When was the last time you took a girl out on a date? When was the last time you went to the gym? When was the last time you read a book? When was the last time you took a shower and flossed your teeth? I bet you don't even floss. I bet you don't even use baby wipes after you take a shit. I bet you smell like shit right now.
Asylum comedy. That's what you look like. A mental health asylum.
Be easy on him. He doesn't.
Be easy on him. He called me a faggot kite today and told me to kill myself. Well, go easy on this piece of shit. The guy literally spreads shit nuggets all around Clownhouse all day long. He's a pig. He's got shit all over his shoes. He's got shit on his hands. He got shit on his face. The guy smells like shit. He's a shit slinger. He's a professional shit distributor. That's what he does for a living. Part-time, he repairs laptops. 80 hours a week, he's here freeing Palestine by passing out turd nuggets.
Science medication. If not, you
almost bring up Cedric.
You probably get checked on every 72 hours, comedy.
You're projecting.
Nah, you sound like it.
Why do you have a snake as your PTR eating itself? Oh, did you get sick of the dead Palestinian babies that were probably photographed by some guy named Muhammad who creates Instagram videos, dusted them all up? Come on, Cynic. Stop eating yourself. You're eating yourself.
And the 6 million that we can't find the bodies of.
They got the bodies.
All that, you eat that up, no problem. You eat all that shit up. Where's Where's the 6?
Guys at Holocaust deniers. This guy.
You're killing my battery with voice.
6 people comedian, please. Gas chambers that don't have locks on them, wooden doors. You eat that shit off
Because they have locks on them to be gas chambers.
Are you a descendant?
Well, Barthology, I'm sorry that my voice is eating up your battery. I know you have a family, so obviously you have responsibilities. I don't know why listening to Cynic is a very responsible thing to do, personally. He wastes your time talking about nothing.
Amos, are you still there?
Amos is sleeping.
Maybe I won't drop that.
As long as my picture is in, I'm listening to all the rubbish, but I see all the corners. Harry, Shuker, Sinai, every corners. There's no dig, no stuff.
Did you say Cynic? I don't know if you said Cynic too. You just named me Shuki and I think comedian. I didn't hear you say Cynic. Or did you say Cynic?
I said a few other corners. Shuki, Harry, Cynic, Sinai.
Bring up some more people. I'm sick and tired of talking to Cynic. Bring up Frederick. He wants to talk to Cynic too.
Turn the Holy Land into the capital.
Raise your hand, Frederick. Raise your hand.
Never choose to anyone.
Use.
Oh,
Even the most gay-friendly city in the world. A third of Israeli men are bisexual or engaged in homosexual activity. A third, holy shit.
Let's give the fabric
A third, well, if you thought it was a religious practice, you wouldn't be fucking yourself this way. A third.
Yeah, but the thing about Judaism is we don't kill our people for not obeying the religion. We're not like Islam. We don't kill our people that call them infidels.
You wouldn't be doing it.
See, the thing about it is we're ethno religion. You even said this a couple days ago too.
That you don't do homosexuality. You're gonna do homosexuality.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Hashem said that. You're right.
This is how it works.
It's not a cult. It's ethno religion. But you even said that a couple days ago too.
It's a fucking cult.
Yeah, okay.
Everybody knows it's a fucking.
Why did you say it was an ethno religion yesterday then?
It's a cult, and Cynic is an anti-Zionist patriot trying to save humanity from this evil cult. Oh, Cynic, you're a hero. Does your girlfriend know how much of an anti-Zionist patriot you are and how many hours you put into solving this problem? Wow, Dr. Cynic, you're doing such great work. You're such an inspiration to the young people, Dr. Cynic.
And we're paying the price of this mistake. We're paying the price of this mistake. We should have allowed Heraclitus to finish the job and then come in. But no.
Yeah, why don't you go back in your time machine and tell him to finish the job then?
Well, the problem is, like, even if he did, this cult would have continued, and people would have converted into this cult for the same reason they're converting into it.
Then what's the point of telling you to go finish the
They're
job?
converting into it because they want to be part of this, the satanic elite. That's what they want.
There's still riding donkeys in these countries. Tell us what's good and bad.
Riding donkeys.
Cynic, how many laptops did you get repaired today?
Because you're not from that region. That's why.
We haven't. What's wrong with riding on two donkeys? There's nothing wrong with that.
It's a cult, Cynic. It's all just a big cult, isn't it? Oh, Cynic, you're so right. Why didn't I ever see it before? It was right in front of my eyes, and you told me the truth, Cynic. You liberated me from this cult.
Are you a Middle Eastern comedian?
Habibi, ana bar shway Arabi.
All Middle Easterners. What did you learn in the Psalms today?
I learned that you waste your fucking time and you should try to read a book sometime.
Don't worry, we just read something else.
Oh, you read tonic? Maybe I'm going to pour myself a cocktail full of tonic.
Yeah, you can go if you want to catch up. Jeremiah 31, go for it.
Jeremiah 31. One day, an incredible schmuck will arise on a social audio chat app named Dr. Cynic, who will waste 80 hours a week talking about as a cult. And as an anti-Zionist patriot who is solving the world's problems and freeing humanity from all the evil on the planet, we should all worship Cynic as the bringer of truth, the Lord of wisdom, and the teacher of absolute purity. Thank you, Dr. Cynic, for purifying us and cleansing us from this filthy cult which is spread out across the world. Thank you, Dr. Cynic. Oh, yeah. Big love. Free Tory.
Oh, I'm ghetto, but you're sitting with a white man recording the fashion. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. You can record all the way. I don't care. You don't give a shit. My name is not on here. I don't care.
You got fucked by a white man when you were young, right? You faggot. Bitch.
Yeah, it was your mom, actually. You're right. The one with the dick, transgender. I forgot. Yeah.
My mom's been dead for years.
Man, don't even do that. Don't even do that.
When I know who your daddy is. That's it.
My mommy is couple my
But I know your daddy's. I know your daddy. Am I supposed to kill your dads or I'm supposed to let them fucking walk? I don't get that part.
Alright, stop drinking promethazine coming onto that, okay? You sound like you've been drinking too much of that lean.
Everybody's always looking for the weekend. Friday. Gotta get that up.
Why are like 17-year-old mechanics with a liquor on here?
Put him in that. Friday. Suck your mom, your bitch ass nigga. Friday. Fuck you, bitch. Friday. Bitch. Friday. Fucking Friday. I will kill you.
This girl is mentally ill, I think. I think something's wrong with her.
Now we want to know why I love you. My wife would kill me if I was screaming out of my house.
Your wife doesn't pay bills, she just sucks your dick. I live on my own, I pay all the bills around here. Fuck you, bitch. Call the police. Pussy.
Please take this person down. Can't hear it screaming.
Big Love, don't you know this is a coexistence room and Cynic has declared that the Jewish people are nothing but a cult and he is an anti-Zionist propagandist trying to solve the world's conflict?
Once they, whoever is shouting so much.
Somebody else talk. This thing is a bitch. Next, nigga, I'll kill you. You know, I'm a stupid bomb. I'm gonna start dropping bombs, Greg.
Like freaking divine karma.
Thank you. Holy shit.
God,
It's like she gave me a heart attack.
Yeah, this isn't fair. Some people are here for intellectual conversation, man. Come on, guys. Let's be a little serious here. We were getting into something serious before.
Shuki or Harry? What the fuck?
Either one, man. We could try. We could try.
What do you mean either one? I wasn't screaming like a fucking crazy girl on the top of my lungs like that bitch was.
I know, that's crazy.
Oh, Cynic, your new name is retarded, actually.
No, actually, that's your mama's name.
Oh, good comeback, bro.
Good comeback, bro.
That was actually your mama's name. That's how you had to think about it for a second, so you just resorted to the mom joke. That's so funny.
Cynic is a troll, guys. He's schizophrenic.
No, he's not a troll, guys. Stop it.
Yeah, he's just a retard, we know.
I know, it sucks. I know that DNA is just taking hard. I know.
was down there. Oh, the one magically transformed. I forgot. I should have clicked that.
But I think that one of the most successful night shooting
God made Aaron a different paternal haplogroup, so now, all these Jewish mutts can claim to be from the line. I forgot.
So cynic, since they did the Inquisition, right? Against the gays.
Don't disappoint me. Tomorrow I'll hear news how you want the home.
If you give him leaving.
Yeah, exactly. Like a bitch.
Oh no! It is a cult. Cynic is in the cult now.
Free. God gave them out for free. It was like, fuck, take these shits.
You disappoint me before I go to sleep.
You're gonna tell me, oh, you want to listen to comedian or Harry? Come on, bro. I mean, you're a.
So cynic, let me ask you a question.
I want to say, you're a respectful guy. I feel Amos. You're not the. I think
Amos is amazing. He's amazing.
What is it? You're older in age and you have memory problems, but I think you're a reasonable person.
When people use the power not for the good reason, when people use the power not with a good reason, so you even didn't wait that I would go out of the room. Go.
Yeah, it's okay. Keep going. Yeah, keep going. That's what he does. Don't worry. I'm gonna let you finish, but I got him next. Finish. I got him.
You want the room?
I don't want to run it, but I'm gonna tell him to hug to in his face. He's a bitch. He's a pussy. You know what I mean? He's a pussy. Yo, listen. Amos, you're good. Amos, you're cool. Cool. You, Amos, cool. You know what I'm saying? You're cool.
Yes, I'm cool, babe. I'm cool, babe. Yes.
Give me the green thing. Give me the green dot.
I think about it.
Amos, you're cool, man. We accept you in the Catholic Church, bro. You're awesome, man.
I'm from Canada. What the fuck? I don't give a fuck about these Americans. Hey, yo, listen. Amos, fuck these Americans. I'm Canadian. Fuck these Americans. I'm Canadian. We really care about you guys. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's this American. Like, you don't go fuck.
You let the room turn into a circus.
I turned this cornfield into a party. Big love. What's up, bitch? The fuck you mean? Pussies.
I want to close the room. Don't want to argue Okay, so like now it's only me and you before I go to sleep. What do you want to tell me?
Oh, what do I want to tell you?
Before I go to sleep, because you anyway.
I'm gonna tell you, and we're gonna help you out. And Netanyahu is done. There's no winning this war. You guys lost. And all this is just a bunch of nonsense that's happening right now. And killing people, killing women and children, and destroying buildings is only going to backfire at the end of the day. And we're not going anywhere. And when the day comes, we are going to make sure that the mistake we made in history isn't repeated. None of you guys are going to survive. All right, that's it. And when Galut Ishmael comes, in your religion, Galut Ishmael is coming, and when it comes, it is going to be the last Galut. And this is in your eschatology. Now, if you don't know it, go learn it. And this is going to be divine judgment. Because all you are idolaters. All you guys are worshiping the golden calf, Zionism. And you're sacrificing your children. You're sacrificing your children on the altar of Zionism. And that is what's happening. You are sacrificing them to kill Arabs and Muslims. That is what you're doing.
Just looking one side of the coin. You don't see the other side.
No, I see the other side. I see the other side.
You can keep on telling us about
Amos, I told you I see the other side. You want a Jewish state, you want a Jewish majority state, and you want it at the cost of the people who are indigenous to this land and who are the actual descendants of Abraham. Then this is who you want to steal this land from. And you don't want to live in peace. You don't want coexistence. You want to be the majority. You want to be a majority in the Arab world. In an Arab world, you want to be the majority. The enemy isn't just the Palestinians. The enemy is the whole Arab world and then the Muslim world. That is who your enemy is. And Israel will not tire. Israel will always continue to find reasons for war because they can't live in an Arab world. Because the Arab world is Arab, and it is not going to change. And killing people isn't going to change that. How many Arabs are you going to kill till you figure out that you will never have this Jewish majority that you dream of?
But I go to another room now and I close this room.
See, Amos, you don't want to have the talk. You don't want to have it. This is the fact.
I'm too tired to speak. I heard you the whole night.
You want to flood the room with circus clowns because you want to avoid talking about the truth. And you know the truth because we've talked before and you know the truth. You know the truth.
I'm too tired and I'm in the audience looking for rooms and I don't see any room.
That's okay. I know you don't really believe in religion and all that, but this idolatry and this sacrificing of children, you're sacrificing your children.
I'm very proud that you're coming to my room.
You're sacrificing your children. That's what's happening. Just to kill us, you want to sacrifice your children. Okay. I know we're gonna make sure you don't sacrifice children anymore and no more idolatry. Just wait. Everything that's happening the price is gonna be paid. Why? Because this is God's law. This is God's law. And in your book aside for a night. In your book aside for a night.
No, you know the Talmud, it says not to eye for eye, literal.
Your Talmud, you can go use it as toilet paper.
Why do you talk like this about sacred object?
It's not sacred.
If you believe idolatry,
is the Talmud prophets.
It's a YouTube channel, non-staff collector. Like, and the joke is, yeah. And so he has this, like, all these, like, cartoons of, like, you know, how Noah, like, built the ark, and there's, like, a game show.
Is this a play on, like, the, like, Jesus saves postage stamps joke? Is that?
No, the joke about how, like, it's, like, when people, I forgot who said it first, but, like, the idea that, like, to kind of club all atheists together and say that atheists do this and atheists do that, to create a category out of atheists, is kind of like saying there's a category of, like, non-stamp collectors.
Okay. Oh, you know. I love house. So this is where it comes from.
Oh, hi, Edward. I'm going to record your room later. I hope you enjoy the recording on YouTube.
This is almost like a Russell's teapot similar thing, right? Yeah. It's just like almost an intuition pump. Are you
doesn't work like that. to get rid of the Earth.
Yeah, but there's no consensus on that either.
Well, there is concern.
They're not getting it.
Oh, there is those who are willing to admit, and those who say, oh, my head is underneath the sand, so I don't see it, so it's not a thing.
We're not.
Yeah. Well, my great grandfather on my mother's father's side, they're Polish and Russian, and then my grandma's side, my mom's mom, she's like 100% Greek, and then on my dad's side,
Method, which by the way, you can't say he's an unlearned man.
It literally is titled Metaphysics of Science.
And by the way, again,
No, hold on.
One second. Let me just get this out, right? Nasser is a learned man. He went to university. He has a degree in philosophy. Literally, look at his responses. He's agreeing with me, right? He's saying, yeah, right. They don't experiment in the empirical sense. That's the point. It's metaphysics, Abe. It's not physics. Again, you're already starting by not knowing the very principles of my science. You don't know.
Hold on, right. First of all, what you just posted isn't proof that metaphysics is a science. If you read it,
I'm sure. I mean,
you brought me down an article that says metaphysics of science. Those are people who they like to do philosophy on scientific data. That is separate from the question of metaphysics on its own. Me and FL are right now talking about whether metaphysics stand in the world.
well, if you keep reading, the second paragraph says metaphysics of science is a subfield of both metaphysics and the philosophy of science. That is and can be allocated together, but exhausts neither, which means that it implicates both.
It says it can be allocated to either, not neither.
That's what I said.
I thought
If you read the next sentence, it says it exhausts neither.
Right. Look at this, right? Nasser has a good point, right? Mathematics is a science despite not arriving at its consensus empirically means the conclusion. Sorry.
Okay, but here's the thing, right?
And it's still science, right? Math is still science.
Mathematics is a tool that we've developed. It's a tool of understanding the world through like symbols, but they're extremely accurate. So the reason that in math we use math and we use it for science is because it maps onto physical reality extremely accurately. Now, if you're claiming that metaphysics is a system like math, then we have a lot to discuss because they are not alike in any way, shape, or form. Mathematics is a tool we use.
This is simply retarded because you don't even. Yeah, but you don't even understand what metaphysics even is dealing with. So again, how can you critique a system you don't know at all?
I do know, and I reject.
But Abe, how are you ever going to get to like 2 + 2 = 4 without affirming logic?
Facts. By the way, logic is not empirical. By the way, it's not something the senses. By the way,
Jesus
don't even
actually fulfilling any of the messianic prophecies. It's just like that interpretation to say Jesus, did anything resembling like the messianic prophecies.
There's no way he fulfilled a single one of those. It's so out of bounds.
It depends on what your goal is. Like I'm like a liberal Christian. We oftentimes discuss like with conservative theology people all these things. But if your goal is like to turn them atheist, like it could work, but I mean, I guess it shouldn't. Like if you go and see someone that there are problems with the Bible, like that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to turn atheist. They can just accept liberal theology, like we do accept that there are problems with the Bible, and we're still Christians.
Yeah, and on the other end too, what I find is that with an external critique, is they can always go back to like, even if the science doesn't make sense, even if the facts don't make sense, they can say, well, God can do, and like God is miraculous, God is supernatural. It doesn't matter, for instance, like with the flood, right? There's a million scientific problems with the flood, like the heat problem, the problem of the world actually being submerged in water for 40 days and 40 nights, the idea of like where the water went, where it came from, all this, kind of just really devastating stuff to the idea of a worldwide flood. But even if the science doesn't make sense, a lot of Christians in the end, if they're backed into a corner, will just say, well, God is, miraculous. God can do anything. God could make the water disappear. God could erase the heat problem. God could, just poof the water into existence and then poof it out of existence, right? I mean, it's like not a problem for them, right? These external critiques, because they just say, well, miracles can explain anything, right? Or the supernatural can explain anything. So it's kind of hard to get anywhere if you do that. But I find that like the internal critiques. So Zeleny, you said you're like a liberal Christian. Do you believe that Jesus was the Messiah? That like he actually fulfilled like the Old Testament messianic prophecies?
Personally, I don't care about that, but I think like a lot of liberal Christians probably will have some general kind of view that God was active like in Jewish history and kind of promised them some sort of Messiah, and that Jesus is the guy. But they're only going to take some sort of like kind of, I don't know what I would call it, like very precise, kind of funny, like, oh, let's dissect like some prophetic book and see like if this gets fulfilled. And Jesus, like, they're just going to have some sort of like a general view of that.
Wait. So what are you saying there? Wait, hold on a second. So you think that any of these like Old Testament?
My forces here have to narrate some type of deception and say, well, he's saying this, well, he's saying that, to cloud what you just heard, and then make your mind be like, oh, well.
Okay, this is Shabbos Goys only. We're looking for a Shabbos Goy.
Learn about them. I'm just going to the bedrock. But all that's stupid because, like I said, metaphysics at best. I'm not ever gonna say you can't be a metaphysician and like have fun.
What is metaphysics? Is it a word or is it energy?
Hold on, can you? This guy, can you tell me?
Excuse me, it's a legitimate question.
In Matthew, Mark, and Luke, Simon of Cyrene carries Jesus' cross, whereas in John, Jesus carries his own cross. And then in Mark 1:11, it says, "You are my beloved son," whereas Matthew 3:17, it says, "This is my beloved son." So it's a pretty good petty ones.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong somewhere in terms of the characterization of it.
Margaret, that hat is all wrong.
There's a difference between something getting it published and posting it, just posting some shit, some document on the internet where
It's like spam, CM. It's all spam.
Graphs of like what I remember from like my life since
1983 or whatever, and I'm just kind of like trying to piece it together as much as I can from what I can.
Right now, here on Clown House?
Oh, hey, kick him out. He likes to
Kick him! Kick him! Kick him alert! Kick him alert! Kick him! I'll just come back in an anonymous account and continue to record the room.
No IQ alert.
Who wants to kill John, and King Herod is distressed that John gets killed. But then in Matthew, this gets changed to Herod wanting to kill John the Baptist, but then out of sync with the beginning of the story, he is distressed when John is killed. So the latter parts of the story is copied from Mark. The first part is changed. So it's like it has a discontinuity.
Oh, there's also another one too. Where what happened to Jesus after his baptism? Like in most of the Gospels, right? After his baptism, he goes into the wilderness, right? He spends 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness and gets like tempted by the devil. But then in another one, none of that happens. I think it's John. Maybe it's John's like the weird one out, where he just kind of like goes and like hangs out with his disciples and like the apostles. After that, like there's none of that whole like weird temptation in the wilderness stuff.
I mean, most of those discrepancies are traditionally explained just by the fact that, or the claim that the different authors are focusing on different parts of the story, that you should just like mash them in a single story. Someone says a story, the 10 things that happened, they mention 5, but then another guy recounts the story and mentions, 7, adds 2 of the ones that weren't mentioned, and a third guy mentions the 3 that were left unmentioned in the first 2 stories. That's kind of the approach taken.
Again, almost a troll Polish shit or April Fool's
Day
in
2022.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry, but again, he has, according to him, again, and according to some people, there could be something in there. I don't know. It's just he's not going about it the traditional way. Because again, he's publishing. You can't publish something. You can't write a paper and submit it, and in the paper you say, I kind of don't remember the fucking I'm claiming I proved this theorem, and then in the proof of the theorem, I pretty much say I kind of remember that I proved this part, but I don't remember it right now, so let's just skip it, pretend I proved it, and continue. Like, every fucking journal would reject that paper on, you have to prove your theorem if you want to get published in a math journal. And say you would go for a physics journal.
Higher being. I mean, you can talk about Isaac Newton, you can talk about Charles Darwin, you can talk about the thinkers of the golden age of Islam, Ibn Rushd or Avicenna or whoever. And, they were, scientists, core scientists who believed in the metaphysical realm.
Okay, do you want me to say why that's not relevant, or?
That was your proposition. You're saying that the only reason you metaphysicians talk about this stuff is because you're not in science. But there's so many scientists and proper scientists who believe in metaphysics. And
first of all, those scientists you're talking about, like Newton, even though I greatly respect him, he was a brilliant and genius physicist and mathematician. But he wasn't brilliant when it came to God, right? He made a mistake. Because his beliefs in supernatural, whatever God was, or stuff like that, were not backed up in the same way he backed up his scientific claims. The scientific claims he backed up with like evidence and math, and that's why we know he's correct. Whereas when he believed
Anonymous, hey Anonymous.
he was just wrong. He was just mistaken there because his alchemical claims were wrong. You can't make gold out of metal. Like he was wrong with that one.
So wait, so do you just think that we can't know anything about non-physical things?
What I'm saying is, by definition, number one, I don't think non-physical things exist because when we use the word existence,
Can you define physical and existence?
Yeah, in this universe, we're talking about things that are matter and energy. Like that is what exists.
Okay, so
anything that exists is necessarily spatio-temporal.
So you don't believe like numbers exist?
Numbers are a tool that we made up as humans, yeah.
But they don't exist.
No, they don't exist out there.
Neither do thoughts or the mind.
No, I mean your mind is being generated by your brain.
But it doesn't exist because it's not physical.
Well, it exists. It's in your brain, but it doesn't exist outside your brain, no.
Can you point to the mind? Can you tell me where the mind is?
I can just say your brain is generating your mind. That's what's happening.
Generating your mind, which mean you're making a distinction here.
Your brain is a physical thing, like it's made out of
But you're
tissues.
making a distinction between the brain and the mind.
No, I'm not. I'm just using it because you used the word.
Oh, okay. So you think there's no distinction between the brain and the mind?
Yeah, correct. I think your mind is your brain. Your mind is what your brain does.
Is what your brain does. So it's not your brain?
It is your brain. Your brain functioning is minding. It's doing minding.
Okay, so you believe just the brain alone is the mind. There's no separation, no distinction.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
How would you respond to Nasser's question, Dave, in the comments?
Nasser's question.
Yeah.
What is the correct thing to be physical anyway? Abe is assuming a physicalist metaphysics which suffers from a myriad of issues. What it is for a thing to be physical anyway? I told you, Nasser, right? It's something that is matter and energy. Like that is what exists by definition. It exists in space and
Do you
time.
believe being exists?
I don't even know what that means, honestly.
Like a being? Like you?
I believe I exist, but I'm a body, right? I exist in space and time, and I'm measurable.
Right, but do you agree that you're a being?
See, why are we using that word?
Because that's what metaphysics is. We study reality. Like
Yeah, right.
I'm in a human body, right? I'm made out of tissues.
Okay, right. But if you believe that you are a human being, right, and that you obtain being, then you are agreeing. And if you believe that being exists, that you exist, then you are agreeing that metaphysics can make claims about things that exist.
Yeah, but I don't word it like that. You're like wording it in unnecessarily like difficult ways.
No, if you just don't understand what the metaphysical definition of being is, it's okay to ask for it.
Yeah, I think I do, and I think I have.
What do you think
Material are the same thing.
Do I think being and material mean the same thing?
No, physical.
No, look like Nasser's question is, he's basically saying for me to ask you, does physical and material mean the same to you? That's what he wants me to ask you.
I don't use the word material because that's philosophical jargon.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Yeah, I mean, but when you say material, if you mean physical, then yeah, it's the same thing. I don't know how people are using the word material. So
What do you think we mean by matter in Aristotelian terms? What do you think Aristotle meant by matter?
I don't know what Aristotle meant. I'm talking about science. I'm talking about how we define according to physics right now. Yeah.
Yeah, Aristotle's a scientist. Yeah.
No, he was a scientist from 2,000 years ago, bro.
Oh my gosh.
We've made a lot of progress since then. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think anybody like that studied science that's not modern is like not reasonable or didn't know what they were talking about?
No, but they're just usually mistaken after 2,000 years goes by. They're gonna need
So do you think our scientists will be mistaken in 2,000 years?
In some senses, yes. In some senses, yes.
So what makes your scientists now more valuable than the ones then? If you think that they're just going to eventually be disproved.
Because, first of all, I never said they'll be thoroughly disproved. I just said they will obviously be improved. But what I said is they're right now.
And no, you're saying in the sense, yeah, they'll be. That was exactly what I asked you to say.
Scientists their collection of the data and their explanation of the data is more accurate than like Socrates or Aristotle's understanding of the data.
What's inaccurate of Aristotle's data?
I'm sure we could go through and we could make a laundry list. The point is, he didn't know about Newtonian mechanics. He didn't know about like Einsteinian relativity.
What's the
like,
relevance to that here at all?
Because it has relevance to his understanding the way the universe actually
just not having like a couple like modern day understandings doesn't negate what he said was right. Like you would have to disprove what he said.
It doesn't negate, but it also doesn't prove. He's not demonstrating that what he said is.
That's just an argument from silence.
No, it's
Yes,
the burden of proof. He has the burden of proof.
What burden of proof? What are you asking Aristotle to prove?
Look, I'm not talking about Aristotle now. I'm just saying when people make metaphysical claims, they have a burden of proof to demonstrate it.
Okay.
If they can't demonstrate it, then it's just them talking.
What are you saying isn't demonstrated? What are you?
Let's start with the Platonic God. That's how we're talking about it. That is not.
We can start from God. We can demonstrate the reality. I can demonstrate physics, psychology.
Jump to the time. I know that. We're about to do separate fighting.
Would you agree that it has existence? Why is that a weird sentence for me to say?
You wait for a rudely interrupted. Next time, I was literally special.
Just clarifying your position.
I'm not even saying exists. I'm saying everything that is physical doesn't exist.
By definition, yes.
We can actually to be relevant until the 12th century. Angels, no mention before the 5th century. And some
I just don't understand.
like
What we experience is what we
nothing is stuck in nature or the universe. Not even God.
Does not change. So any view that human-centric view, it's our perception. Reality is just how you can perceive with our five senses, so to speak.
And I would say that it's only that. What I said is, it seems to be that. And it's certainly the way we interact and research the universe. And that's how we do it. If there's something that we can't interact with in any way whatsoever, then it doesn't exist in the natural metaphysics.
Previously, you physically identified mind. You was talking about the brain and the mind. You didn't identify the mind. So,
yes,
so what is the mind? Where can you see the mind? Does it
We have good indication, right? The fact that this is what people also try to do. They try to like hide behind the hard problem, saying like, "Oh, we're at qualia."
He's a crim, but he's a friend.
So the point is this is another question, like an open question in philosophy about whether the hard problem has merit. Some people think there's some merit to it. Other people think there's not.
About what you do.
I don't have the problem because I don't just have the hard problem. I think
We're not here to arrest you because you're certainly doing fine, because the orderly she tackles you as well to go to prison for defending yourself. Yes, that happens just cut my pass. Unfortunately, I wouldn't want that. It's just the operation of regret what happened, but my responsibility is to protect the operation community. And my responsibility is to protect myself and colleagues. I can't do anything else.
Right? Like,
How can we explain?
show me lightning.
You've gotten pretty good at it.
Well, I can't show you lightning because lightning is
You
not a
can convince
physical thing. It's a
there's-
process of energy.
I do it
You
over
have
and
the
over
ionized
again.
radiation in the
That's
atmosphere.
my life.
And it's a balance. Our mind is literally is an electrical process. So of course I can't show you my thoughts. I can show you a functioning brain. That's all there is.
Dear Lord. Okay, I'm gonna ask you something. Go ahead.
I want to go about where the mind is. So to you, is the mind just the energy transfers or explosions that happen in neurotransmitter synapse? Is that what the mind is?
Yes.
What is it? I want you to give it a unit and to identify it. A unit of measure.
The collection of your biochemical processes of all your organs and your lungs and your heart pumping blood and energy into your brain.
Cubs
and your brain
always.
functions. That is your mind. That's
Sucks for friends.
It's not a mystery.
But you can't identify it. You can't physically put an integer on it or give it a value or measure it, yeah?
Well, you can certainly measure your brain. And we do research all the time on brains.
I'm talking about the mind, all that collection of biochemical.
Yeah. Your mind is just a label. Look, Ahmed, we in society, wait, let me finish. In society, we've developed words. You have to understand, the words we're using were invented by people who were extremely ignorant. They didn't know about science. They invented words like mind because they were trying to understand the reality. Who invented the mind?
So your ancestors
didn't understand the brain. That's it.
Hang on. What?
Your ancestors.
Let him answer my question really quick. Who invented the word mind?
Ignorant humans who didn't understand the brain.
You don't even know. Can you tell me the ignorant human?
No, language evolved.
Right.
It's not made up by one human. It was made up by society.
So you're just gonna go ahead and assume that this human that you don't know who it was is ignorant. That's what you're telling me?
Yes, humans in the past were very ignorant.
What's funny? No philosophers. You know, it's funny. The philosophers, right? For example, before Abe's theories came up, right? They actually had this theory, or actually believed that the mind is just a irrational operation of the soul, nothing to do with the brain, by the way.
When did I say that?
You said it had to do with the brain.
No, but what? I never said about soul.
I just want to. I want to say that the mind it's an emergent property of the brain. So the brain has got these processes going on in it, and
yeah, Abe would disagree.
No, I think I would agree with that.
No, because that's a distinction. He doesn't believe in the distinction. He thinks they're identical.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure when you say they're identical.
Meaning there's no distinction.
It emerges, right? No, but you could say it emerges in the sense that it is being generated by the brain. I would use the word generated, but you could use the word emerge. But the point I'm making is you're not going to be able to take a mind and put it on a plate and
emerging and generating are not the same.
You know what? I was going to run this argument on Abe, right? That the scholastics are not atheists, but you know what? I won't even do a scholastic argument. I'm just going to do Leibniz argument. So I'm just going to use Leibniz, a logician, right? Which I'm surely you don't think he's retarded, right? I mean, you might, I don't know, but how would you resolve? What do you think? Do you deny the principle sufficient reason? And if you do, this is going to be very interesting to see.
But hold on. What? Before we get into the PSR, just let's go back for a moment about metaphysics, right?
The PSR is a metaphysical concept.
I know, but before we get into that, we're trying to figure out whether we should do metaphysics at all. Do you agree that if we want to resolve a question...
Okay, here's the thing. The reason why we have to accept this metaphysical principle that Leibniz, introduced, is because in math, in biology, in chemistry, in physics, in metaphysics, we all accept the PSR. If you reject the PSR,
what's PSR stand for?
PSR stands for Principle of Sufficient Reason.
Yes. So if you deny this, then fucking science is useless in general now, bro.
Okay, so I'll get to that in a moment. But look, if let's say we have a question about reality, let's say the question is, does God exist? Right? Do you agree that the way to resolve the answer to that question, if we want to know if it's actually true, is the way we go about it metaphysical or scientific? Which one is it?
God's existence is both metaphysically present and physically present.
Okay. So you believe if it's physically present, then it can be demonstrated. You using science.
Yes.
Okay, do that for me. Don't give me the metaphysical argument. Let's just drop that for now. Let's go to the scientific one.
Right, let's do the scientific, which they're both scientific again, by the way. But anyways, again, do you deny the PSR?
I just said I want to talk about science and evidence.
Yeah. Every science uses the PSR, so I think it's adequate for me to ask you if you deny
You believe God exists. Give me the physical evidence for God exists.
Forget God right now. Do you deny the PSR? No, we'll get to God.
I want to talk about the physical evidence of God exists.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. But first, do you deny the PSR?
No, hold on. Give it to me first, then we'll talk about the PSR.
Michael, please.
Hold on. Give it to me first, and then we'll talk about the PSR. Give me the physical evidence of God existing.
How can you reason without a first principle of reasoning? Can you tell
me? My God, bro, you're like a little Darth Dawkins. Do you know him?
Yes, son of a...
You're gonna do this presuppositional bullshit on me?
Oh my... Do you deny the PSR or not, dude?
Are you gonna do this presuppositional bullshit, or are you gonna answer the question?
Oh my goodness.
Just answer the question. You yourself admitted you think God is physical, and he can be demonstrated.
I did not say he was physical.
Whether I accept the PSR
I did not say he's physical.
You didn't say he's physical. You said he's both metaphysical and physical. So
no, I didn't. I said I can demonstrate his existence both metaphysically and physically.
Okay, you said you could demonstrate it physically. This is so boring. Whether I accept the PSR or not is irrelevant. Just demonstrate that God exists physically.
I deny the PSR because the universe itself, if you apply the PSR to the entire universe, then it means you have to see God.
Sure, Michael, 1 second. I just don't want to go off topic. It's not about the PSR.
It is about the PSR. My whole argument for God's existence is going to be about the PSR, matter of fact.
No, that's not physical then. That's not listening to my instructions.
You think the PSR is physical?
I just said to you, you said you can prove God physically. You don't need to know anything about the PSR to give you physical evidence that God exists.
There you go. What's the principle of sufficient reason of our existence, of human existence?
I felt lucky. If you're gonna squirm around like a wriggling eel, then you just don't want to have a conversation.
Okay.
You said you can prove God exists physically.
Yeah,
when I said give me the evidence for it, you said what about the PSR?
Right. So do you deny the PSR?
I will answer that question after you provide the evidence.
I need to know this main principle in order
Barry
to
Bozak!
It's irrelevant if you have physical evidence. It's irrelevant if you have physical evidence of God existing.
Streaming more morons 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, capturing the dumbest people that the world has to create for social media audio. This is anonymous kick, anonymous only. Sorry, Harry, you don't have an anonymous account, so I'm gonna have to kick you.
Matthew, maybe I'm retarded. Maybe I'm retarded. Yo, Matthew and Nasser.
Maybe you've just been surrounded by Christians.
One second. Matthew and Nasser.
Oh, you're a plus. I see.
I have a question. Am I retarded for asking him if he denies the PSR in order to demonstrate my God's existence through the physical realm, or no?
Some good shit. You hear this shit, Harry? It's fucking really cringe.
I think there's a miscommunication here. Maybe like Abe thinks that, like, I think what you're saying, FL, is that through the PS, you can make a metaphysical argument, right, that establishes God's existence and like some sort of causal power in the physical domain, right? But that's the argument is for metaphysical, and that's why you want to invoke the PSR. And he thinks the argument itself,
look out, he's invoking a PSR. He's invoking the PSR.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? Every single science cannot deny the PSR. If you deny the
can't deny the PSR,
reason, then you deny reason itself. And what's the point of even doing science at this point? And anything. Now, and here's the thing, right? Let's read what Nestor said. Exactly.
Go up on the stage about it.
Okay.
No, I mean they're honestly they kicked me just a little while ago. I was making fun of them.
To a scientific concordium, for example, if the PSR doesn't hold. The scientist presupposes the rational structure of the world and believes that there are reasons to answer such exactly. So again, if you want me to prove God's if you want me to prove God's existence metaphysically, yes, I agree that the PSR is a metaphysical concept. But again, it applies to even physical things. Why do you not understand that? I'm asking you, do you deny the PSR or not? If you deny the PSR, if you deny the PSR, then live your stupid physics, because physics doesn't deny it. For one. For two, if you don't deny the PSR, if you don't deny the PSR, I can demonstrate my God's existence necessarily.
Okay, so I'm just going to steal your argument. Let me just steal man his argument because he has a script, right? So he just gets terrified.
No, I don't have a script. I mean,
this is
what I'm going to do. I'll accept that the PSR is real, okay?
Okay, so you accept the PSR?
Sure.
Okay,
for the sake of this argument.
Okay, great. What's the principle? No, for the sake of the argument, do you believe in it or not?
I can't go into it because I'm only interested in going into whether God exists or not.
That's the point. I'm going to lead up to there.
Okay, so give me your little script about why you think you can prove God exists physically. Go.
I don't think he exists physically. I already said that.
You said you can prove he exists physically.
No, I didn't.
No, he's saying that he has. He's saying he has like physical, like sort of. He has causal powers in the physical domain. That doesn't mean that God himself.
Yes, correct.
Okay, but his physical powers in the physical domain are like measurable and like he interacts with the physical world. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying we can see God's existence through our five senses. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, demonstrate that.
Okay, so what's the principal sufficient reason for our existence?
I don't know.
Oh wait, but I thought physics explains everything, right? So this is where metaphysics comes in, don't you think?
No, saying this is a fundamental misunderstanding of you. Where when I say I don't know,
this is retarded, dude.
You think that's like a problem?
This is a problem.
Perfectly fine.
No, because we do know. That's the point.
So, are you uncomfortable with uncertainty? Because that's the vibe I'm getting.
No, I'm okay with mystery, for one, as long as there's no rational explanation for it. However, we do have one. So yes, I am uncomfortable when you say it's a mystery when it's really not.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I'm faced with like the overwhelming vastness and complexity of the universe, I feel kind of like small and humble, and I feel like I'm very unsure. Whereas you seem to be jumping to a conclusion and saying, "Oh yeah, we know God exists."
Because I study logic. I want to be a metaphysician and a logic.
Steve, oh my god, I'm so disappointed.
No, he present.
Yeah, like that's the one that I said when you correctly translated. It's in fact the universalist verse. So what it says in Greek, it uses like a weird construct.
Pizza with banana. Ooh.
Pizza with ananas.
It's not pizza Hawaii. It's pizza Somalia.
Pizza with banana.
I mentioned that.
I'm little two kids.
He was saying second issue of the word punishment, and there's like
talking to other physicists by his ideas that he's not completely out of the field. Weinstein did say that.
And that's part of his argument. If that's true and he's not conspiratorial, then that would be in favor of his saying that there's sort of this community that's acting like police.
To existence, or moving it into motion. Give me one thing in reality. Go ahead. Since you love the five senses so much, give me one thing.
Again, these are open questions in physics. The reason they're open questions is because the universe itself, when it gets to like extremely like unusual arrangements of matter and energy, like the start of our universe or quantum fields or quantum sizes, it might behave in ways that are completely different from our known laws of physics. That's not contradictory. That just means we currently don't understand fully the laws of physics.
How do you want me to continue debate when you haven't studied other fields of science but physics?
I have studied other fields of science but physics.
Hi, moderators. This is a one-on-one debate. Abe seems to know everything.
This is a one-on-one debate, yes.
What about me?
Well, a 1.5 debate.
Abe, what's it like having the burden of having so much knowledge? You seem to have such a high IQ. What a genius, Abe. Bravo, sir. Bravo, young man.
Let's get back on topic.
I felt it just seems like, to me, it seems like the reason you think the DSR is true, like so far what you've invoked is a sort of inductive argument, right? Like, and I think
think that's all very well, but like, I don't know. To me, it seems like to show that to argue from the sort of data that like all of science rests on like a principle where like we're finding explanations, right, for like a set of data.
One viewer.
Explanation.
What happened to the thousands?
Like it doesn't really let you. It doesn't license you to like sort of go outside that inductive base, right? To say that, well, look, I mean, for everything that's physical, it just seems like some kind of PSR holds, right? And that's why science is productive. But that doesn't mean like once you're outside the physical realm, like anything like a PSR has to hold, right? Like there could be like there's other things. There's other kinds of grounding. There's like weak PSRs, right? So I don't know. That seems like you need like a different kind of motivation to believe in the PSR than the fact that like science requires it.
And not only that, FL, how the hell do you even get to like, even if the PSR is real, how do you get to like a God exists from there? And not only that, how do you get from like, that is not just like a deistic God that like started the universe and abandoned it, versus a theistic God? And then even furthermore, how do you get that the theistic God is not just Allah, but it's actually like the Christian God, and it's the Trinity, and then it's Jesus? Like you're jumping to so many conclusions. We just gotta hit the brakes, bro, and like take it one at a time. But yeah, you're done talking? Okay.
Yeah, I want to talk about Aristotle, because that was raised previously by Ryan.
What would Aristotle's opinion be on the PSR?
I'm not sure, but the thing about Aristotle, like, he thought that the Earth was at the center of the universe. He thought that there'd be objects more faster than light objects.
Did he pronounce it Earth or Earth? And did you know the truth of the math of the Earth?
I don't know.
Wait, again, Michael, I never said that Aristotle like knew everything. I actually indeed said he did. But I said that him not knowing everything doesn't negate that he still made a claim about the principle that's
I think Aristotle, it was one of the Greek philosophers, they literally made a claim that like women have less teeth than men. And like that was a pretty fucking easy one to figure out because they could just count the teeth, and he didn't even do that. He just like philosophizing, oh, women have less teeth.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about him. I don't know anything about nor do I really care. Does that have any relevance to you?
Well, it just shows how stupid he was. He wasn't doing science. He was just talking out of his ass.
Aristotle was definitely
Yeah, Aristotle wasn't stupid. I've read Aristotle. It's pretty intelligent.
No, I'm not saying he was stupid just based on one statement.
A man who's never read Aristotle is calling Aristotle stupid.
Well, that's just projection. Maybe he's not as intelligent as he thinks he is.
What is stupid though is that you can't say like you have less teeth. You gotta say you have fewer teeth.
Yeah, so man, again, you can't call Aristotle stupid when you haven't like read anything about him.
Look, so FL, look. At the end of the day, we didn't even get to like God or homosexuality.
Oh my god, like I have nobody to talk with. Am I like that horrible of a person apparently? Actually, it turns out people are like practicing Shabbos. Shabbos is really like people doing things during this critical hour of, the day on a Friday.
Eric's wife or something, and then Eric said, okay, well, let me say something about your wife. And just kind of show that maybe there's a little bit of something else going on here, which is what I'm talking about. That's, I think, what that showed. But,
Lagrith, where's the party at tonight?
I don't know why you mentioned me. I don't know. You show me, man. You show me. That same guy.
It's that same guy. It's that low IQ guy who bothers everybody.
No, you're good. I don't know why. He comes in every room. It's so weak.
I think in this picture, there's a lot of other people who aren't Weinstein who are making this critique and have been for quite some time. And that perhaps what Weinstein Einstein is just doing is because he's got this position, right or wrong, crank or crackpot, he's using it and clubbing back with it. So he's being a voice for perhaps those people who.
After that, she left. She was allowed to leave, or she went on her own. It was either one of those situations, but she left the building. She decided to come back to him that night.
Pause.
It has to be God, yes.
Okay, hold on. Pause. Just don't jump like that, okay? What we said was there has to be a cause that wasn't caused by anything else, okay?
Yes.
Why are we calling that God, right? You're just like literally shoehorning your God in at the first point you can.
No, not our God. You can just it's just the name we give this uncaused cause. You can
Exactly. Well, don't do that. Exactly. But that's confusing, right?
Okay, just take it away.
Very scientific, right?
But ultimately, we
can have evidence for using the PSR.
This is Bhagavad Gita chanting. I think I'm just going to become a Hindu because I don't want to talk to people in English anymore. He became a Hindu. Why? Because he had every conversation in the English language 100,000 times. So he abandoned English and picked up Sanskrit. Oh, there's no other rooms.
दहिने पूजा संत जन तारे हारत की जय हनुमान लला की दुष्ट दल न रखनाथ कला की सुर नर मुनि हारती उतारे जय 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 हनुमान उचारे कंचन धार कपूर छाई हारती करता अंजना माई जो हनुमान जी की आरती गावई बसी वैकुंठ परम पद पावई आरती की जय हनुमान लला की दुष्ट दल न रखनाथ कला की आरती की जय हनुमान लला की राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम जय जय राम जय जय राम जय श्री राम अध्यक्षमात्र मंत्रहीनं क्रियाहीनं भक्तिहीनं जनार्दन यत्कृतं तु मया देव परिपूर्णं तदस्तु मे यदक्षरपदभ्रष्टं मात्राहीनं तु यद्भवेत् तत्सर्वं क्षम्यतां माता गीता देवी नमोऽस्तु ते विसर्गबिन्दुमात्राणि पदपादाक्षराणि च न्यूनानि चातिरिक्तानि क्षमस्व पुरुषोत्तम क्षमस्व परमेश्वर कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रियैर्वा बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रकृते स्वभावात् करोमि यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणायेति समर्पयामि श्रीमन्नारायणायेति समर्पयामि प्रार्थना सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ अच्युताय नमः ॐ अनन्ताय नमः ॐ गोविन्दाय नमः ॐ अच्युताय नमः ॐ अनन्ताय नमः ॐ गोविन्दाय नमः ॐ अच्युतानन्त गोविन्दाय नमो नारायणाय नमः ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं जय श्रीकृष्ण थैंक यू Shraddhaji. Thank you, Shraddhaji. Thank you, everyone. Just to conclude the room, please join with Jai Goshti. The count of 3, 2, 1. Namaste Vasudevaya Preyasame Priyottama Samasta Guna Sampurna Nirdoshanandadayine Mukopi Yatrasadena Mukunda Shayanayate Rajarajayate Rikto Raghavendram Tamashraye. Have a beautiful day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Shraddhaji, for the opportunity. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Vande Mataram.
Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Ram. Har Har Mahadev. Vande Mataram. Jai Shri Krishna.
Hey, all you racist motherfuckers! I'm the only white person in here. What's up with your racist ass troll title?
Sabrina, known as being the white variety of the teenage witch, will start the bidding at 0.5 cents.
Bitch, you ain't gonna raise enough to get a Snicker bar. Anybody drinking any Hennessy and Courvoisier tonight? Hello?
Donovan, yeah, Bryce Donovan. Looking alike. Bryce Donovan. Okay, I can use Bryce as like security. He looks like he has a mean face.
This is some racist ass shit. You auctioning off white people? You racist motherfuckers. I'm reporting you to the NAACP. Southern Poverty Law Crime Center. You're all fucked.
And when you report it,
I'm submitting your database to Palantir. I'm gonna have y'all audited.
Hey, shout out to Rachel Dolezal, okay? When you go up there, tell her we said what's up. So Bryce is next on the list. Let me see. Bryce, he looks like he can work security, so I'll start my bidding at Bryce for $1.
$1 and 1 penny.
I'll do 2. Bro, this is only $2 go once, going twice.
$2 and 1 penny.
$2, $1 penny go once, going twice.
$3.26.
Let's bid on his ass. Okay, he can get him for $3.26.
Sold to the highest winner.
You're going high with your master. Thank you.
All right, next to sell is Dami.
No, next to sell is the person that's on stage. Dami is like, you have to comedian comedy is next to sell.
Welcome back to another episode of Low IQ Spam. People talking about nothing on a Friday night, auctioning off white people in Cloud House. Pure racism and bigotry at its finest. Sick, deranged.
He needs to get out of here. He needs to go home. When he
brought off the screen?
I don't want to. He needs to go home. I actually want to. Anybody owe debt? Any debt owers in here? He needs to go in with someone right now. You can pick him up and clear your debt right now. He wants to buy him. Yeah, you can clear off your debt. Whatever your debt is.
There's only 2 types of people in this world. Those who forgive debt and those who don't forgive debt.
for me. I don't like that. He doesn't submit.
He took too much.
He doesn't
Yeah,
know how to submit.
Submit!
Submit! See, he doesn't know.
He doesn't have to submit.
This is giving me PTSD from the slave auction, Bella.
You guys are crazy. Sabella was never a part of that. But regardless of the fact, that's done. Anyways, I'm gonna put a bid out for Richard. He looks like he's gonna make me a lot of money when it comes to his model career. So I'm saying $100. He's gonna buy higher than that. Oh, so he's giving you
$100.01. I'll free this motherfucker from you, you slave master bitch. They kicked me.
There's nothing really you can fight for it. The problem when you get it. Oh my God! I don't think you know. So people say in the UK and Europe,
right? We can't. Right, but he is a spiritual king, right? His kingdom wasn't a literal kingdom; it was a spiritual kingdom. But I mean, Christ, like I could say that. Roivus could say that. Christ, like Roivus's kingdom is a spiritual kingdom of weed and black metal. Like anybody could say that. That I'll fulfill those prophecies later, right? I'll do it later, right? Believe me now, and I'll fulfill all those prophecies, like later after I.
Yeah, except I think the Jesus spiritual king angle makes sense because it's about various social reformist and ethical values that he preaches that are present in the Old Testament, especially in the descriptions of the future kingdom and how that's going to look like. But yeah, so I think that'd be a difference between someone else randomly today saying, "Oh, I am the Messiah because I proclaim a spiritual kingdom of weed or something." But on the previous thing, I would say there's no confirmation. That's my thing why I would defend Joseph Smith, because I think not only is that there no confirmation of those claims, I think the opposite is true, and that we can see that when we know more details about his life, that he was actually not a fraud at all, that he was a true believer and an honest guy.
He was 100% a fraud, I'm sorry, man. It's kind of a fool's errand to defend this guy. Did you ever hear the story about how, so he used to have he supposedly these golden plates, right, that had Egyptian, reformed Egyptian, some weird text that no scholar had ever heard of ever. And he had these seer stones that he could use to decipher the text. And he would put his face into his hat and miraculously be translations of these stones, right? And then somebody at some point basically stole and destroyed one of the translations and was like, all right, do it again. If it's consistent, you'll be able to do it again. And he was like, well, God doesn't want me to do it again, right? Basically, no, there is no doing it again, because he basically knew he'd been caught, right? If you're going to translate something, if it's a true translation stone, a magic stone that lets you translate something, the translation should be the same every time. And you shouldn't be afraid to translate it a second time. If anything, that would prove that the translation the first time was correct. But the fact that the first translation got destroyed, and he was like, no, I'm not going to translate it again, to me is the ultimate confirmation that this guy was just making shit up. I mean, it's really hard to interpret it any other way.
That doesn't make sense to me at all. Why would I don't see any difficulty in interpreting it. In fact, I see a difficulty in why I would jump to such conclusions. Okay,
so Zeleny, if I have a text,
wait.
So Zeleny, no, hold on.
And he said, when this part of translation is destroyed, I don't want to translate again. How does that prove that he's a fraud? He just didn't want to translate again.
So Zeleny, if I have a text, so if I tell you that I can read Russian, right? I tell you I can read Russian. And somebody gives me a Russian text and tells me to translate that text, but nobody else knows Russian, right? And I give you a translation.
Harry Ballsack!
Some people around me have doubts. They're like,
unfortunately, they've blocked all my accounts, so I can't pipe them into this room. But this is a fake Free Palestine Anonymous room to see how many people come in here paranoid that somebody's recording them. So it's a trap room.
Okay, if you can read Russian, you have the same text, translate it again. And
This
then
is
we'll
Sam's
compare
and
the
God
two
is not
texts
real,
and
wokeness
see if
sucks,
your
evolution
translation
happens.
is the same. And you suddenly say, well, I don't want to translate it again.
Yeah, I'm sick of spending all the money.
My God told me not to translate it again.
Got enough phones, for God's sakes.
Highly
I'm just so fucking blocked. I can't get it. Buy one more, make it 155. Enough is enough. It's a me problem at this point, buddy. It's not a them problem. It has become a me problem.
The same enough to the point where people are like, yeah, you know, I mean, that's obviously the same. There might be like some slight differences, but that's the same translation. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to translate a text to a second time.
Why don't you create a burner account?
Tap in with everybody in the room.
Why don't you create
I need another phone for that.
Just get the Motorola.
The first.
For $50.
I have an extra phone somewhere. See if I can
If you can get like one of those, create a cell phone for text type of apps or whatever, or even Google Voice, you can create the account off of that. So you don't have to get like
but the thing is, I have to log out of my account on this phone, and then I have the number for it still, but yeah, I don't know. I could do that. Yeah, doesn't matter.
Well, I know, but it's just fun to make them paranoid, and then they'll blame me if you do it. Like clone my account and just like troll them with my account.
Gone with your picture.
Yeah. Go in there with a picture and then put in the chat, someone's recording this room and putting it on YouTube.
They'll kick me out right away. Oh man.
It's just a mind virus. You just have to inject it once, it like rattles the nest. All the fucking bees go
crazy. I was in there earlier, just myself as an anonymous account, and I was doing like 88 emoji or GIFs and stuff like that. Like says 88 and all this. And they're like, oh, it's that Edmund guy. He's recording the room again. And they couldn't do shit about it. Like, that was the funniest part. That's why I messaged you when it happened. That was fucking hilarious. They were talking about it for like 5 minutes.
I did not know that you could do GIFs as anonymous.
Oh, yeah, that's what I do the most. I just troll with the whole time, the GIFs and the emojis. And I'm telling you, I've already had multiple rooms where they were so triggered by it. It's fucking like, sometimes I'll go into Shuki's room and then start doing like Palestine GIFs to piss them off on purpose, just to get a laugh out of it. It's so funny, bro. It's the most troll thing that they could have added to this app.
Give up its soul for the cause. You get what I'm saying? And it could be very common.
Black Clown House is like its own fucking world.
It's beautiful.
That shit's definitely its own world.
Obviously, what you're saying sound like some shit that a third world country, or you know what I'm saying, or I don't know, in America you could do that because listen. It's the magic on them white folks. We call it hoodoo, voodoo, whatever the fuck do. But
this room is called "Are People That Practice Witchcraft / Magic Detriment to Society?" in the Non-Believer's House.
Absolutely. If we actually look up the origin of what magic is, and having an authoritative power to alter things, and it's great that.
Where did this incredible knowledge come from? What books do you people read? I gotta find out quickly.
Hold on, comedian. So it's great for alchemy, alchemy and the stages of alchemy, and if you understand energy, because when I break
turning
it down,
poop into gold.
When I break it down to layman's terms, hold on, I'm gonna move.
She moved.
What's going on is it's just energy working. If we put it in layman's terms, but alchemy does go through different stages. You have distillation and all this other shit that goes into it.
This is a karaoke room. Hey, Jacob, I'm in Lakeview, man. Let's do some karaoke and get a beer. Hey, Jacob.
Let's make some noise for Jacob.
Hey, Jacob, up in Lakeview, man. Let's get a beer and do some karaoke.
Get out of here, Psycho. We're singing.
But I'm in Lakeview, man. Let's do karaoke in the real world. Let's get a beer, Jacob. I'd like to sing the 1939 Frank Sinatra remastered Chicago. A one, a two, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Bet your bottom dollar you'll lose the blues in Chicago, Chicago, the town that Billy Sunday could not shut down. On State Street, that great street, I just want to say they do things that they never do on Broadway. Say they have the time of their life. I saw a man and he danced with his wife in Chicago, Chicago, my hometown. Yeah!
You earned your spot up here. All right. How you doing, my friend?
I'm great. I'm in Lakeview. Let's get a beer.
Today, tomorrow, or when? Because, come on. You're picking my balls, huh? Like, you name a place on top, you don't mean. You know how to get in touch with me. Hey, you're one of my rooms, man. You're a good guy.
تركنا المدينة الغربة الحزينة سلمني عريحة مسلمها الدير الطاي من أرض الكريمة يخدوش اللي فينا سلمني عريحة مسلمها الدير الطاي بين النهر والجبال بلاك انتمائي بين الشط والجبال بداية حياتي عليك يا وطن فرحة وناس علي الوطن الغالي Happy night, praying the Republic is staying alive. Legend 25 long wings, but I promise you the cage birds next to Have a nice, big dreams, praying that we make it to 16. And even though I travel all the world, just connect, it's like Palestine. What's your name? Rusty, Vanessa, and your world is something that's liked it.
That was great, huh? Wow, thank you. Thank you so much.
Question is now internet, Alaya?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
loss of the 116 pages.
I don't know what that says. Like you made
It's pretty clear.
you made a leading.
Do you want me to read it again? It was a very.
She's singing to you, Harry. The name of this song is called Harry. I'm serious. Yeah. Harry. You hear this shit? This is a Harry song. Like Kanchana. There's a Chinaman like this at my park every day. He sits there and blasts his fucking song. He sings it like on his speaker karaoke. It's so crazy. I want to just go there and like film him one day, and he'll probably like just start like singing, you know, and my videos will go viral.
You should do it, bro.
It's so crazy. I'm like, should I call ICE and like have him picked up or something?
It's probably American, honestly. Most of the Chinese aren't.
I know. I said to the girl, this hot chick at the park, I was like, so what's your go-to karaoke song? That's like a good pickup line because it makes you think. Any kind of introduction statement that makes somebody have to think is a good way to start a conversation.
It's not a bad idea. I never think about it like that. And the person before was singing a song about Palestine.
Were they?
Yeah, they said Philistine or something, Philistine or something. They said in the lyrics. I heard it.
All right, this is the mathemat. Oh man, I'm about to like hop in a hot bath. I'm trying to find like the perfect room to like set it and forget it. Yeah, there's nothing. Shabbos really kicks in hard. Wow.
Yeah, it does.
Man, game night. This room is called Game Night, featuring the Snakes with Blow Money. Blow Money Pete.
Say Jasmine.
Yo, what's up with that smoke detector? I'm wondering, can black people detect where they left their phone or keys with the smoke detector beeping? Hello? It's like black sonar detector radiation systems that you can detect where something went missing with the smoke detector. All you gotta do is take that 9-volt battery or 2 AA's and replace them dead batteries with new batteries. And then, but I'm just wondering, like, is there something secret about the beeping? Is it like echolocation, radar technology for finding shit you misplaced? Hello? 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 Say hello to my little friend, my bell. Hello?
I think they kicked me a while back.
I'm not limited to any identity or whatever you're talking.
This is the infinite one. Who is the beginning and whose ending is endless?
I'm not in to those systems at all.
Hello?
I'm
Who is the beginning and whose ending is endless? Hello?
hello, how you doing, comedian? Let me get you on up out of here.
So that answers Steve's question.
This room is called Is Drake a Culture Vulture? Tory?
What are we doing? That shit's so funny with those
I just closed the app and came back in. You answer my question?
So what else do they use it for? It must be like black technology, right?
Black audio technology. No, you answer my question though, because I want to sit here and listen. My bad. I literally.
It's like Black Dolphin technology sonar.
So my shit is overheated. So I just had to close out.
And I ain't talking about improving numbers all day so it gets overheated. Get the fuck out of it.
Hello? Hello? I basically have to restart the fucking app all the time.
Fun begins once you get past and you feel secure that no one's going anywhere. Then you finally get to be your truth in a relationship.
Hello?
And that's when it's fun.
Hi, I gotta go take a girl out and pay for her dinner and then go back home all alone. Is that the type of subscription model you selling?
So I have sons, so I tell my sons, learn all the parks in the community because time.
You kidding me? Hello? Is brain rot has set in here? Hello?
Yeah. Sorry, before that, this is the part that's absurd, right? He did not retranslate the material that Harris had lost because he said that if he did, evil men would alter the manuscript in an effort to.
Well, again, there's 14 minutes left of this Sean Carroll with.
Hey, man.
Hello? Harriet had a shotgun. Malcolm had a knife. Who would they aim at? Hello?
Oh, you gotta stop that. You gotta go.
Hello? Has brain rot sit in here? Hello? Anyone home? Hello?
What you want, bitch? What do you want, please?
Hello?
We hear you, bitch.
I'm just asking a question. If Harriet had a shotgun and Malcolm had a mic, who would they aim at?
Harriet would definitely shoot you in the chest.
With a shotgun?
Yeah, because you need to change your firewall. God damn, man. All that fucking beeping.
That's my smoke detector system. It detects bullshit now. I upgraded the audio technology. Wasting time is when it goes off most.
Have a good day. Have a good day.
Hello?
Have a good day.
Hello?
You gotta go.
It's not true. It's not
We are really.
But no, he had started some bullshit.
Hello? Anybody got a Hennessy? A Courvoisier? A little Patron on the rocks with a twist of lemon? Hello? Anybody home?
Shut your bitch ass up, bro.
Bro, I heard that bit like the late 2000s.
Bro, you a garbage ass comedian. You know that?
They call me Dr. Trash. I came to make you angry, to kick me. My game is I need you to kick me. Kick it. Let's kick it. Let's kick it and get into flow. Hello?
You said what?
So I ain't messing with you no more, bro.
What?
Can't get up till I go back.
Huh?
But I like it. You know, my team is amazing. My boss, you know, she's really good and stuff. So, you know, but it's not too bad. It is like, I know, like when August, September come, you know, you have the new you know, kids coming in and stuff. So, you know, it's going to be a lot of paperwork, you know, making calls and stuff like that. But,
or Lisa, what the fuck happened last time I was here?
Excuse me?
Hello, A or I. I don't really
It's
know.
Auntie.
What's it?
Hi, my little pumpkin. Are you causing problems everywhere you go, my little pumpkin?
No, I'm being good today.
Hello? Oh, that's my smoke detector. It detects bullshit. Time wasters. Hello? Spam detected. Spam detection system.
Get you some batteries.
The spam detector is going off. It's like sonar. Where my keys at? Where's my phone at? Where's my shoes at? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
I'm going to put you in the Google next.
Where's my car at? I had too much Hennessy. Too much Cavassier. I forgot where I parked at. Hello?
That noise is getting on my nerves.
I'm just asking a question. Anybody seen my phone?
Who's dropping him, bro? Me.
Oh shit, my fault. No, this nigga funny though.
I know, but he got the thing ringing and it's ringing in my ear. Like,
maybe he should come back later.
oh, you're a comedian? Comedian with comedy. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cause any migraines or blood clot. I'm just saying hello. Happy Friday, y'all. Anybody see my phone? Oh, there's my phone. My keys, where they at? Oh, I found them.
Yo, comedy, bro. I'm finna put on my Trump hat right quick, bro.
Yeah, let's go. Put that red hat on.
Oh, this must be your friend, MBK.
Let's take Canada, Nicaragua.
Look. Nah, I just know him off the app. He get removed out of every room.
That's right. I'm the most kicked person, over 65,000 kicks and growing. But now Anonymous allows me to go in any room I want and record whatever moron terrorists I can. They're everywhere. Wasting time, spamming you, hypnotizing you, sucking your very life essence out of your body, wasting your life. Hello?
You taking medication today? Because it sounds like you...
Yeah, Hennessy, Courvoisier, and a little indica in a bowl with some strawberries and some cheddar cheese omelet with American cheese now. I don't want to wait in line for the cheddar. Cheddar's better, but American cheese is American.
Something else?
Yeah, take the deepest breath of the day and I'll teach you the truth of the earth and the math you need to succeed. Hello?
Where is your staff? Because I know you live in a group home.
What is my status?
Your staff.
My staff? It's in between my legs. It's always a red. It's a phallus. Pure energy. Ultimate metaphysics. Where my phone go?
Where's your staff at?
Where my phone? Oh, let me find out where my staff at.
Yeah.
There it is.
What time is it? You had your med jet? Your 8
Oh,
o'clock,
yeah.
your night med?
Time for a hot bath and some medication.
On the med call. Come and get your Prozac, your Adderall.
Time to eat your medication. Time to have Pfizer for dessert. Moderna appetizers. J&J entrees. Triple vaccinated, quadruple boosted, and my heart only popped twice. It's called the clock shot. It's called the clock shot. MBK, where's your Trump hat at? We need to start this party.
It sounds like you're constipated, like you need to take a shit.
Are you projecting? Did you have too much to eat for dinner tonight?
No, I'm telling you, that's what you sound like.
Are you a regular 8 a.m. shitter? Do you take the Cosby kids to the beach every day at 8 a.m.?
Fuck them kids.
You're projecting.
Fuck them kids and fuck you too. How about that? Now write a book about it. Fucker.
You forgot mother.
No, I call
2
it
tears in a bucket, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
This is Friendly Fridays, everybody. We're here to spam you with comedy to make you feel good, and it took us to tickle a feather on your
I
anus.
need to laugh though. Can you make me laugh? 'Cause I ain't laughing.
Why is sex like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken? Because after you're done with that breast and the thigh, the only thing left to do is stick your bone back in that greasy box. Hello? Juicing. I'm juicing. We just started to get cooking. We're cooking and we just started cooking. Nita knows how to juice. She like black man. Nita's a juicer. Nita, are you in love with a Nita?
Go in. Yo.
Who's the anonymous? Who is the anon? Clubhouse Anonymous.
That's you.
I'm addicted to Clubhouse, so they created an anonymous version for me. Now I just troll under a fake name. Anonymous.
That's you recording.
That's not me. That's somebody else.
You can suck my dick.
You got a dick? You sure it's not an enlarged clitoris? Or is he so fat? Is it a roll on your fupa? That's fat. You can get that fat removed with a plastic
You
surgery.
can suck my dick with your daddy lips.
Oh, you a dirty ratchet ass ghetto hoe. The fuck kind of shit is that? You dirty ass bitch. That's some tricky shit. How long you been out on the block in them high heels?
Shut your bitch ass up.
Look at Nita. Nita knows.
Nigga.
Nita been working them fucking tarot card streets hard in a cocktail dress. Drinking a Hennessy and a Courvoisier. Hello? All right, well, I hope you enjoyed my comedy show. I hope you have fun, but I can't do this all night long. I'm getting tired.
Auntie, tell Matada it's not funny.
Oh my God, it's Zach. How are you, Zach?
Doing good. How about you?
What's going on? How's the Price is Right treating you every day at 11 a.m. CST?
It's doing great.
What's your favorite part of Price is Right? Is it the big wheel or the showcase showdown?
It might be the big wheel.
Yeah, I gotta say the big wheel's pretty cool. Don't step outside your wheelhouse.
Absolutely. I'm down as I go.
All right, well, I had a lot of fun here. I hope you have fun. Oh my God, look at Anon. Look at Anon doing the Price is Right down there with Patrick, whatever, fucking that crazy LGBTQ guy. What's that guy's name?
I can.
Dr. Doogie Howser. Fucking that fucking guy. Damn, Doogie Howser tricked everybody. That's how you know the medical industrial complex is gay.
God.
They tricked us with Doogie Howser. They raised some fucking young. They raised them. Oh God, I don't even want to think about it. But you know what I'm talking about. Doogie Howser. He pulled a fast one on everybody. Fucking Doogie Howser. That was the end of America. All right, everybody, my show is over. Leave a $10 tip in the tip jar before you leave, and you get an extra old-fashioned with some maraschino cherries.
speaking.
Brother, can I finish? Let me just finish.
Hey, DJ Pooh on that subway, I'm gonna pack you up and put you in my sandwich and cut up the fucking salami, cut up the motherfucking turkey, cut up the motherfucking tomatoes and the lettuce and the jalapenos and put some mayo and some fucking cream and mayo and smash that tomato fucking, put that motherfucking sandwich in the motherfucking toaster oven and cook you up like a barbecue and take some barbecue sauce, dipping sauce, some ranch sauce and motherfucking Diet Coke and eat you up and put you on YouTube, make $1 million, and then you're gonna get on Netflix, and then we're gonna buy a house in the Hollywood Hills, have a big old bank account with $100 million, and then we're gonna meet Kanye West.
Damn, they going in there. The comedian.
That's what I call the DJ Pooh sandwich.
That's what's the name? I forgot his name. That's Oscar something.
Yeah.
Mother had you in his face on code a bunch of them one things.
Yeah, add me in.
You want me to add you?
Yeah.
You really want me to add you?
Hell yeah, get some hoes.
Yeah, they I'm finna add you.
All right, well, I hope you enjoyed my comedy show. Have a great Friday night, everybody. You can go to Give, Send, Go or cash at me $100,000 right now. Thank you very little. We'll call you. Don't call us. Hello? They're on a motherfucking conference call. These motherfuckers. They're fucking on a motherfucking conference call. Oh, fuck. This is some fucking repugnant shit. I'm all alone. They're on a conference call. Barbiana, what is this bullshit they pulling? I ain't mad. I'm just asking a question. Why the fuck is they on a conference call while we in the room giving them the content? Hello?
It's like, okay, when a woman does wipe the makeup off and you see what she truly looks like, it's a jump scare. Ooh, right? So y'all need to have
That's called a clown effect. If you got so much makeup on and you take it off, that means it's like painting a picture.
Some bitches ain't cute, right? Natural don't automatically mean cute. So I think y'all pick and choose.
A pretty woman is pretty regardless whether she wears makeup or when she doesn't wear makeup. If as soon as you wipe that makeup off, your man think you're ugly. I mean, you're just ugly. Like, what's going on?
That's facts, bro. Take her to the swimming pool. First date is the swimming pool. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
about to yell over these dudes, man, because
One mic on Flanders.
yeah, thank you.
This police officer is afraid of height.
Hollering out in the Caribbean. I don't know why Black Americans act like they so fucking special. You know what I'm saying? Now, last time I was like, hold on, I'm be done. Going my way. Last time I checked, hold on.
You ain't got no fire.
I'm about to mute up. Relax. Let me finish.
What the hell do you?
Wait, hold on.
Some racist ass shit. Take lots of that dirty Jew head and rap from the room. This room sucks.
I know Jaguar he don't give y'all the same liberty he trying to ask for right now. He want to be free to speak, unfettered. He don't want nobody coming off their mic while he talking. I know he don't give y'all that liberty, but could y'all please treat him the way?
You should be kind. That was a troll question. I was just kidding. You should be kind to trans people.
Can I interject really quick?
You should know. You can.
Hang on. Sam, can you invite Jason? I don't know.
I did invite him up, so I don't know.
You can invite him up.
And I think you might have to like hit your profile and do the accept speaker invite on your profile.
Okay, what do we think about the culture wars? Are they good or bad? And also, who's right?
Wait, I wanted to bring up something about wokeness. I mean, you guys brought me up, so I just want to point out that wokeness is like when you guys talk about woke, that's like the gentrified, conservative bullshit made up woke. Woke is a black slang term. It means awareness to injustice, specifically racial. It's not LGBT, it's not feminism, it's not trans. It's being aware of the system. So, like, when you guys use it, just remember where it comes from.
Yeah. There's just two different uses of woke. There's the woke as it's used in today's parlance and the original usage. In the same way that bad used to mean... Bad is the word fatal in Old English, which means hermaphrodite, but no one thinks that bad means hermaphrodites.
Yeah, but do you see how that's problematic? Because black people all the time talk about gentrification, and you guys literally do that with our slang. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's problematic. It's like, just come up with something else. You don't have to attach it to a completely different movement that it has no bearing on.
Listen, it would be nice if we just gave a totally de novo word, but now the word is what it is, and like, it's like really slithery and annoying when you try to label people who are like trying to harm you, and then they try to sort of like gaslight you that like, oh, you can't talk about us that way, like, don't notice us, we don't exist. Like, imagine if Christians were like, I'm like, hey, Christians have been persecuting gays in this country. It's like, what is a Christian? And I'm like, well, actually, there's just people who follow Christ. There's people who love Jesus. But there's no Christianity. What are you talking about, Sam? I'd be like, shut the fuck up. I'm going to call you Christians. I don't give a fuck about how you want to be labeled. I get to label my enemies out. Like, if you're harming me, I get to label you. Suck my dick.
Yeah, in terms of like, there's still two emerging communities of speakers, right, who use the term woke in these different ways, like one with the narrower usage and the other with the larger one. And then, like, it could plausibly be the case that, like, when someone says, like, I hate wokeness, wokeness bad, wokeness sucks, right? And then, like, or like, let's say you just made an argument to like, convince people that, look, your version of wokeness sucks. And then they go around and they're like, okay, here's a bunch of people who are saying that wokeness is good, I'm woke, blah, blah, blah. They're like, oh, those people suck, right? So, that, I mean, I don't know. So, I don't know what the solution to that is. Like, obviously words are going to, like, evolve in their meaning, but, like...
Yeah, but that's the whole point I'm trying to say is woke has to do with injustice in the system, and gentrification would be a part of it, and the word has literally been gentrified. Like, that's the whole point of being woke, is to be aware of shit like that, and then it gets stamped over and essentially gentrified. So it's like, I get that people can like steal words and kind of bullshit them, kind of like house music and a whole bunch of shit that has been stolen from black people. But you got to just go, okay, you know what, you're right. This is the truth. It has been bastardized, and this is the version we refer to. But again, it has nothing to do. The true wokeness has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with LGBT. Honestly, if you're woke, ironically, if you're a woke black person, you're actually more anti-LGBT and more right-leaning as far as values is concerned. Ironically.
Absolute bizarre statement to me.
That's actually, yeah, you have more to do. If you think of the conscious community is more associated with that.
But again, you're conscious of injustice, but only when it applies to your particular quote-unquote oppressed group. But you don't recognize oppression in other groups as being valid either.
So, Johnny, you didn't listen to what I said earlier. I said specifically racial.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, so I got you.
It's just an answer to my question without a meta.
So I'm gonna go ahead. So I already answered it, specifically racial. But the conscious community does have a branch of people, but I don't expect you to understand that, right? And that's the whole thing about being woke. It's more esoteric than every fucking blue-haired white girl.
That doesn't answer my question at all.
If I said I already pointed out what it is.
Okay, so what you're missing out, Johnny, what you're missing out is he's saying, why is it ethical to only care about the injustice about your own group? Shouldn't one just care about injustice generally? Is there something evil about saying only my group's injustice matters? That is what he's asking.
I think injustice should matter, yes, but again,
if you have, that's why there's different definitions for different things, right? I'm not saying anything is right or wrong. I'm pointing out this is what it is. And ironically, in the conscious community, granted there is a spectrum, but there are plenty of them that are very pro-black. There are plenty of them that are like, we're not really for the LGBT, we're for pro-family, which again is generally more associated with conservative values. Yes, there are some that are more left-leaning, but again, the core of it is pro-family and pro-black people organizing, right? And it's being aware of what happens within the system. I don't know what else to say beyond that, right? Like, you can have different words for it. You see what I'm saying?
I think someone asked me whether or not wokeness, like, what's good about wokeness. And listen, gay marriage, that's arguably woke. Being kind to trans people, it's arguably woke. Caring more about not raping on the margin is, like, woke. Those are all good things. But here's what's not good. Extreme sanctimony, tabooing empirical claims, giving like white people original sin that they like need to be humiliated about.
You do hold on, Sam.
Not enjoying debate, having dogma, like those things are terrible, and I hate that. And it is characteristic of wokeness.
Wait, hold on, Sam. You don't think I always find this strange coming from Jews. You don't think there needs to be a full mea culpa, like what the Germans did to you guys, and there was a full mea culpa? You don't think white people need to do that to black people? Are you insane?
No, Jesus Christ! This to me shows like
Also, I think that white people do need to acknowledge slavery is horrible, and when I think about owning another human being, it's like it's almost hard for me to imagine me just like bossing someone around as if assuming that I can just do that to another person feels alien to me, and it is deeply evil. But there is some things that are different about the Nazi situation from the slavery one, which is what
I'm not comparing. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't do that weird thing.
Yeah. So one is that there's a fucking huge amount of white people who died in America to free the slaves. That's like one asymmetry. The second asymmetry is the fact that slavery was normal historically, like throughout all of history, and people try to downplay like Roman slavery and other kinds of slavery, and they try to say that the antebellum South was like uniquely evil compared to like Roman slavery. But I just like don't think that being a slave in the salt mines of Carthage was like much better than being someone picking cotton in the South. Like,
Yo, Sam, this is insane, dude.
This
is literally minimizing. Basically what you're doing right now is this is like Holocaust denial shit. Basically you're trying to minimize what happened in American slavery, the responsibility of American whites. Can I do the same thing with Nazis then? Can I just minimize what Nazis did to Jews did? If you're gonna do that, what happened to blacks? Let me do the same thing. Can I do that?
Wait, do you think? Are you disagreeing that? Are you saying
I disagree with everything.
Are you saying that being a slave in the Salt Mountains is better than I'm saying it is, or that being a slave taking cotton in the South is worse than I'm saying it is? Like, which way are you disagreeing with it?
In every single concept. So first of all, let me say something. Are you aware of breeding farms? Do you know what a breeding farm is?
What is
it? Yeah, I got you. Okay. So, for example, right?
You don't got it, bro. You gotta like turn off the background noise, please.
I was just joking about discussing wokeness. I don't actually want.
Okay.
Well, now you got it, Mark.
Mark, be careful what you wish for when you're in a room called Wokeness Sucks and you ask about it. Like,
I do want to make like a terminological point though. Like, what's the name? Dunning is kind of narrowly right. Like the term wokeness has its roots like far earlier than people kind of probably aware. Like Wikipedia actually goes back to the 30s.
It comes from the black community.
Yeah, that's right. It came from the black community and only meant like awareness of like specifically racial discrimination, not with the not with the connotation that no other discrimination matters, but the term only covered that particular kind of discrimination in the early 2010s and late 2000s. I think wokeness kind of meant like awareness of social injustice and discrimination in general. And now it has this kind of loosey-goosey, like everything that's bad about the left, DEI sucks
kind of.
Yeah,
I think
and it's silly. It's silly. It's like, how do you just can use it, and it's like it's bastardizing and it's gentrifying the word, and like that's the whole point about being woke. Like I said earlier, it's to be aware of bullshit. Like,
Yeah, hold on. Just
really quick. I asked SBT how bad was it to be in a salt mine in Carthage, and it says you are likely stripped of your identity, tortured daily by your environment, destined for a slow, agonizing death. Few would escape, and fewer still would live long. It was the most dehumanizing, painful fates imaginable in the ancient world.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So this like okay. I'm not
the same way, Sam. Being a Jew in Poland in 1941, right? I doubt anybody would ever choose that fate as well.
Wait, hold on. So this is what we mean by okay. Now I'm going to just start calling you guys out, because this is sounding very racist here. So you guys doing this comparison thing about what's better. First of all, I'm empirically saying it wasn't. But however, that being said, I don't care about that argument. I care about one specific form of the argument. Is what you said about white people apologizing and being a part of the mea culpa, the word I use, in terms of the reckoning with black people. I'm saying this is an important part that needs to be done. You were denying that.
But how am I a part of that?
Hold on, Tyler. So
how are any of us a part of that?
No, Tyler, because you want to.
We weren't even in this country.
This is some racist bullshit where you want to do some comparison between Jews and black people in terms of saying which one is worse. I'm saying something very simple. White people need to do a full mea culpa to black people. Do you agree with this, Tyler, or not?
No, absolutely.
Yeah, you're a racist piece of shit. That's why.
No, I'm in no way racist. I would argue the opposite, that you're the racist because you have labeled all white people as somehow being responsible for the plight of slaves. When my ancestors, my family wasn't even in this country until one generation ago. We were nowhere near America. My family was in Eastern Europe being enslaved by those same Nazis that you're talking about. I don't understand how I'm responsible for the plight of your ancestors.
Jews! Black Germans had to pay reparations to Jews. Was that fair to them?
Question. Hold on.
Was that fair to them?
How are my ancestors?
Was it fair to black Germans? No, stop.
No.
Tyler, was it fair to black Germans?
How are my ancestors? You're yelling and interrupting.
You don't know.
How are my ancestors responsible for the oppression of your ancestors?
It's the government.
What do I have to apologize for?
It's the government that's.
What do I have to apologize for?
Stop, Taylor. It's just like the Japanese people when they got reparations. I wasn't responsible for that, but guess what? Black people still had to pay. You want to know another thing? When Italians got reparations, black people had to pay for that. I'm gonna tell you another thing. Black Germans had to pay reparations to you people because they paid it through their taxes, even though they had nothing to do with it. The Jews got reparations. What are you talking about from Germany? And black Germans had to pay that. They came from the tax. Are you retarded?
Is Tyler Jewish?
Yeah, well, even if he's not, regardless, I thought he was, but he may be not. Regardless of the point is this: Germans, black Germans,
Al doesn't even
had
know
to.
who
Wait, no, stop.
He sees white
Stop, hold on, Tyler, wait. Stop, Tyler. Was it fair?
But I'm the racist.
Stop, Tyler. Was it fair that black Germans had to pay reparations to Jews? Yes or no?
If they were part of the oppression and enslavement and extermination
of
Jewish people, yeah.
But black Germans that came out.
Were they part of Nazi society?
This is retarded. No.
The point is, they probably. I think what he's trying to say is that they were part of. I mean, they were in the country, right? But they were probably marginalized with no power. Like they were at the receiving end of Nazi domination, right? Because obviously the Nazis hated black people, right? Like Jesse Owens and stuff. So he's saying that
just they hated
despite that,
Well, not as much as they hated other groups of people, but I guess.
Maybe, but the point is that, presumably, the amount of reparations, the cost of reparations paid by black Germans was equivalent to the ones paid by white Germans, right? We didn't reduce it in any way because
I guess I just don't understand how this relates back to me having to apologize for all of white people for the fact that black people were enslaved.
No, actually, we're talking about the government.
Yeah, who asked me to make an argument?
We're talking about the government, Tyler.
So here's the problem here, and here's just and this is the thing. So we obviously understand what happened in America, right? We understand the racism that happened, right? But what happens the entire time was the constant gaslighting of the white populace in general. Oh, it's not that big. Oh, it's not really happening. Oh, what's this? And then the attacks that happen within the black communities. Oh, well, you know, and then when we go, hey, you know, we start to think that most white people, whatever they are, racist or whatever, oh, well, you guys are just crazy. It's like, well, there was never a point in time where you guys understood collectively, like, hey, you know, a lot of bullshit happened. I don't think it happened. Let's go ahead and work on healing.
Right, so you became racist against white people.
No, that's literally nothing. I never said that. So what I never said that. I literally just said, let's focus on healing. So that has never truly.
I agree. I agree 100%. So how are we focusing on healing if I somehow have to apologize for things that my ancestors never did?
But we actually we didn't state you had to apologize. Just acknowledge what happened, and I don't think Al said that.
I acknowledge that black people were enslaved. It was horrible. It was racist. It was fucking awful. I wish it never happened. I think that it should be corrected, that the historical injustices still persist to this day, and that they should be addressed and corrected. I'm not seeing where the problem is.
Perfect. That's it from there. So, right. but do you think collectively? Do you think the white populace collectively has the same sentiment as you, or they go, well, you know, whatever it happened, get over it? Which one do you think is more constant?
Wait, I think it's kind of a mixed bag, Dunning. Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's kind of a mixed bag, right? That like some white people certainly are still very racist and, you know, believe in sort of a racial hierarchy, all the way down to like there are, you know, white people who are very sort of progressive about it and think that, like, you know, there should be, you know, I don't know what you call it, like a reorganization to correct historical injustices. It's kind of a mixed bag, right? But yeah, a lot of white people, I would agree, need to.
They don't care.
Recognize what happened. Yeah.
And I understand why they don't care, because they don't have to live in that space, right? They don't have to relate to what happened in that time frame, because they're in their own bubble, right? So I understand that. But once you go, you know what, I can't relate to this. So, like, again, like when you talk about the healing process, it's pretty much what black people as a whole just want from that. Instead of, well, I mean, why does it have to do with me? Oh, that's not racist. Yeah, the cop called this black guy the N-word, but he wasn't racist. Like I hear things like that, right? And I'm just like, wait, what? Like, that was a racist remark. What do you mean? Oh, well, what was he doing? Yeah, his hands are up, but he kicked him in the back because he said something. Like, those things happen, and it's like, when this gaslighting continues, what do you want the opposing group that's saying, hey, like, this is a problem? What do you want them to say at that point? When you have, and just one more thing, when we have people wearing the Confederate flag saying it's heritage, forgetting that the Confederate wanted to expand slavery and continue it in Brazil and Mexico and South America and the Caribbean.
I agree with you completely.
Like,
we have no disagreement.
Yeah, go ahead. But yeah, that's all I want.
I don't want an individual German teenager to be like, I'm sorry for the Holocaust to them, because he didn't do the Holocaust.
Well, they pay reparations.
I don't want to acknowledge the ways in which his country caused the Holocaust and to like take steps to avoid that sort of thing happening in Germany. But I don't think he should personally feel guilty for what happened. I think he can make I believe a personal, individual sort of how you should feel about these things is, did I do it? Am I morally responsible? And that's what you should feel guilty about, not about sort of abstract collectives that you could be left a part of. Hey, you guys are all humans, so you guys did the Holocaust, so apologize for it.
Like, I have an argument that targets the specific attitude of Sam, or not attitude, like, you know, like that targets Sam specifically, right? Because, like, okay, today you're saying that, like, you know, you distrust or you deny these sort of abstract collectives, right? But yesterday, right, you talked about how, like, you know, you do see yourself, part of your identity is being part of, like, the Jewish collective, right? And not only that, like, you know, you were talking about a situation where, like, we had, like, what's his name, El Normo or something, acting all, like, stereotypically, like, horribly right-wing Israeli, whatever, Zionist, right? And you're like, oh, this is the kind of guy, I hate this kind of guy, like, he makes us look bad, blah, 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 right? So there, it seems like you're kind of, like, sort of acknowledging some level of collective responsibility almost, right? Between people of your collective. So if you think that that's possible, right? Like it should also be possible that like you have like maybe not you. I don't know what your ancestry is, but like white people whose ancestors lived here and maybe even profited like diffusely from like black slavery, right? They also have a very small moral responsibility, at least enough moral responsibility that they should like apologize.
So with Normo versus this other thing is, I'm saying Normo right now has a responsibility not to like promote stereotypes that will harm other Jews. That's the thing right now that he has a responsibility right now. I don't think I have a responsibility for what some ancient Jew did, or Normo either doesn't have to know what ancient Jew did. We're responsible for our own actions today.
I'm saying
I don't know, Sam, what you guys did to the Amalekites, man. Still right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you see yourself as part of an abstract collective, right? At least to some extent, right? And to that extent, like, it feels like natural that you should also have some moral participation, right?
I will say this. Here's my thing. I don't think we should be taking credit and blame for our ancestors' actions. I think we shouldn't be doing that. Okay? In general. However, if we're gonna do that, if we're gonna be playing that game, then we can't only look at the demerits, we also have to look at the credits. So if you're gonna look at Germany, you'd have to say, oh, Germany, yeah, they did the Holocaust, but they also had Goethe, they also had like fucking Mozart, they also had like
100%.
fucking thousands of years of like amazing culture, they also had like amazing, like incredible mythology, and you have to have sort of like an actual fair squaring of the balance of the German people, and you don't only focus on everything bad that they did. Like, if I was looking at your life epoch and only focus on the worst thing you did, and not you as a totality, that would be unfair to you. Now, I don't think we should be looking at, you shouldn't be doing this whole thing about judging peoples as a whole. I don't think we should be doing it. But if we're going to do it, be fair about it. Okay. Look at the pluses and minuses.
That's fine, right? So the expectation isn't that like, well, the expectation is you can apologize, right, for what for your part, for your like sort of diffuse part of, you know, the bad stuff, right? While also like saying like you're welcome for like, you know, great beer and Jägerschnitzel and all that stuff. But it's possible to both, right? Like apologize for one and like, you know, take credit for the other. But I don't know, man. I'm not saying I necessarily believe this argument, like, you know, but.
So there's a few things here. I don't actually give a fuck about whether or not you apologize. This is actually a straw man, actually, which is part of the reasons why this conversation usually never gets anywhere, because people are not actually attacking the actual argument. All we are asking for is reparations. I don't give a damn if you personally apologize, and I don't give a fuck if I ever talk to you again. Like, what? If you never said anything about reparations or the slavery, I wouldn't care less. All I care about is the reparations part. That's it, right? I'm saying it's full stop. 1,000% what Germany did in terms of apologizing and doing a mea culpa for Jews, that was the right thing to do. On top of that, I don't know if you guys know this, but Jewish organizations are actually trying to go back to Germany to get more reparations. But anyway, that being said, okay, I'm assuming, Sam, you're against the Jews going to Germany to get more reparations. You're against that, Sam?
Wait, so did you ask me about whether, ask question again? Sorry, I was reading the chat.
There are Jews right now petitioning Germany for more reparations. Are you against that or for it?
I'm against it.
Yeah, okay. All right.
So Al, my family is Polish. We come from Poland. If you know the history of Poland, there is virtually no country in Europe that has not invaded, oppressed, attacked, murdered, enslaved, or generally been really shitty to Polish people. Who can I give my application for reparations to? Russia, Germany.
Yeah, Poland got reparations. You didn't know this? You didn't know that? Oh, you don't know your own history?
From who? Who did they get reparations?
Oh, you don't know your own. Just Google it, bro. You don't know your own.
Sure. No, go ahead and enlighten me.
No, just Google. I don't care to. Just Google it. You don't know your own history, bro.
Well, I'm doubting your claim about. I mean, maybe like
Google it. Just Google it. We don't have to debate about it. Just Google
it. Maybe like Polish Jews, yeah.
What?
It seems like you don't know either.
Just Google it, man. You don't know your own history, bro. Just Google. You say you're Polish. Google your own history. You know what happened after World War II.
All right, I'll Google it, but it's probably going to be some bullshit. Huh?
Yeah, look, again.
Are you talking about the Marshall Plan to like rebuild Europe? What are you talking about?
Bro, just Google it, bro. And by the way, just to be clear,
if you knew so much about it, you could have just told me a sentence instead of this whole dog and pony shit.
What you said was false. You need to research your own history. So here's the thing, right? Because this is the most important aspect. Tyler, I don't care about you apologizing to me. Let me be clear. No Black American cares about Tyler apologizing.
Then you shouldn't have let off the fucking conversation with those.
No one said that. No, Tyler, stop. No one said that. My claim has been one thing and one thing alone. It's been about reparations. That's it. You guys interjected this apology shit. I don't give a fuck about an apology.
Okay, mea culpa means I'm sorry. That's what mea culpas means. So you asked about the mea culpas at first. We thought you meant a big I'm sorry versus.
You know what? For clarity's sake, I'll give you that. So what I was referring to and what I made the analogy was Germany. When I said they did the full mea culpa, I'm talking about everything that they did. That's what I was referring to. But I was more specifically referring to reparations. But that being said, they did a lot more than that, right? We all know they changed their history. Like even in Germany now, like any type of Holocaust denial is like illegal. There's so many different things. Like you want to talk about clapdown on freedom of speech. There's a lot of clapdown on freedom of speech. And I'm actually okay with that, by the way. Let me be clear. I'm cool with that because of the history. You know what I'm saying? So I don't. But see, I'm saying the same thing should be done here in America. It seems like you guys just disagree.
Listen, I think you're an evil fuck if you deny the horrors of slavery. Like if you deny that Americans did anything wrong there, that's evil. I think that we have a special responsibility to help Black people in this country. But whether that means literal reparations checks, I don't know. A lot of this depends on the empirical question of how much will this actually help Black people. Whether it's a good policy depends on the empirical fact of whether it would help. So I'd be down with saying, hey, let's give $20,000 to 1,000 Black people and see how it turns out, because there are sort of windfall studies, and reliably when people get windfalls, it doesn't turn into generational wealth. This is an empirical finding from the social sciences that you can look into, or if you don't believe me, I can just send you such studies on this matter. So then, if it is the case that giving windfalls doesn't reliably lead to generational wealth, then what is the thing to do to help Black people? You know.
Let me
just one quick point. No, hold on, Al. Just to show that Al is completely full of shit, doesn't know what he's talking about. So I asked ChatGPT, did Polish people get reparations after World War II? Poland did not receive direct reparations from Germany after World War II in the way some other countries did. Example, the Soviet Union or Israel. I can break it down further if you'd like me to, Al.
That's incorrect, but that's what relying on ChatGPT does.
He will believe the first lines of ChatGPT when he phrases a question in a weird way. No need to get.
Tell me how to phrase it then. You keep saying this, but you never tell me how to rephrase it.
Tyler, you're in the middle of a thread, Tyler. We're in the middle of a thread, and then just
sorry.
So, Al, what do you have to say about the thing I just said about windfall studies and stuff?
I'm sorry. I want to make sure I got clarity. You're talking about in terms of how Black people receive reparations. Is that what you're referring to?
Okay. Part of the question of should we give Black people reparations is, would it actually help them build generational wealth? Would this actually be empirically a thing that leads to generational wealth?
Okay.
Do you think that this is okay? And I pointed to windfall studies as evidence against giving people large sums of money being the sort of thing that reliably leads to generational wealth. Lotto winners don't tend to keep their money and get generational wealth from that. When you give a random sample of people a bunch of stuff, oftentimes they get a generation or two. They tend to even out outcomes.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Generational wealth usually dissipates by the third generation. It's almost gone by the second as well. I think the impoverished Black communities or the lower incomes should be, we'll say, compensated in the sense of restructuring, or just redeveloping their infrastructure in regards to where they live and schooling as well too. I think that'll be the first line of reparations. And then when it comes to college and jobs and things like that, essentially give them a boost, right? Whether it be financial or even make them free with college or cheap. Oh shoot, my baby's gone. So, to me, I think that's a pretty, just a soft version of reparations, in my opinion. Now, monetary, I don't know how much more you can do with that as far as money's concerned, but you give them a gateway to college and actually help educate them in school beforehand, that's an advantage already when it comes to housing, because Black people were discriminated in housing for a very long time, which white people have benefited from, and they still actually do, giving them an advantage as far as the loans are concerned when it comes to homes. I mean, like things like that is, hey, white people historically benefited, where now we're even in the score. I think that's fair.
Yeah, just to answer your question, and I wanted to hear from Philip, but to answer your question, Sam, so that's kind of a paternalistic question about, okay, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to waste it? So the thing about reparations is about being a debt owed, regardless of what they do with it. That's number one. Secondly, who I think probably is the greatest economist on this particular issue is a guy named Sandy Darity. You guys can Google him, Sandy Darity. Him and his wife have done extensive work on this topic. And they kind of break down the racial wealth gap and particularly how reparations will help mollify the racial wealth gap between Black and white people. But irregardless of that question of Sam, I just wanted to put that in there to directly answer your question. But irregardless of that, Black people deserve it. And if we're being honest, it's not just for slavery. It's also for peonage. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's also for Jim Crow laws. Also for the chain gang. I don't know why it's slipping my mind what the official term of that's called. The chain gang that they did with Black Americans as well. So it's not even just that. Black Americans didn't get, true liberation until 1965. You know what I'm saying? So that's an important element to this conversation.
Yeah. No. The reason why I brought up the amount of people that died that are white, freeing the slaves, and the fact that there were so many people doing slavery throughout history, and it was a unique thing to end slavery. I think this is relevant to the sort of how much we think this is.
Why do you believe it was unique?
I don't think.
You said it was the unique thing to end slavery. You said that.
Yeah, I mean, before the British abolitionists, it was just basically unheard of. There was a few cases like Matilda of like fucking.
No, this is fake news.
Francia of like someone in France. Like,
no, Sam, this is fake news, bro. You got this is.
I've looked up.
I'll tell you. I don't even need to look it up. I'll tell you right now. So first of all, Haiti was the one that started it in the West, which was led by Black people. Let's just get that out the way. Secondly, what a lot of people don't know is. Like there's like the Mandan Charter, you can Google this too, the Mandan Charter, the Mali Kingdom, they banned slavery. I'll give you another one. What's the name there? The Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great, they banned slavery. Japan, they banned slavery in the 1500s. Russia banned slavery in the 1700s. Also on the continent of Africa,
that is not remotely true.
You can put it in your ChatGPT, bro. So here's
that
another
is
thing.
not close.
Put it in your ChatGPT, dude.
I am.
Hold on. I'll tell you. What they're going to tell you is, so they banned it and said, hold on. I'll tell you. Hold on. Stop. I'll tell you what happened. So they banned slavery, but they continued to allow serfdom. Now, here's the thing. If you consider serfdom still slavery, I'm okay with that. But then you also got to consider sharecropping, which happened in the United States until 1960s. You got to consider that slavery too. So if you want to say serfdom is slavery, I'm okay with that. But then you also have to say sharecropping is slavery, and then America essentially didn't ban slavery until 1965. You got to say that too.
I mean, they might have said the words "we ban slavery," but if you continue to have slaves, you have to ban slavery.
So slavery is not a single concept, right? Like if it is part of a comparative discussions and we're comparing slavery in the United States and slavery in Russia, right? Like chattel slavery, like even after a ban like most studies, you can find like maybe 100 people that after a ban still were in conditions that are similar to chattel slavery in the United States, right? But that was basically not the practice, right? Generally, you would still have what I would agree with you is called slaves, but if we're doing a comparative conversation, that would be incorrect, right? So slavery is a big chunk of all type of practices that includes domestic servants, right? And domestic servants would still remain that are slaves, right? That are still remain in Russia, but domestic slaves have nowhere near the experience of slavery in the United States. So again, if we're using comparative in the context of comparative conversations, the term has to be a little bit more defined. And for the purposes of the conversation Al is having, right? Slavery in Russia, the one that was going on in the United States, was banned, is correct.
Yeah, so the point is, Sam, like this idea, there's a misunderstanding about the banning of slavery. In fact, there's so many different cultures. For example, in Africa, I can tell you, like the Kikuyu people, they never practiced slavery. Where my people come from, the Neri Kingdom, that was kind of like the seat of the Igbo Empire. They didn't practice slavery. The Kru Marines in Senegal, they didn't practice slavery. There's a lot of different places that never practiced slavery, didn't engage in slavery, banned slavery outright. That was not a novel or a unique thing. That's a very ahistorical approach that somehow British was the first ones that like banned slavery. Here's what I will say. I'll give the British credit for this. What the British did do that is probably different from everybody else, and Philip can probably correct me on this, is when they banned slavery, they kind of like started going around enforcing everybody else to ban slavery. Like that probably was kind of like a novel thing.
So something that a little bit confuses me is why people focus so much more on American slavery than, like, for example, Brazilian slavery, which I just looked at the numbers on this.
We're Americans, bro. That's why.
Brazil had 4.9 million slaves imported, whereas the United States had 388,000, whereas Jamaica had 1 million slaves imported. Like, there's like something strange about how much people focus on the evil of the United States when, like, the United States did not import as many people as Brazil or Jamaica. We fought a literal war, killing a huge number of our population to free them. And then, like, I don't know, this is like, I feel like this is something that's ignored when we're saying how
Should Jewish people comparatively not focus on Holocaust and focus on some other genocide?
What do you mean?
Well, that's what you're asking.
I guess if you're asking, should American blacks focus on American blacks? Yes, they should. But I've heard people in other countries, like when I go to Europe, and they talk about the brutality of American slavery, but then Brazil somehow doesn't.
How does that relate to the conversation you were having previously?
Oh, I mean, this is a larger, broader conversation about like how evil the United States is in the in the grand scheme of things. So how much should they apologize?
Well, it's basically like the oppression Olympics conversation. It's like who is oppressed most and who is most deserving of current status as like,
that's how you're thinking about it.
Deserving of historical reparations, right? And I would say that if we're to take the overall history of human beings, there are no more oppressed and classically discriminated against people than the Jewish people. I mean, it's not even close, right? Even if you want to say that they're not discriminated against now, which I think you'd have a very hard case of making that. Like, historically, the Jewish people have been the most oppressed, discriminated, tormented group of people throughout history.
Can somebody give me the full argument? Because this is vague.
They're changing it.
Yeah.
Aldemir, demands reparations. Al wants reparations. He's saying that people who are from other groups got reparations, and he feels that it's unfair that they didn't get reparations. And I'm saying that if we're talking about the level of oppression among groups of people and we're dispensing reparations according to them, like a lot of people should be getting reparations, including my ancestry, the Polish people.
They have
not gotten reparations. They have not.
Yes, they have.
That is
They have been as part of
They have
war
in the 40s and the 50s. They have
They did
received reparations in terms of money and in terms of various
No, the Soviet Union took some reparations, and they mostly used it for industrialization and their own purposes.
No, there were direct compensation for labor and slavery and imprisonment.
You guys are full of shit.
Tyler, this is
You're
like
just uninformed and also an imp. Like, I wanted to ask a
You
question.
can call me an imp as many times as you want to, but it doesn't.
Stop
It doesn't.
interrupting me, you infant.
It's not going to make me stop interrupting.
Stop interrupting me.
Until you say something intelligent.
Stop
Jesus,
interrupting
let this
me.
guy back on stage.
Stop interrupting me. Stop
We
interrupting.
got rid of him, and now he's back.
Stop
Fucking
interrupting.
polluted the room
Stop
with his-
interrupting. Stop interrupting. Stop. Yeah, like I want to ask Sam a question. Do you think that Brazilian people talk about American slavery more than they talk about Brazilian slavery?
I don't know how Brazilians talk about race issues and reparations and slavery. I don't know. I haven't been to Brazil. I don't have any Brazilian.
I mean, it could be that like Americans and Europeans who know English like talk about American slavery more because of that, and that like Brazilian people talk more about Brazilian slavery than American slavery, and that explains it.
Yeah, could explain it. There's something like there's another open question about reparations. It's just what's the word in law? Statute of limitations. Like no one thinks that the Chinese can ask for the Mongolians for reparations for the millions of them that were slaughtered by Genghis Khan. And no one there is a certain point where people say, you know what, it was evil, but we can't and I don't think we have like a good principle on what the statute of limitations says for historical crimes. And I think American slavery is like in this awkward gray area where it's like close to the limit of the statute of limitations. Like if it happened in the 1500s, I don't think anyone would accept that you get reparations. But because it happened up until the 1800s, it's like, you know what I mean? It's close. It's people can like know directly the names of their ancestors that were enslaved. You know, it's not like a thing that's like just a historical odd.
Yeah, but America was supposed to do it, right? And they gave reparations to slave owners. Ulysses Grant was like, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. And then they took back the land they were supposed to give to some of the freedmen. So it's like, it was supposed to happen. It was a deal that didn't.
What does the statute of limitations have to do with anything? You think it's a necessary component when you're evaluating justice or injustice? The statute of limitations?
Well, when it comes to reparations, that's when it's relevant.
Do you think it's a necessary component when you're evaluating injustice?
Well, no one thinks that the Chinese are owed reparations for Genghis Khan.
Did you just answer the question? The only reason that people wouldn't seek reparations in those type of instances is that it would just be impossible to figure out, right? And if it could be figured out, it'd just be impossible to collect. So, whatever the issues are with any other reparations issue is like irrelevant to this particular case. So you appeal to a very weak argument against it. Do you have anything else?
I think we all have the general idea that if something is remote enough in history, that seeking reparations for it is a little bit silly. And it's not just a matter of it's hard to figure out who it's what. The whole thing is just insanely complicated because not only is it like, you know, it's just so hard to do the counterfactual of like how would life have been different if that hadn't happened.
What? You don't think you can do financial models from that point now, assuming like a typical growth rate or a comparative growth rate, and see what would have happened had these like people been allowed to flourish economically? You think that's not like
Of course you can. Well, you're wrong. Sorry. No, we're talking about slavery. I don't know what you're talking.
Concrete. I totally agree with you. Reparations ought to be due, but what happens in reality is that I can tell you this from the case of Germany that paid reparations to everyone, the Jews and the Sinti and Roma, etc. The problem is that the compensation that is paid, or to the Herero people in Namibia, as well, another example, the compensation that is paid is such an insult to the victims that, no matter how you go about this, it's always going to end up pissing people off even more.
So what? That's not an argument. What else you got?
What do you got, Concrete? Did you just come to spam like you always do? Think of one word, then the next word a second later, and then string together a sentence?
He's obsessed too. It's crazy. I think your room's open to anybody who wants to.
How the fuck did that happen?
Wait, it's one of those kinds of rooms right now?
Did you let me up?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I guess I think America should do things specifically to help Black people in this country. It was just special focus on Black people should probably be made because of the crimes done. So special focus, yes. And whether or not that should be done by just by giving them money, I think probably not because of like windfall studies.
Bitch, quit fucking speaking to me, you deaf ball, bitch. I told.
Well, I was there. Like, I was there, so I did take the pictures of this. So the pictures will be coming from, like, me. So it was me and him, we were talking on social media, and then he went on to a different social media platform. I don't know if you know what it's called. It's called Discord. Yeah, so then he got on Discord and was...
Hello? We hear you, Zach. We listen to you. Oh, God. This guy's back.
I'm back and I'm better than ever before. Funnier than you've ever heard me before. Auntie knows I just did my whole routine. Abby, don't dox me, Abby.
You posted on YouTube. Be careful.
I like to hear that shit. I like to hear the karaoke too. Do y'all sing with the music, just the beat, or like
every option? You know what's funny? Butcher caught me off guard. You know what songs Butcher was singing on karaoke night?
Halo.
Nope.
What he was singing?
Rock songs.
That's what's up. No.
It just caught me off guard.
Yeah.
He was singing freaking punk rock song.
He was over there like, pour some sugar on me.
When Butcher puts up his old pictures,
he was like,
he has a million piercings and a million earrings. A million piercings. He
oh shit.
That's not shocking.
So he dead ass was a punk dude?
I'm telling you, bro.
He says he was in gangs and stuff, but he looks like I would have.
Yeah.
Nobody say you say he was in a gang?
He was never no gangs.
Yeah, them black people don't fuck that gang shit. But that's a whole culture. Black rockers.
Oh, yo. Thank God. Gotta ask you this question. Gang terminology. What do you think stacking means?
You said stacking?
Yeah.
Doing up gang signs?
Oh, okay. Thank you. So everybody from the east said that it's throwing up gang signs. Butcher says that no, stacking is only from Chicago. It only exists in Chicago. Stacking means showing your rank as a GD member. I said, yeah, maybe. That's what I said. Maybe that's the origin of it. Maybe, I don't know. But I said stacking means throwing up gang signs everywhere else. I said in Miami, we call it stacking. In New York, they call it stacking. New Jersey, New York, all the battle rappers call it stacking. This is a common thing. And he goes, no. That means showing up your rank in Chicago.
It means rank?
Yeah, showing up your rank in GD specifically. The GD, Gangster Disciples, and that's specific.
So he's saying like, it's I don't get it.
Look. So King came in yesterday, and then Butcher was like, "Yo, King, what does stacking mean?" And King said the same thing. He said it means showing your rank in the GD. And I was like, okay. Then I put it in ChatGPT. I said, what is the terminology used for throwing up gang signs? And then it said it's called stacking. And then I was like, and then the whole room went against me. And they were like, oh my God, look at Malibu's most wanted. Look at Malibu's most wanted. I'm like, wait. You guys appeal to ChatGPT at every turn. But now
I didn't know that. So what is stacking means in Chicago? It means
it's showing your rank. Showing your rank.
But they're using
as a gangster disciple.
They're using their fingers though, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the difference?
No, they said that stacking doesn't exist for any other gang. For example,
oh no, that's crap. No, what the fuck?
I know. This is what they said. They said Bloods don't stack, Crips don't stack. No other gang besides GDs can stack. I said that's not true. I said every gang calls it stacking. I said I grew up around Pyru.
Younger people, maybe they don't know.
I said I grew up around Pyru, nigga, and all the Pyru niggas I grew up with, we all stacked.
On the back of the bus.
I told Butcher, I'm the only one in this room that could probably stack right now. I can stack.
Right.
And I'm like, once again, this is what we call it. And he was like, no, stacking is only in Chicago for GDs.
I'll just let them have it until they run into a Pyru. I don't fucking know that. That's Chicago shit.
What's up, blood?
Yo.
What you was saying, Mike?
Yo, Sue, whoop.
It's just funny because you guys are talking about Still. Are you there?
Yeah, man.
What do you think stacking is when you hear it? What does it remind you of?
Armbar defense or a triangle defense?
Sound good.
Yeah. No, stacking is when you know, like that big brother position where you fold the legs over their head. You know what I'm talking about? So in jiu-jitsu, when you stack someone, when you're stacking them, it's basically like you're fucking.
You put your weight on top of them, right?
Yeah, you're folding their knees over their head.
Yeah.
So you guys are talking about this like with context matters, dude. It's funny.
Yeah.
I don't see how gang sign. I don't even see it. Like, how does that even make sense?
Because you like everything
over your hands. It looks like a jutsu.
You ever seen Naruto, Mike?
Oh, I see what you're. So it's like compiling. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Right, and then it is a ranking thing where the first sign is probably your gang, and then it's the set under that gang, right? Then it's your region. Then it's your rank, whether you're a soldier, whether you're da-da-da. And then you probably have your own call sign that you add to that. You feel me?
Yeah.
Or it might be different by regions, but I think that's why they call it stacking. I don't fucking know.
Dog, I saw this lady start doing sign language, but I didn't know she was deaf. And I thought she was banging. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? But she was literally just speaking sign language. I was like... But nah,
I used to think that shit was cool. That shit looked cool as fuck. I never stacked, but I mean, niggas always tried to stack. You feel me? You always got that cousin that's in a gang or some shit that be teaching you that shit. But outside of that, it looked like a fucking handshake or something that you doing with yourself. But yeah, I never heard. I think what it is younger people, they think that things are just exclusive to their areas. And people that don't travel. You know what I'm saying? Not saying Butcher don't travel, maybe he does, right? But people that are from and grew up on their block, they tend to think certain things. Because before I left New York, I was very close-minded, bro. Swear to God. I thought New York At fucking 9, 10 years old, I thought New York was the capital of the planet, like Earth. I thought we were the capital of all the countries. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's how closed-minded people be when they're in a certain area for their whole life.
That makes sense. What made you change that thought? And it got to be a moment.
Moving, like, you move and you think you're from the hardest place on the planet, and then you move somewhere and it's like, damn, this shit fucking tough too. Like, what the fuck? Then you move down south and you're like, oh shit. So moving, that's one thing, and I think just being around different people. After a while of just breaking down stereotypes and shit like that, like you run into somebody that's just against what you, like your mother told you people are like, or you know, it's like you start to be like, all right, maybe there's more to life than what the fuck I think I know.
That's true.
Said fought the Civil War to free black people. That's what he said, right? I said, so how do we know that, right? So now you're pointing me to a letter. The letter is insufficient to make Sam's argument, right? The overreach was not in my demand for evidence. The overreach was in Sam's statement, right?
Which was supported by an underreach, and then a complaining and crying for sufficiency.
It has become extremely plausible that this trip between the maternity ward and the crematorium is what there is to life. And we still have, going into our common sense, the 19th century myth, which succeeded the ceramic myth in Western history. I call it the myth of the fully automatic model of the universe. Namely, that it's stupid, it's blind force, Haeckel's gyration or fortuitous congress of atoms is of the same vintage as Freud's libido, the blind surge of lust at the basis of human psychology. But when you consider this attitude, you know, what is the poetic counterpart? Man is a little germ that lives on an unimportant rock ball that revolves about an insignificant star on the outer edges of one of the smaller galaxies. God, what a put down that was. But on the other hand, if you think about that for a few minutes, I am absolutely amazed to discover myself on this rock ball, rotating around a spherical fire. It's a very odd situation. And the more I look at things, I cannot get rid of the feeling that existence is quite weird. I know that, see, a philosopher is a sort of intellectual yokel who gawks at things that sensible people take for granted. And sensible people, existence is nothing at all. I mean, it's just basic, just go on and do something. See, this is the current movement in philosophy. Logical analysis says you mustn't think about existence. It's a meaningless concept. Therefore, philosophy has become the discussion of trivia. And philosophical journals is now as satisfactorily dull as any other kind of purely technical inquiry. No good philosopher lies awake nights worrying about the destiny of man and the nature of God and all that sort of thing, because a philosopher today is a practical fellow who comes to the university with a briefcase at 9 and leaves at 5. He does philosophy during the day, which is discussing whether certain sentences have meaning and if so what. And then he would, as William Earle said in a very funny essay,
he would come to work in a white coat if he thought he could get away with it. Problem is, he's lost his sense of wonder. Wonder is like, in modern philosophy, something you mustn't have. It's like enthusiasm in 18th century England. It's a very bad form. But you see, I don't know what question to ask when I wonder about the universe. It isn't a question that I'm wondering about, it's a feeling that I have. Imagine, if you had an interview with God, everybody was going to have an interview with God, and you were allowed to ask one question. What would you ask? And don't rush into it. You will soon find that you have no idea what to ask. Because I cannot formulate the question that is my wonder. The moment my mouth opens to utter it, I suddenly find I'm talking nonsense. But that should not prevent wonder from being the foundation of philosophy. Well, as Aristotle said, wonder is the beginning of philosophy. Because it strikes you that existence is very, very strange. And then more so when this so-called insignificant little creature has inside his skull a neurological contraption that is able to center itself in the midst of these incredible expansive galaxies and start measuring the whole thing. That is quite extraordinary. And then furthermore, when you realize that in a world...
Last time I did check, there was only one race of humans on the planet, right?
We always shoot yourself out of it. Oh, I know I'm crazy. Go, you know the thing.
Hey, bro, I heard you earlier. You know what I mean? From earlier? They kicked you instantly. They hated you. We got the clown in the house. Watch out.
Yeah, God has a addictive for everyone. Listen,
dude, hey, he
was just as bright, just as talented as white kids.
It was hilarious. You gotta stop this. Sasha was saying God has a dick for everyone.
Kicked him.
You can't go to a 7-Eleven without seeing an Indian. And he's telling the truth, though. He wasn't lying. Unless he's fucking honest. He was telling the truth. I was in a room earlier. It was like probably like 8 knocks. And he came in and like just crushed. Everybody got so mad. And I was laughing.
Who, me?
The whole comedy. He came in. And I was trying to go against him. Just like trying to keep my composure. He comes in. It's like this. Dude.
Oh, no, sorry, I mean this. It's like this.
Here is sirens are going. He came in, they all broke down. It was hilarious. You're like, get the fuck out of here. I was joining them, and I was trying to not laugh so bad.
They're so unfair.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he's going to kick more than anybody on this app. That's why that whole, incognito thing is pretty good. For me, man, I might be close second, maybe, because I disagree with people. I don't toe the line with people, Yes, I've seen you from time to time as well. Yeah, just from random rooms. I think that you do what I do. I kind of just go from random rooms from time to time and just kind of see if people are cool. If they're not cool, then I kind of talk shit. That's what I do. Yeah. But hey, my favorite are the black rooms that they're having an interesting conversation. Join in, then they figure out that you're white, and they're like, "Oh, whitey." I'm like, "Hey, all right, you had to go there. I don't know how to go there. I don't know that. Don't ever say that. See, like I got to not get the fence whether I'm white or black or not. Because it was, "Are you white?" I'm like, "No." They're like, "Are you black?" I'm like, "I'm something." And then like half the black girls are like, "No, he's black. He's black." The other ones are like, "No, he's white. He's white." Yeah, I don't know. You can tell by their lip.
Where there are no eyes, the sun would not be light. And that in a world where there were no soft skins, rocks would not be hard. Nor in a world where there were no muscles would they be heavy. Existence is relationship, and you are smack in the middle of it. So, there is obviously a place in life for a religious attitude in the sense of awe, astonishment, at existence. And that is also a basis of respect for existence. We don't have very much of it in this culture, even though we call it materialistic. A materialist is a person who loves material. And I suppose in the Christian tradition and in the Jewish, one would say that the Lord God is the greatest materialist. Because, you know, as William Temple once said, God is interested in many other things than religion. Were God only interested in religion, the world would consist of nothing but church buildings and Bibles and clergymen. That would be pretty boring. So, in the culture that we call materialistic today, we are, of course, bent on the total destruction of material and its conversion into junk and poisonous gas as quickly as possible. This is not a materialistic culture because it has no respect for material. And respect is in turn based on wonder, on feeling the marvel of just an ordinary pebble in your fingers. So I'm afraid, you see, for the God is dead theology, that it will sort of drift off into secular do-goodery in the name of Jesus. And this is, I think, where we can be strongly revivified and stimulated by the introduction into our spiritual life of certain things that are oriental. Now you see, it must be understood that the crux of the Hindu and Buddhist disciplines is an experience, not a theory, not a belief. If we say that a religion is a combination of creed, code, and cult, in other words, this is true of Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. And if they are religions, Buddhism is not. Because the creed is a revelation, a revealed symbolism of what the universe is about, and you are commanded to believe in it on the divine authority. The code is the revealed will of God for man, which you are commanded to obey, and the cult is the divinely revealed form of worship which you must practice. Commandment, because God is boss, is ruler, King of kings and Lord of lords. But the disciplines, say, of yoga in Hinduism, or of the various forms of Buddhist meditation, do not require you to believe anything. And they have no commandments in them. They do indeed have precepts, but they are really vows which you undertake and on your own responsibility, not in obedience to anybody. They are experimental techniques for changing consciousness. And the thing they are mainly concerned with is helping human beings to get rid of the hallucination that each one of us is a skin-encapsulated ego. You know, a little source, a little man inside your head, located between the ears and behind the eyes, who is the source of conscious attention and voluntary behavior. Most people, you know, don't really think that they are anything but that, and that the body is a thing you have. Mummy, who would I have been if my father had been someone else? See, the parents give you the body and you pop the soul into it at some period, conception or parturition, nobody could ever decide. And this attitude stays with us, that we are something in a body, that we have a body, and we are not it. So we experience the beating of the heart as something that happens to me, whereas talking or walking is something that I do. Don't you beat your heart? The language won't allow you to think that. It's not customary to say so. How do you think? How do you manage to be conscious? You don't know. How do you open and close your hand? Do you know? If you're a physiologist, you may be able to say, but that doesn't help you to open and close your hand any better than I do. See, I know how to do it, but I can't put it into words. In the same way, the Hindu God knows how he creates this whole universe, because he does it. But he wouldn't explain it. That would be stupid. You might as well try to drink the Pacific Ocean with a fork. So when a Hindu gets enlightened and he recovers from the hallucination of being a skin-encapsulated ego, and finds out that central to his own self is the eternal self of the universe, and you go up to him and say, well, how do you do all this? He says, well, just like you open and close your hand. And because we're all it. When used to come to Sri Ramana, the great Hindu sage who died a few years ago. They said to him, Master, was I living before in a previous incarnation? And if so, who was I? And he would say, who is asking the question? Who are you? And a spiritual teacher in both Hinduism and Buddhism is a kind of, well, what he does to awaken you, to get you over the hallucination of being the skin-encapsulated ego, he bugs you in a certain way. He has a funny look in his eye, as if to say, come off it, Shiva, I know what you're doing. I say, what, me? He looks at you in a funny way. And finally, you get feeling that he sees all the way through you, and therefore that all your selfish and evil thoughts and nastinesses are transparent to this gaze. And then you have to try and alter them. He suggests, you see, that you practice the control of the mind, that you become desireless. You give up selfish desire so as to cease to be a skin-encapsulated self. And then you may have some success in quieting your mind and in concentrating. But then after that, he'll throw a curve at you, which is, but aren't you still desiring not to desire? Why are you trying to be unselfish? Well, the answer is I want to be on the side of the big battalions. I think it's going to pay better to be unselfish than to be selfish. Well, Luther saw that. Augustine saw that. But there it is. Because what he's done, you see, he's beginning to make you see the unreality, the hallucinatory quality of a separate self. This has merely conventional reality in the same sense as lines of latitude and longitude, the measurements of the clock. That's why one of the meanings of Maya, illusion, is measurement. Things, for example, are measurements. They are units of thought, like inches are units of measurement. There are no things in physical nature. How many things is a thing? It's any number you want. Because a thing is a think, a unit of thought. As much of reality as you can catch hold of in one idea. So, when this realization of the hallucination of the separate self comes about, it comes about through discovering that your alleged separate self can't do anything. It can't improve itself, either by doing something about it or by doing nothing about it. Both ways are based on illusion. You see, this is what you have to do to get people out of hallucinations. You make them act consistently on the suppositions of the hallucination. People who believe that the earth is flat cannot possibly be talked into seeing that it's round, because they know it's flat. Because can't you see? So what you do is this, you say, let's go and look over the edge. Wouldn't that be fun? But you see, to be sure that we do get to the edge, we must be very careful not to walk in circles. So you perform a discipline. You go steadily and rigorously westwards, along latitude 40 or something. And then when you get back to the place where you started, he is convinced that the world is at least cylindrical. By experiment. By reductio ad absurdum of his premises. And so in the same way, the Guru, whether Hindu or Buddhist, performs a reductio ad absurdum on the premise of the skin-encapsulated ego. Well, what happens then? You might imagine from garbled accounts of Eastern mysticism that one thereupon disappears forever into an infinite sea of faintly mauve jello. And become so lost to the world and entranced that you forget your name, address, telephone number, and function in life. And nothing of the kind happens. The state of mystical illumination, although it may, in its sudden onset, be accompanied by a sensation of tremendous luminescence and transparency, as you get used to it. It's just like everyday life. Here are the things that you formerly thought were separate individuals, and here is you, who you formerly thought was merely confronting these other people. When the great Dr. D.T. Suzuki was asked, what is it like to be enlightened? He said, it's just like ordinary everyday experience, except about 2 inches off the ground. Because what is altered is not the way your senses perceive. What is altered is what you think about it. Your definitions of what you see. Your evaluation of it. So when you don't cling to it, when you have no longer a hostile attitude to the world because you know the world is you, it is. I mean, let's take it from the point of view of biology. If I describe the behavior of a living organism, I cannot possibly describe that behavior without simultaneously describing the behavior of the environment. So that I discover that I don't describe organisms in environments. I describe a unified field of behavior called an organism environment. It's an awkward word. But there it is. The environment doesn't push the organism around. The organism doesn't push the environment around. They are two aspects or poles of the same process. And so you have to understand that this attitude towards nature, seeing the fundamental unity of the self which manifests it all, is not an attitude, as missionaries are apt to suppose, which denies the value of differentiation. You must understand the principle of what are called identical differences. Take a coin. The head side is a different side from the tail side, and yet the two are inseparable. Take the operation of buying and selling. Selling is a different operation from buying, but you can't buy unless somebody sells at the same time, and vice versa. This is what is meant by the underlying unity of opposites, what is called in Hinduism Advaita, or non-duality. Or when the Chinese use the word Tao to designate the way of operation of the positive and negative principles, the Yang and the Yin. It is not a unity that annihilates differences, but a unity which is manifested by the very differentiations that we perceive. Just as it's all polar. It's like the two poles of a magnet. Different, but yet one magnet. So when we say Oriental monism is a point of view towards life which merges everything into a kind of sickening goo. This is terribly unfair. It just isn't so. If you argue that the sort of doctrine that everybody is really the Godhead destroys the possibility of real love between individuals, because you have to be definitely other than I if I'm to love you. Otherwise it's all self-love. Well, that argument collapses in view of the doctrine of the Trinity. If the three persons are one God, then they can't love each other by the same argument. Hinduism simply uses the idea which is of the Christian Trinity, only it makes it a multi-Trinity instead of a three-one. That's all. Of course, the thorn in the flesh is always, in approaching a doctrine which seems to be monistic or pantheistic, what about evil? Are we to make the ground of being responsible for evil? And we don't want to do that because we want to keep God's skirts clean. In spite of the fact that our own Hebrew Bible says, I am the Lord, there is none else. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. And haven't you heard the story about the Yetzer Hara? That according to Jewish theology, the Lord God implanted in Adam at the beginning of time a thing called the Yetzer Hara. It means the wayward spirit. I call it the element of irreducible rascality. And it's very necessary to have this in order to be human. You see, how it was done was this prohibition not to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. That was the one sure way of getting it eaten. But of course, when the Lord God accused Adam and said, "You've been eating of that tree I told you not to eat," and he passed the buck to Eve and said, "This woman that thou gavest me, she tempted me, and I did eat." And he looked at Eve. "Now what about it?" She said, "Well, it was the serpent." He looked at the serpent. The serpent didn't say anything because he knew too much, and he wasn't going to give away the show. Who is it that sits at the left hand of God? We know who sits at the right hand. It's hushed up, because that's the side where the district attorney sits. And in the book of Job, of course, you know, Satan is the district attorney at the court of heaven. He's the prosecutor. He's a faithful servant of the court. Because, you see, the whole problem is, it would be very bad indeed if God were the author of evil and we were his victims. That is to say, if we keep the model of the king of the universe and the creatures are all subjects of the king, then a God who is responsible for evil is being very unkind to other people. But in this theory, God is not another person. There are no victims of God. He's never anything but his own victim. You are responsible. And if you want to stay in the state of illusion, stay in it. But you can always wake up. I want to start out by explaining quite carefully what I mean by mythology. The word is very largely used today to mean fantasy, or something that is definitely not fact. And it's used, therefore, in a pejorative or put-down sense, so that when you call something a mythology or a myth, it means you don't think much of it. But the word is used by philosophers and scholars in quite another sense, where to speak in the language of myth is to speak in images rather than to speak in what you might call plain language, or the language of fact, descriptive language. You can sometimes say more things with images than you can say with concepts. As a matter of fact, images are really at the root of thinking. One of the basic ways in which we think is by analogy. We say a certain thing is, we think of the life of human beings might be compared to the seasons of the year. Now, there are many important differences between a human life and the cycle of the seasons, but nevertheless, one talks about the winter of life or the spring of life, and so the image becomes something that is powerful in our thinking. Furthermore, when we try to think philosophically and think in abstract concepts about the nature of the universe, we often do some very weird things. You see, it's considered nowadays naive to think of God as an old gentleman with a long white beard who sits on a golden throne and is surrounded with winged angels. And we say now no sensible person could possibly believe that God is just like that. Therefore, if you get more sophisticated, you believe that God is, say, if you follow St. Thomas Aquinas, you think of God as necessary being. Or if you think with Buddhists, you think of God as the undifferentiated void, or as the infinite essence. But actually, however rarefied those concepts sound, they are just as anthropomorphic, that is to say, just as human, and in the form of the human mind, as the picture of God as the old gentleman with the white beard, or the Lord in green pastures wearing a top hat and smoking a cigar. Because all ideas about the world, whether they be religious, philosophical, or scientific, are translations of the physical world and of worlds beyond the physical into the terms and shapes of the human mind. So there is no such thing as a non-anthropomorphic idea. The advantage of Delord in talking about these things is that nobody takes it quite seriously. Whereas the undifferentiated aesthetic continuum could be taken seriously. And that would be a great mistake. Because you would think you understood what the ultimate reality is. So I'm going to use very largely naive mythological terms to discuss these matters. And if you are a devout Christian, you mustn't be offended by this, because you will naturally think that you have risen now to a more superior idea of these things than these very simple terms derived from the imagery of the Bible and of the medieval church. But I shall discuss Hinduism in the same way. And I'm going to begin with Hinduism, to give you a sort of fundamental account of what it's all about. I imagine some of you were present at the lecture I gave in the university on religion and art. And I discussed the view of the world as drama. Now I want to go more thoroughly into this, because the Hindu view of the universe is fundamentally based on the idea of drama. That is to say, of an actor playing parts. The basic actor in this drama is called Brahma. And this word comes from the Sanskrit root, which means to swell or expand. And the Hindu idea of Brahma, the supreme being, is linked with the idea of the self. In you, deep down, you feel that there is what you call I. And this word, when you say I am, that in Sanskrit is aham, A-H-A-M. And everybody, when asked what his name is, replies, I am I. I am I myself. And so there is the thought that in all life, the self is the fundamental thing. It means the center. And so the Brahma is looked upon as the self and center of the whole universe. And the idea fundamentally is that there is only one self. And each one of us is that self. Only it radiates like a sun or a star. And just as the sun has innumerable rays, or just as you can focus the whole sun through a magnifying glass and concentrate it on one point, or as an octopus has many tentacles, or as a sow has many tits. So in this way, Brahma is wearing all faces that exist, and they are all the masks of Brahma. Not only human faces, but animal faces, insect faces, vegetable faces, and mineral faces. Everything that there is the Supreme Self playing at being that. Because the fundamental process of reality is, according to the Hindu myth, hide and seek, that, or lost and found. That is the basis of all games. And it's true, isn't it, that when you start to play with a baby, and you take out the book, and you hide your face behind it, and then you peek out at the baby, and then you peek out this way, the baby begins to giggle. Because a baby, being near to the origins of things, knows intuitively that hide and seek is the basis of it all. And children like to sit in a high chair, they have something on the tray, and make it gone. And then somebody picks it up and puts it back, and they make it gone again, you see. Now then, that's a very sensible arrangement. It is called, in Sanskrit, it is called Leela. And that means sport or play, but the play is hide and seek. Now, let's go a little bit into the nature of hide and seek, because don't let me insult your intelligence by telling you some of the most elementary things that exist. Really, everything is a question of appearing and disappearing. For example, if I sit next to a beautiful girl and I put my hand on her knee, and leave it there, after a while she'll cease to notice it. But if I gently pat her on the knee, because now I'm there and now I'm not, it will be more noticeable. So all reality is a matter of coming and going. It is vibration. It is the waves of positive and negative electricity. It's up and down. And things like wood appear to be solid because in much the same way that the blade of a fast-moving electric fan appears to be solid. So the vast agitation that is going on in the electrical structure of solid things is a terrific agitation, which will not allow the agitation called my hand to go through it. Other kinds of agitation, like X-rays, are so constructed that they can get through. So everything is basically coming and going. For example, sound. If you listen to sound and slow sound down, in the same way, you see, you can slow sound down in the same way as you can use a magnifying glass to look at the structure of something visible. And as when you look at the magnifying glass, you find that solid things are full of holes. So when you magnify sound, you find it's full of silences. Sound is sound hyphen silence. There is no such thing as pure sound, just as there is no such thing as pure something. Something always goes together with nothing. Solids are always found in spaces, and no spaces are found except where there are solids. You might imagine there being a space without any solid in it, but you will never, never encounter one, because you will be there in the form of a solid to find out about it. You see, they go together, these things. The solid and the space, the positive and the negative, the here we are and here we aren't, go together in the same way as the back and front of a coin. And you can't have a coin that has a back and no front. The only thing that gets anywhere near that is a Mobius strip. It is a mathematical conceit in which the back and the front are the same. But that only shows in a more vivid way how backs and fronts go together. Now, so the whole thing is based on that, you see. Now, once we've got this game, that there are two different things, but they're really the same. See, the Brahma is what is basic. But the Brahma manifests itself in what are called the Dvandva. And that means the pairs of opposites. Duality. Dva, you see, is the root of the Sanskrit word for two, which becomes duo in Latin and dual in English. Two is the basis. You can't go behind two, because one has an opposite. The opposite of one is none. Now, what is in common between one and none? No one can say. Shh. You can't mention it. It's called Brahma. It's sometimes called Om. O-M. And, but you can't really think of what is in common between black and white. There is obviously a conspiracy between black and white, because they're always found together. Tweedledum and Tweedledee agreed to have a battle. See, there's always an agreement underlying this difference. But that is what we call implicit. The difference is explicit. So the first step in what you might call the hide phase of the game of hide and seek is to lose sight of the implicit unity between black and white, between yes and no, between existence and non-existence. And that losing sight of the fundamental unity is called Maya. Maya, a word that means many things, but primarily it means creative power or magic, and also illusion. The illusion that the opposites are really separate from each other. And once you could think that they are really separated from each other, you can have a very thrilling game.